And there's really not much news, man. It's just been boring.
Helmets and
But
T-shirts.
like you said, no news is good news.
Yeah.
I mean, can't really
No.
can't complain. I mean, at least we're not in the news for the wrong reasons. Finally, which is a
Exactly.
good
I
thing.
was gonna say that. At least we're not news about something stupid. Because by this time, when somebody did something dumb, DUI or something stupid,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
don't have none of that.
Like this one got picked up for posting the video holding a gun, or fucking pissing on the sidewalk somewhere, or something stupid. Usually goes. But I mean, when you put a bunch of kids, well, what's up, Jess? You're muted right now.
I got him.
Not no more. What's going
Still
on?
shows you're muted.
Am I muted? Can you hear me?
I hear him.
There you go. Now you're there. There you go.
Yo, mic check 1, 2, 3, 4. What's going on?
Ooh, we got that good mic now. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Look at it being all fucking fancy, giving a countdown. God damn.
Yeah, my bad, bro. What's going on though? How you guys doing, man?
You're good.
You?
I'm all right, bro. Like I said, man, I had a fucking mean ass migraine for the last 2 days. Fucking whooped my ass. Yeah, but now I'm feeling better though.
Well, that's good. That's good.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, because you wouldn't come on last night because of the way you were feeling, which I get it.
Yeah.
Anybody that's in the chat that's watching us right now, make sure you get over to Chewy's NFL Games and News. One of my mods can put up the link to his channel in there. Make sure you guys get over, subscribe to him, hit that notification, thumbs up. He just started being able to stream this week, so he's trying to get everything situated before the season starts. So if you want to give a little reminder to the people that haven't seen you yet, as far as what your plan is for the season, go for it.
Yeah, man. So like, whoever hasn't checked me out yet, I dropped a few lives, had a few clips. But pretty much what I'm gonna do for the season is what my main goal is to drop game reviews, pretty much like pregame, postgame. Pretty much just update everybody on like, who we think is gonna be injured, what the score will be. And then, after the game we'll go through that with, what the outcome was with the winner or loss. And then, as well as the lives and podcasts, I'll, jump on with you, Jeff. Sometimes I'll go solo, and, whoever wants to join is always welcome. But I appreciate you guys, with the shout outs and all that. Really appreciate it.
Oh, no problem, man. I mean, I have no problem helping promote somebody that's starting off and, trying to get people's subs up and, get them to that milestone that they need. We're still working with Chris and Nate to get his numbers up too, both of them, to get people to chip into both shows and, show the love,
Yeah, that's why
I don't care if I get a lot of people on. Like when we're in like this, I'd rather them be on your channel or, especially Chris's and everything, get you guys the viewership hours and everything. I've hit those milestones, so it means more to you guys than it does to me as far as that goes. I'd rather see you guys have an easier time getting to those milestones.
Yeah, because, like you said, that viewer watch, that's, man, I'm not even close to 1,000 yet. This is taking forever. That's the longest part.
It is.
Hey, G Fam wants a Spider Y2 banana call.
Yeah, well, you do look like a coach with that headset. Set up.
You guys want to hear one?
Yeah,
go for it.
All right, guys, come on. Give me a Spider Y2 banana. All right, Spider Y2 banana. On 3. Yeah, that's funny. Call me a head coach. That's right. Hey, Fresno State, though.
What was the big one that they used to call all the time back in the 70s? Oh God, Treo. Oh my God, it was the Highway 63 call.
What's up, 805?
What's up, 805? What's going on, man?
805, what's good, brother?
Yeah. I'll put the link in the chat. Anybody wants to pop in, 805. If you're not busy, feel free, man. If it doesn't work that way, I'll send it to you on Instagram. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what you're going to do with your setup comes the season. I mean, I pretty much know. Yeah, that's it. 17 Bob Trejo. That's it. I knew it was close. Thanks, Frank. I kind of know what Chris and I are going to be doing during the season. If I don't know if Chris has got any plans to do anything different.
Yeah.
But I'm curious to see, how your setup's going to go and everything. And I'm behind you. If it's not if you're doing something when we're not on, I'll be watching. You know that.
Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there.
Regardless. I'll be in the chat busting your balls like I always do with everybody else's.
Yeah, I'm getting a new mic too, so we're not gonna have this big ass thing right here in front of my face.
Yeah, it sounds better than last time. So yeah.
Yeah, it's way better, but I gotta, like they said, I look like a fucking head coach or something.
Yeah,
it's not a big deal. I mean, when it gets late at night, I switch over to this, just so.
Yeah,
right now I use the speaker on my laptop, so when it gets late at night, it's not projecting through the house. I'll switch over to the headset, so only I'm hearing it, and it's not going to wake anybody else up.
Yeah, these are the gaming ones. These are Turtle Beach gaming headphones.
These are Razors.
When I used to stream on gaming, this is what I use.
I have a set of wireless Turtle Beaches out in the living room that's connected for my Xbox. So I've used those in here before too.
All right, Jeff. So hey, you gonna buy that new Madden coming out with the new roster, or are you good off Madden?
What's up, Rock?
I'll give it another shot again as long as it's better than 20.
Have you seen the trailer?
No, not really.
Well, those trailers always look good. Always look good, but then the gameplay.
I don't know about that. Show me real game footage or real video game footage of a game I'm interested in.
Yeah.
What's up, Rock? How you doing, brother?
Dude, NCAA was way better than Madden.
I heard.
Well, I watched Nate play it.
Yeah, I have it, bro. Like, I don't even want to play Madden no more.
Yeah, I watched Nate play it, and it looks so much better.
NCAA is good because there's so many options you can do with it, man. Like, it's great.
I just want to play the damn game. You know what I mean? It's like Madden is just.
Hey, I just can't wait to use Genty, bro.
I didn't like it.
I can't wait to see what Genty's like on Madden.
Well, because it's all the programming and everything's done, so it's going to be based on how we did in college, just at the next level.
Yeah, he's going to be raw.
At least he's not going to come in and like suck an ass, and you're going to have to start him from like
give him a rank.
What's good?
Coming to get a ranking of 72, like 72. What the hell is that?
He's going to at least be like a 88. I'm thinking.
Yeah, like a low 90s or high 80s. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Because he haven't played NFL yet. The season NFL. Then they'll see after next year.
What's up? I'm not Bruno.
Yeah, he changed his name.
Bruno. What's up?
Yeah, he changed it the other night, and it won't let him change it back. He's got to wait 14 days now.
I don't know why he didn't learn his. I don't know why he didn't learn his lesson last time.
Oh well. What's up, Detroit guy? What's going on, brother?
What's going on?
You can upload the new Raiders roster and use Genty. Yeah, you can, but Madden 25, like I said, it's wonky. It sucks. I don't like it.
Yeah, that's just trash, bro.
I'm not. Thank God I didn't pay for it because I'd be pissed. I got that shit for free off of.
I bought it.
Xbox Live. Fuck that. I'm glad I didn't spend the money. It
was
like a $60 game when it came out, right?
I haven't bought Madden since 2016. I didn't buy it. That was the last one. That was the last one I bought. 16. I said, nope, I'm not buying no more. $60 for this crap. Nope.
Yeah, that's just a scam, bro. And then every fucking hit stick's a fumble too. Like, I just don't understand that shit. That shit's insane.
Rock, is there such a thing? You have to be a cold weather team to win in the playoffs? Not necessarily, I guess. I mean,
no.
What's up,
What's up, Jeffrey? What's up, Dante? East Coast Gridiron in the house. Make sure you guys get over to his channel too. If you guys are into film breakdown, their channel's top notch. The other one too is 805's Real Talk Raider Nation when they do film game breakdown during the season with him, Severe, and Chris from Protect the Shield. It's a pretty damn good show.
Hey, go check out 805's giveaway too.
Adam Butler better be a damn 99 in Madden or boycott. You don't get a 99. You know that 805.
So if he's a 99 805, does that mean you're going to break up the bottle again because he's ranked so high?
Buy a special edition.
It turned into a party on Madden release day if that's the case.
I wonder what AOC's overall is going to be.
He's going to be the starter, dude. He's the starting quarterback for your Las Vegas Raiders for 2025, man.
Look at GFab's comment. He said 99 AOC.
What's up, Yoshi? Yeah, man, I'm still holding out hope. Good, I mean, I'm not delusional. I know it's going to be freaking Geno Smith. You know, I get it. Of course it is. You know.
Yeah.
At least it's not last year where we only had Minshew starting because that obviously came from the higher up at the facility because it's based on, hey, we're paying him this amount of money versus AOC 12. So let get him starting. I want my money's worth. You know.
Okay, this is my thing. This is what I feel about AOC.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on a minute. To say that,
go ahead.
I want to here's a question that Rock asked. How many points do we have to have average to win?
21.
I'm gonna say about
24. How about 24?
Yeah, I was gonna say 24.
I was gonna say 21. I was gonna say 21.
I'm gonna say 24.
If you can get 3 touchdowns, bro, and your defense can do some stoppage and keep some field goals, I mean, you're in there.
And I think the defense can do that.
The defense can.
We need the offense out on the field for a while is the thing. You know, unless we're doing kill shots every play where it's Genty blasting one for 80 yards or
hopefully
to Thornton, for a long ass touchdown and just quick strikes, but it's turning into 7.
Hey, Thornton's
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, but said though, if they get as soon as they get in the field, they get a touchdown, then another touchdown, and another touchdown. Yeah, keep on running it up. That's fine. But if you can't score, just grind the ball out. Get one of those 7-minute, 5-minute drives, and then
we just can't have the defense sitting out on the field time and time again constantly and just getting beat up and exhausted by the end of the game because that's how you're going to get an injured Max again this year.
No, you can't. You can't have the punter have more playing time than the other guys on the field. That's what you can't have.
I want to see as many 0 punt games as possible.
I don't want to see AJ Cole with his big contract. I don't want to see him field maybe once a game, if that.
Exactly.
No, on the sideline.
This is my thing on AOC, though.
Later, Dave. Have a good night, brother. I'll talk to you again.
My thing on AOC is, look, Geno Smith's 34 years old. If Geno Smith gets injured, AOC goes in, I wouldn't be, really too mad about that.
Well, Geno Smith
to be honest with
34 years old, but in football years, he's only 27. Remember, he didn't play for 7 years. His body still got the 27-year-old. I mean,
Yeah, no, I hear you.
No, he wasn't beat up all through his old pro life.
Hey, but sometimes it comes down to genes, bro. If you got some fucked up genes, you know how it is.
Well, I know. Some players are more injury prone than other players. Some players get hurt just by even looking at them. But then, some players can take a hit and get right up and do it again. Exactly. So
look at AOC, what happened with him, But I love AOC. I'm personally a fan of him, bro. Just the way he stepped up in the shitty ass organization we had. That dude showed hella courage. You know what I mean? He went out there and did his thing.
That's why I'm not giving up on him yet.
No, yeah, I mean, if he wins, if he was to win starting position, I honestly, I wouldn't be too mad. But
that means he's still staying positive during all this bullshit that he's had to go through for 2+ years.
That's what I'm saying. And then, but even
if AOC gets the starting position, that means he beat out the 15th ranked quarterback in the league, which is saying something.
Yeah, so but this is the thing too. Not to say throwing interceptions is a good thing, but what a fucked up organization. AOC went and threw more touchdowns than he did interceptions. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Which is a good thing. I mean, like I said, not to say throwing picks is a good thing at all, but you seen our team last year. It was just horrible.
Oh yeah. Well, we know about that. But like I said, if any event Geno goes down, at least we got a suitable backup to come in there and can win games for us.
That's what I'm saying, Chris.
Yeah, I trust him 100% as our backup to win those games easily.
Hell yeah, real talk. I'm there, bro. You already know. I'm checking it out.
Yeah, 24. I think it's a good point. That's what AP said. Last year we just scored 24 points, and you guys couldn't even get 20.
What's up, Raider? What's going on, brother? I mean, either way you look at it, though, I'm so excited for this coming season.
For sure.
And the fact that, if everything goes right, I'm going to get to be there for the first game of this season with this regime and what's going on. I'm going to get to see it firsthand before most of you guys on the West Coast that go to Vegas games, so I'm excited for that. So I can't fucking wait, man. I am so excited for this. What's up, Cool Kev? What's going on?
What's going on?
And the fact that I'm going to be able to, be in the same stadium with Nate. Turf is going to be here. Captain Jack's going to be here. Someone else is possibly going to be here, but I'm not going to say names just yet. I don't think did I say the names last night? Who may still be coming out here?
Gyrator, what's good, brother?
I don't know if I did last night or not, but there's a potential someone else coming out here that I haven't met in person yet that I do shows with. Particularly
that'll be dope. It's always good to meet the guys, you know what I mean?
That's what I want. I want to get I'm glad they're coming out here, that's no small feat on their part too, coming out here for this. But I also want to be able to get out to Vegas for a game at home. I've never seen the Raiders play at home, whether it was LA, Oakland, or Vegas. So that'll still be my first ever watching the Raiders play a home game. Plus, it'll give me opportunities to meet, like yourself, because you live in Vegas area, 805 down that way. The guys that live in the Vegas area that are going to be able to be there, that I'll be able to meet, and I'm excited for that. To be able to just hang out with you guys.
For sure,
he's in Fresno. He's not in Vegas. He's not in Vegas. He's in Fresno.
I thought you were.
It's a 6-hour drive. It's not too bad.
No.
But yeah, I'll be at the Niner game and I'll be at the Titans game. So I mean, whoever's going to be out there during that time, we'll get some popping for sure. I know. I know 805. He's trying to do some little sports betting shit. So.
I'm seriously trying to see about getting out there for the home opener. I'm doing everything in my power to make that happen, to see what I can do. Not guaranteeing anything. Not doing that, but I'm trying.
Let's get you some super chats, bro. Let's get you some tickets.
Yeah. I even changed my I haven't changed the cost for the members for my channel too. I opened up the lower tier one, so you can.
Oh yeah, let me see.
You can get it for 99 cents, $1.99 or $2.99. I opened them all up. I'm like, fuck it.
All right, let's get some people.
So basically, I want a refund because I was the first one that joined you, man. So I want a refund.
Why do you want a refund? I'm still here.
Well, we loaded down now, man. I want a refund. I was the first one to join you, man. Come on now.
Hey, so how do you gift memberships? How's all that shit?
Go to where the dollar sign is.
You gotta go to the channel itself.
And go to
my channel. Your channel.
Yeah.
Go down and he'll say gifting memberships. I would get some membership, but this mic costs me so much money, man. I'm broke.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good thing you just said that, Cool Kev. I forgot about that. Hang on.
Don't go spend in Vegas for real.
I do my Dunkin' Donuts promo. Dunkin' Donuts. This guy runs on Dunkin'.
What's good, Paul? What's good?
No, I still say.
What's up, Bruno? Don't go spending it too crazy in Vegas, Jeff. Well, the good thing is, number one, I don't drink. I'm not a big gambler. If I do, I don't hit the slots. I can sit at the roulette table for hours and walk away fairly even. Because I can have fun playing that. Because that game I understand completely, and I have fun at that game.
What game is that?
I have a good time. Roulette. I like that. I can play that. Oh my God. I wasn't putting this out there for everybody to do this, but I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thanks, Chris.
No, always.
I'm definitely, I want to get out there so bad. It's like, and this is the year I want to get out there too, for some reason. I want to be a part of this. This
is going to be, it's going to be a year. This is going to be, and like I said, it's going to be a play. Might not make the playoffs. We might be 9-8, like some people say, 10-7. Might not make the playoff, but it'll be a better looking team than we had in a long time. And I want to be definitely a part of that. this history about to be made. I want to see it.
Fucking Jess just got one from Chris when he did it. So the
Yeah,
gift
yeah.
from Chris went to Chewy's NFL News, Knees Duts, My 2 Cents,
Oh, my
Matt
two.
Marinovich, and Charm City.
Oh, good.
Rafa's in the house too. What's up, Rafa?
What's up?
My food
All
chunk
right,
was
good.
good.
It went to the right people because one thing I hate about the membership gifting, you can't pick the guys you want to give a membership. That's
No,
right.
it does it
It's
automatically.
random.
Cool,
Yeah.
Kev. Jeff, do you like the sweet black pepper bacon, egg, and cheese from Dunkin'? No, to be honest with you, I don't like their sandwiches. What I do love is their loaded hash browns with the cheese sauce and the broken up nice big chunks of bacon. I could eat 2 of those with no problem. They're so good. Especially if you ask for extra cheese. Oh, it's perfect. Every single one of them is just coated in cheese. It's so good. Rafa, how we doing, brother? There's another coffee shop around here called Honeydew Donuts. Their sandwiches I love because they got one on a ciabatta. It's linguiça, egg, and cheese, and I always get extra cheese on it.
You said, wait,
Cheddar.
they put linguiça on that?
Huh?
They put linguiça on a sandwich?
Oh yeah, egg and linguiça. Oh yeah,
Man,
it's so
really?
good.
That sounds bomb.
Yeah.
I like linguiça. It's just expensive. It's expensive for me out here. Like, I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, I'm half Portuguese, so I grew up around a lot of Portuguese food. So I love
like it.
chorizo and linguiça, especially on the grill during the summer, man. Oh, it's so good.
This they eat in Brazil too, because Brazil's speak Portugal. So that's why I got it from a Brazilian restaurant. I was like, this is the shit. I like this. Man.
I was going to join at 99 cents, but $2.99 in the way my bank account works. So maybe I'll remove the 99-cent one. We'll just go with the $1.99. I don't know. I was just playing around with it this week, just giving options.
Yeah.
Yeah, good eating. I'm telling you, man, that sandwich is the bomb, man, because they toast. They actually put it like on the grill a little bit, the ciabatta. Oh, so they put butter on it and then they put it together. Oh, it's so good. Oh, God damn it! I want one now.
Shit. My breakfast consists of Weber's bread or Wonder bread, American sliced cheese, and then a piece of ham.
Why am I not surprised at the Wonder Bread? No, seriously.
You want a breakfast sandwich, Sonny? You want egg on that? Well, yes, breakfast. Put an egg on it. So
why am I not surprised at that one?
Wonder bread. Well, that's nothing out here, really.
So Detroit God says this podcast is brought to you by Blue Chew and Double X Trojan and Fritos.
Wow.
And Cheez-Its. I got a fresh box. The wife brought home today. Cheez-Its, and I got a box of potty pizza in the fridge that's sitting there getting nice and cold, so I can't wait to chow into that.
And it's brought to you by Happy Juice. I can't name it, but it's happy.
So John Rader says the brick was going nuts on Geno passing, having a zip on the ball.
Yep.
He was about to cry of happiness. Only QB we saw a perfect zip was from 2014 Carr.
Yeah, the brick was going crazy, man.
Fresno State.
Yeah, the JT Brick was going crazy, man, about the Geno Smith passing. He's zipping that ball in there accurately.
Yeah, Rock, that sounds weird, but I'm sure it tastes awesome. 805, you should cut a promo from the video of that night when Adam Butler got signed. If that's not a statement for, hey, buy Oz, drink Oz, this is what can happen to you tonight.
And 805 was so happy that night. I mean, I was happy for him. I mean, it was great. But that's one person I'm glad they did re-sign was Adam Butler, but they only signed him. They signed him for 3 years. I said, yeah. So he means something to the team.
Yep, cool, Kev. I agree.
What was that, sir? Tyree Wilson, what? I missed it.
He said Tyree Wilson's trash.
Oh, well, we know that. He said Tyree Wilson had trouble getting through the O-line. Yeah, he's gone. This is different, yeah. Even in practice, man, he look like he's like trying,
Yeah, he doesn't look too enthusiastic there.
James Furbo, what's up, working man? What's going on, bro?
Oh.
What's up, James?
Raiders.
Detroit guy goes, do you, Jeff, do you accept EBT cards? I'll take green stamps.
Green stamps.
Whatever.
Damn you, old.
I'll even take wick if you have that.
Oh, that's not old, but green stamp, blue chip stamps, all that. So
Big.
remember that crap you just get in the grocery store saying you buy a certain amount of food, they give you a stamp, you put in your stamp book and go and get that stuff. Man, that would be fun.
You know, and the funny thing is, Jeff, I'm not a big eater anymore. I mean, I've lost 100 pounds in the last year, so
Oh wow, good shit.
I can't sit here and put it away like I used to. You know, go back like 15 years ago. Oh my god, dude, I could eat a large pizza and still be hungry afterwards by myself.
Yeah.
Eating a large pizza, I could devour
You know what?
that.
I'm like you. I can't sit down and eat a bunch of food at once. That's why I don't like buffets. I can't go there. I'm wasting my money. I just got eat
I
some
pick,
now, eat some later. I can't just
yeah,
eat.
yeah, I pick,
Man,
but I'm picky on what I'll pick at.
you know, I'm 5'9" and 200 pounds, or almost 200 pounds, and I should eat a lot. No, I don't. So there it is. Oh, here you go. You're gonna do the video. 8:05.
What do you say?
He says on it, Jeff. He's gonna cut a bit as we speak. That was great. That should be Adam Butler's promo video from now on.
Yeah. Remember Detroit God pulling out the Wimpy quote from Popeye. If somebody would like to purchase a membership from me, I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
Classic.
Wasn't that Olive Oil's cousin or some shit like that? I forgot.
Yeah, something, or a brother or something.
Oh,
What's
Detroit
up, my
got it.
2 cents? What's going on, brother? Yes, I do. I take Dunkin' gift cards because that means the wife's spending less money when she goes to Dunkin', and that makes it less times I have to listen to her complain and get mad at me.
My 2 cents.
Spending coffees. Yeah, I know.
Got the free membership.
That's-
My 2 cents.
It's that good. It's that good.
Hell yeah, man. I mean, I still drink a couple of these a day full of water. I mean, it's still ice in it from last night. How good that cup is. Can't knock the Eddie cups, man.
I like this saying right here. They should put a clipboard and some Gary cups Larry Wilson's hands right down because they should hurry up and teach him how to be a water boy.
Yeah.
He probably messed that up too.
Yeah, it brings it out to the wrong team.
Yeah, exactly. Goes the
We're
wrong
playing
sideline.
Chiefs, and he runs over to Patrick Mahomes. You want something to drink? He
Yeah,
yells all
exactly.
cross-eyed at him. Huh?
I agree, Gyrator. I agree, bro. They're killing it.
Yeah, they are.
I just hope that translates over to good gameplay in games.
Yeah,
That's all that matters to me.
Well,
I hope
that's
they look good in practice because then that means they're getting it. What's up, Ben? What's going on, brother?
good, Ben. What's
Hey,
good, brother?
brother.
No, but yeah, that's
You
why
know,
I said,
it
man. Like,
means they're getting it, but I want to see that translate over into game time. You know,
Yeah.
against an NFL team, not in practice.
yeah,
Then we're cooking
no
with
doubt,
gas.
no doubt.
You know, now it's time.
that's what I was saying. Like just based on the coaching staff we got now, bro. Like, just off that, I feel way more comfortable. You know what I mean? Just based on that.
Yeah.
And then when you look at
Yeah,
the
cool.
tools we added, I mean, we know some of the guys they're still lacking, but then a lot of guys got to prove some shit. So it's like a head scratch 50-50 with them.
Right.
Cool Kev, no, there's no blimpies around here.
What's
Not that I'm aware of anyway. I know they're a sandwich shop, right? Isn't that what they are?
I heard I've seen commercial, but I don't think have none out here
Blimpies.
neither.
Is it Blimpies? Blippies? I know Blippies a stupid ass TV show.
Gyrator
Okay.
nailed it.
What do you say?
Once them pads go on, that's when we really see what's going
Yeah,
on.
exactly.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Then I'll start getting excited. You know, told you once they put those goofy looking skull caps on, then you know it's getting real. You know, right now they ain't wearing that shit, and just
Raider Ben, you said it sounds like a fat woman.
What is he? I'm trying to find
What the hell? Okay, G fam, Jeff, get that OnlyFans going to buy your season tickets.
There we go.
Name shall be Raiders onesie for tickets.
There's some content out there, buddy. The OnlyFans
No, not happening.
Defense, be killing me with that.
Frank was good, bro.
Not fucking happen.
Hey Jeff, so what I'm curious, like what you got going on for that little New England shit for the game?
It looks like I made one phone call on Monday to one location, and the offer from them was they're going to close their establishment for 4 hours. So from 5 o'clock to 9 o'clock, they're going to close their business to the public. So basically, we're going to rent it out for the evening for those 4 hours. We're going to be able to get in there between 3 and 3:30 to decorate any way we need to do. They have Modelo on draft. She's going to talk to her liquor distributor and bring in bottles of Modelo and any flavor that's possible that they have. Because I know they've got a couple of different brews of Modelo, so they're going to bring those in. Because it's a black hole event, we have to make sure they have Modelo there. So they already do, so that's a bonus.
Yeah.
And I talked to her about, when you reach out to your sales rep from the liquor, from the liquor distributor, see if they can get any merchandise, like promotional stuff to give away. She goes, oh, without a doubt, we'll get that. I said, and I'm sure he's got connections to do it. I said, but if you can get Raider themed stuff, I said, that'd be even better. She goes, yep, we can probably get that taken care of too. Yeah, all right, Raider. That's going to be a Saturday night party. It's gonna be sponsored by the Black Hole. It's not going to be the Booster Club. I'm still not 100% positive what they're doing. I'm trying to work it where I can get them involved too. I want both, the chapter that I'm part of now and the club, the Booster Club. I want them to be able to work together. That's the ultimate vision I have here. Somebody asked me that last night in a Facebook message. I want to see the two organizations work together, because there's some that are members of the Booster Club that are actually members of the Black Hole, but were never part of a chapter, so I want that to be open to them, because there's nothing that says anything in the bylaws that you can't be a member of the Black Hole. The only thing that I've seen so far on the Black Hole side that you can't do is you can't be an executive member of, like, say, the Black Hole and also hold a board position on another club. So I couldn't be the president here and like an executive director in the Booster Club. Not that I'd want to, but you can't do that. And that makes sense, because I wouldn't want to do that. I've got my position, someone else needs to step up, in whatever organization and, be part of the leadership. But for what they offered, the cost wise, to rent that place out for the night or for those 4 hours, it's incredible. How much that they're going to charge. I'm not going to say, unfortunately, I'm not going to bring that number out, but it's not as much as you think it would be.
Hell yeah, that's good, bro.
And the good thing is, at 9 o'clock, she's going to open the place up to the public, but she's not going to throw us out. So she's only going to allow as many people in from the public that can come in based on how many of us have left. So if we're still in there in force and, there's no room for people from the public, she's just not going to be able to let them in because she'll be over capacity. The place holds right now about 225 people. With the expansion she's doing on it, which should hopefully be done before September 1st, it's going to add another 75 plus. So we're going to be able to push almost, just a hair over 300 people, that's a good size for a Saturday night party. And it's going to be in downtown Providence.
Oh, yeah, hell yeah.
Everybody that I've been talking to, and I was on a conference call with the presidents for all those chapters on Tuesday. I told them, I said, if you have any members that are coming out here for that Raiders Patriots game, let them know that the festivities are going to be happening in Providence. The hotels are cheaper in Providence versus Boston, so try and, make arrangements to be in Providence, because it's closer to the stadium too. And the traffic's like almost zero compared to Boston. Trying to get in and out of Boston's a goddamn nightmare, especially the airport. That airport's such trash. So
Sounds like a
it'll be
good time, bro.
I'm excited.
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
what we're doing for tailgate yet. That's still up in the air. It's just that we're going to run out of time fast. I mean, almost a month from now, we're going to be talking, training camp's going to be open. And the next thing you know, they're going to be talking about, the Hall of Fame game and, oh, shit, we're 3 weeks away from the start of the season. It's like, goddamn.
Read that up there. Read that.
Real shit.
True, too.
Where's piano at?
All right, Raider. It looks like we're going to end up getting a place in downtown Providence called, oh, my God. Why am I drawing a blank on it now? Blake's Tavern. It's an Irish pub. So, but it's a nice place. I'm actually going to probably go there tomorrow with the wife for lunch, and I want to take pictures of the inside and send it to who I need to send so they really get a good feel for how big the space is.
You know what, Ben? The Raiders got to go to Vegas. They got to be a winning team because nobody's going to go to their games. They're losing.
Nah.
They got to Vegas. They were decent. Then 1 year it was decent, and then they lose. They lose. Who in the Vegas right mind going to pay that money to go see a team lose? Because they got other championship teams there. What, the Aces and the Knights? They won championships. Raiders haven't won anything. So when they start winning, I guarantee you they'll probably pick up fan base in Vegas.
Yeah.
But we're world known, so it doesn't really matter. We don't hold.
Yeah, all right, Raider. It's on Washington Street, so it's right smack dab downtown. And the Raiders usually stay in Providence too at the Renaissance, right up by the Providence Place Mall. So hopefully we'll find out ahead of time that that's definitely where they're staying, because I will be making an appearance there like I did the last time they came here.
So where's that? Okay, cool, Kev. You know what? You're right. They do have fair weather fans, but think about it. Vegas didn't have a sports team forever, professional sports team. The only team they had was the Running Rebels. That was their team. They didn't have a sports team. Soon they got two before Raiders got there. These two teams won championships. Raiders got there, didn't win nothing. So they're gonna be fair weather fans because they're not used to having a professional team in that city. Because
What's up,
for a long time, the NFL they won.
Good,
the NFL, the NBA, not NBA, all the professional leagues, they want a team there because of the gambling. But now gambling is pretty much prevalent in everything. It's okay to have a team. So give it time.
What's good, boy?
Raiders got to win.
Dude, that's how much they're giving you for the parking passes in the parking lot now for Gillette. It's $300. Last I heard a few years ago, like 2014, they were like $120. Holy shit!
Yeah,
fucking doubled them.
Yeah, the regular season tickets for the
that's why it makes it so hard to do a fucking tailgate in the stadium parking lot. It's almost impossible. Who could fucking afford that? You're already paying, say, $300 plus for the ticket. Now you got to pay another $300 to park.
Yeah, it's $600 for 2 tickets for the Titans game, and then for the Niner game preseason, they're only $200 for 2 tickets.
What's up, Jack? I wonder what they charge if I'm gonna have to find out what they charge if you park in the handicap section, because they got a whole parking lot that's just for handicap, and they got a shuttle that takes you in.
Oh,
I wonder if they charge you for that. They shouldn't charge you for that, to be honest with you. I might have to check on that.
Yeah, the tickets, they went up, bro.
If you know what it is though, too, with the Patriots, if it's a whole new regime, it's Vrabel, former player, now coaching the team. McDumbass is back. They had a good draft. They had a decent offseason, free agents and everything. So there's new hope for this team, and you hear it around here. You hear everybody talking about it, just like we're talking about what the Raiders have done. That changes. Yeah. If this was still with Jared Mayo as the coach and the old regime and everything, ticket prices would have dropped again because they'd gone down a little bit last season.
Yeah, our shit went up,
get people in the stadium. Who wanted to go watch that shit. But now. Yeah. And now they're they're going to be they should be fairly decent. I think they're going to give the AFC East a run for their money. The only team they got to worry about, in all honesty, is the Bills.
Yeah,
division.
Well, when you look at our division,
and the Dolphins are going to be the Dolphins.
Yeah, when you look at our division too, if you look at just based on, like I said, I keep saying coaching staff, but when you look at the coaching staff, Look at all the head coaches we got in our division. Them dudes all really been through some shit and won some big games. You know what I mean? So, like, just based on that, it's going to be a competitive division, I feel like.
Well, you got 3 out of 4 head coaches who won a Super Bowl. 3 out of 4.
I do, Ben. I got a handicap plate.
Yeah, so
That's
do
what
I.
I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, so you got 3 out of 4 they won a Super Bowl, and 1 won a Natty. But so most of all these coaches are championship caliber coaches. That's our division. This is our division alone.
Yep. You know, you don't have that like in the AFC East right now. You know, the most celebrated coach you got in the AFC East right now is what's his name in McDermott up in Buffalo.
Yeah.
You know, everybody else is all, you know, Jets is Aaron Glenn first year. They have Vrabel first year with New England, but yeah, he had success.
Yeah, such a Tennessee. Man, they fired him for some unknown reason. I don't know what that was all about, but yeah, he already had success.
Yeah, and then you look at the starting quarterbacks in the division we got too. I mean, you know, they all really got potential to really do some damage.
Mm-hmm.
But now we can say the same thing. Now
yeah, exactly.
We can.
That's what
now
I'm
we
saying.
can. You know, we going against my McCry baby,
Herbert,
Sherbert,
that's still the truth.
and Bo Dix. You know, we got to go against those guys. But like I said, Bo Nix was a rookie last year. Let's see if he does the same thing he did last year, this year.
Yeah.
So,
which I mean, he had more time with Sean Payton on the offseason and all that. So I mean, if he's a good quarterback and Sean Payton's a good coach, which obviously you know he is, they're going to really do some damage.
We'll see. I hope not. We'll see. I hope he does. I hope he stinks to bed.
I just hope the fucking Chiefs don't go back and do it again. That's what I hope.
Tyreek wrist injury. Tyreek has a wrist injury. Is he still on Dolphins?
Who? Tyreek? Yeah, as of right now. Yeah,
Tennessee fell off when they traded.
Two is definitely one stiff breeze away from getting another concussion. I mean, it ain't going to take much, and I guarantee the next one he gets is going to push him to the brink of possibly retirement because any more concussions after that, he's just going to be a pile of mush as he gets older.
He's going to be forced out. He got the lead.
He's going to be a fucking major issue as he gets older, man.
I think
the concussions so close to each other, back to back, almost. That's tough, man.
I think NFL probably force him out and say, "No, that's it for you. You have to force retire because you can't be liable."
You become a liability, and then you're on the hook for him for the rest of his life too. I mean, he should still be. You know, his insurance through the NFL should still be covering him for the rest of his life, which is what these old school players are still going through. You know, trying to get medical coverage for their issues.
Yeah,
these guys have such a rough life.
They're gonna have family
from the Dolphins.
Yeah, family sue them later on in life. They're gonna what you guys did to my boy. You know he was hurt. You still in play, so we're suing you, and that's another liability for the NFL.
Robert Pennant was good, bro. Thank you for tapping in.
What's up, Robert? Yeah. What's going on, brother?
Yeah, man. You look at
it's a good turnout tonight so far.
You look at Tua.
Not for me. I only got one white person watching, so I'm fine.
You think they would have retired that dude after that?
Only one person watching. $50 million guaranteed. He's owed that much?
Jack Kenna was good, bro.
No wonder they can't trade him.
Robert Penna, I'm here for you, Chris. Yes, sir.
Yeah, there you go. So you got one more in there now.
Now I got 2. Thank you, Robert Penna.
Look up. You should see it above you, Chris. The little eye above me. Just put your cursor over it, and it'll tell you how many are in your channel.
Not my channel.
What do you mean?
I just got there because I whined like a little girl. So yeah, everybody's watching my channel. I'm always playing. I say that. I got
he's over here crying that there's nobody. He's got 5 people in his channel.
I got one person that watches my channel on a regular. I know that person is. He's a good guy.
Yeah, it's you.
Yeah, exactly. I'm guaranteed to get the viewing hours.
It'd be like that.
Well, because I tend to put up the channel of whoever's in the chat with, whoever's on the show with me. I put their channel up.
No, you guys make sure you watch Chili too, man. Sure, watch all
in the background.
Yeah, we got Piano Man in the chat over here.
Who the hell said his name 3 times?
Somebody did. Probably Jason Downs. I
All
wouldn't
right,
doubt
I
it.
want to go back to this real quick right here.
There
This
he
is
is.
this is too good to pass up. Faded says if the NHL doesn't give their players dentally, y'all think the NFL gonna give old cats anything? Yeah, it's so true though. Yeah, that's funny.
Don't delete your boy. Piano Man, all right.
What's up, you little bitch? What's going on, Piano Man? What's up?
Oh shit.
Where's
Let's
all them
talk.
500 people, those viewers that you were supposed to bring? All those 20 Charger fans.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him.
He was pushing on a Captain Jack's channel the other day. I can get you 150
I
views.
seen that. I was
for a
actually watching
show.
it.
Watch
Yeah,
that.
watch this. I'm like, what? How?
150 Charger fans. Does not that mean the world? It's only like 9. I don't know.
It covers every Charger fan alive.
Yeah. G fan, what's good, brother? There you go.
So what time? What days you gonna set up for it? What day? So I know to go. I don't have notification regardless, but what days you?
Yeah. So yeah, my schedule kind of changed on me. So it's like Monday, Tuesday, I'm free after 5 my time Pacific,
Mm-hmm.
and then Saturday, Sunday, I'm pretty much free all day.
Okay.
So I could pretty much do those 4 days back to back. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Which
Just let me
will
know.
I think
I have
it'll be all right.
notification, but just, I want to so I can support you, support me, because I'm gonna start doing more lives when
Yeah.
things happen, because I don't want to sit there and talk about nothing. Just
Exactly.
what's
Yeah.
happening? Because
Hey, bro.
then you bore people.
Hey, if you're doing solos, bro, I'll jump in with you. Like I got no problem.
All right, no problem. Bro.
If you're open to it, it's up to you.
Oh
Either
no,
way.
I do lives. I leave it open for anybody to jump in.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Like I said, there's nothing to talk about. There's nothing really. Which like I told Jeff earlier, good news.
Yeah.
No news is good news.
No, Faded
Nobody-
420. Jess is a Raiders fan.
I'm a Raider fan,
He's-
bro.
Yeah, he's wearing a Fresno
This is just where I'm
jacket
from.
right now.
That's where
And
you're
what
from.
I read. Yeah, Fresno State college team.
It's Piano Man that's the Chargers fan.
Yeah, he's out of pocket.
The one, the only in the world.
I got him in
Chargers
chat
fan.
actually right now. I think my mods are going off on him. I gotta check in with that.
Is he?
Yeah, he's in my chat. I got G Fam in there. I got Bruno. I'm not Bruno in there. Yeah, they'll get him. They'll get him.
No, Nagman's on right now too. Try to forget he goes on at 9.
Yeah.
Let me bring up Jess.
Did you read up on that bankruptcy thing with AP?
I didn't get a chance to. Oh wow, they already deleted him. I just jumped into your channel again real quick. I'm like, holy shit, he's gone already.
They probably gonna jump on mine.
No, I haven't, but I got to.
Yeah, it's crazy. Detroit God, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's that more to do with his wife than anything else. But it is what it is.
Piano Man said East Coast Gridiron is his lawyer.
Dude, that was hilarious.
I was watching your boy.
Yeah, it was Mumford he jumped on. That was absolutely hilarious to watch that. He's like a big kid, man. He's like an old kid. It's great. I love it.
So the big thing now is they're talking about, because I watch your boy Q, good guy. I watch him. They're talking about 5 teams that was in playoff last year. Which 5 teams will make it this year? Thoughts on that? Anybody?
Say that again.
What was that?
Okay. 5 teams from the playoffs last season are not going to make it this season to the playoffs. The 5 teams. There are five teams. Who do you think that's not going to make it this year's playoffs? They got quiet.
Eagles.
Vikings is one of them.
Yeah, I said Vikings one. Yeah, I said that too.
I don't know. They got JJ McCarthy coming out, so I mean, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, okay.
Five in the NFC or just overall NFL?
The whole league. You can pick 4 out of the NFC and 1 in the AFC, or you can pick whatever. The whole league, 5 teams.
The Chargers.
No doubt. The Chiefs.
They'll make it.
I
Yeah,
don't
they'll
think
make
so.
it.
This
They
year, I don't
always,
know.
they always squeak
I
in
mean,
there.
they're still the team to beat in the AFC until they
There's
get
somebody-
knocked out.
This is
So.
the year, bro. They're gonna. I feel
I
like.
hope
I'm
we
trying to think of
don't.
who was in it last year from both leagues. So
Yeah, me too. I'm trying to.
so far I said Minnesota, the Chargers, 49ers weren't in it. Houston Texans.
No,
You
they'll
don't think
make
they'll
it.
go?
They'll make it.
No.
They'll make it.
No, I think Cincinnati is going to take their spot.
Texas is in a weak division. They're in the South, so they'll make it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Did Pittsburgh make it last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, they made
They're
it.
not making it this year.
I don't think so either.
I can't see them making it this year.
And Tampa Bay won last year, didn't they?
They'll make it.
You think they'll make it again? Did they go?
They're in the weak division. They're in the South too. They did the same thing with the Texans. They both in there.
I would have to look. I would have to look and
I
see
don't
who
think-
made it.
Anybody, Tampa Bay, only team they have in the division is Carolina, New Orleans, and Atlanta Falcons.
Atlanta.
And neither one of those three teams did anything to improve themselves this year. So they'll make it. Same thing with the Texans. Only they got the Colts, they got the Jaguars, and who else? Colts, Jaguars. Damn. Drawing a blank. Who else does South have, guys?
I
AFC
got to
South.
look at who was in the play. I don't remember who made the playoff.
The Packers went to the playoffs too. I think they'll go again.
Okay.
Commanders, Vikings.
Okay, so here's the wild card.
Rams.
Chargers, Texans, Steelers, Baltimore, Broncos, Bills, Green Bay, Eagles, Tampa Bay, the Commanders.
I think he gave up. Yeah, he sure did, bro.
I think who's not gonna make it is gonna be
Luke to the
Vikings,
range.
like you said.
I'll be right
Denver,
back, Jeff.
sure. Denver, I don't think they're gonna make it. Steelers, I don't think they're gonna make it. That's 3, right?
I think the biggest turnover is going to come on the AFC side.
Yeah, I think 3 teams not gonna make it in the AFC.
Yeah, my 3 I'm picking from that is going to be the Texans, the Chargers, and the Steelers don't make it.
Texas is gonna make it, dude. Why Texas not gonna make it? Why Texas not gonna make it? Who's in the division?
You're cutting out.
Okay, the Texans. Why they not make? What's in the division? Who's in the division? Can you hear me? You got the Colts, the Jaguars.
Yeah.
Who else in the
Yeah.
division? God damn it! I'm drawing a blank.
Texans, the Titans.
Titans. So out those 4 teams, who do you think is a better team?
Hey, you asked the question. I'm answering it.
I'm asking a question. Why
I
is that?
don't know.
Who's going to win the division? You think Texas not going to win that division?
Jacksonville Jaguars are going to win it.
No, you can flip that.
I don't know.
Yeah, you do. You're a smart looking man. Like I said, looking. I ain't say you were. I said looking.
All right, so let's do this. Chargers and Steelers don't make it in the AFC. I have a feeling the Lions aren't going to make it. No, I'm sorry. Packers aren't going to make it. Vikings aren't going to make it. So there's 4. So I need one more. I think the Commanders are going to be right back in it too.
Me too.
Eagles, yes.
Mm-hmm. They might repeat because this got better.
The Bills will be there. I mean, in all honesty, it could be the Broncos making it as the winner of the West and the Chiefs getting bumped. That is a possibility. There's no two ways about that.
Mm-hmm.
I can only come up with 4 that I think would be definite out this year. That's Packers, Vikings, Chargers, Steelers. that fifth one's not an easy one to come up with.
The AFC's kind of rough too. Think about it. NFC pretty much, you know.
Hey Jeff.
Yeah.
Hey, how do I sound right now? Like how do I sound?
Like you're 2 rooms away from your mic.
Yeah, you're real low.
All right.
You're clear, but you're low.
Like you're sitting in the bathroom and your mic's out in the living room somewhere.
They
I'm
want.
taking a shit. I'm taking a
They
shit.
want. They want to picture that. Thanks for it.
All right, I'm gonna switch over real quick.
Turn your mic up on your settings. See if that works.
Screw you, Bruno. At least the other night when we asked Jack, who's your, what play you want to bring back, I named a name immediately. Jack analyzed, 70,000 freaking NFL players that he'd want to bring back. He couldn't even settle on one.
Who's your name?
Which is why we told him it can't be Otto, because he would have just said Otto. I wanted him to think of someone else. I didn't want him to, bring
Yeah,
fucking Venn diagram and start, charting it out who the player was going to be.
Hey, yo, Chris.
Yeah.
How I sound?
You still sound low. I can hear you clearly, but it's still kind of low.
That's fine. Yeah, like I said, I'm getting me a new microphone here pretty soon too. So
There you go. You get closer to the mic, we can hear you better. Because you're kind of sitting back.
Dixon.
What's up, Dixon? What's up, brother? Yeah, I kind of agree with this too. It could be harder for Washington, but I don't know, man. I still think they're going to be good.
Jack Kenner, bro. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate it, brother.
Chris, who did you piss off at YouTube?
I'm about to give Jack a wrench.
What do you mean what pissed off? What are you talking about, Jack? Clarify.
I don't know.
I don't know, Jack. What are you talking about?
Hey, Chris, how many more subscribers you got recently? Because you're up to 173 now.
We got one more today.
Jess, you're at 63.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Yeah.
Jack Kenner, what is playing stuff?
I gained 2 tonight.
Jack Kenner, brother, you got a wrench. You're wrenched up, bro.
I got 1. So
I think I got 2, Jeff.
Thank you, brother.
I got 2 from you, Jeff.
2 what? Oh,
since
2
we started, since we started the live.
I normally pop in the algorithm, not tonight.
We're gonna get Chris in the algorithm, bro. That's what we're here for.
Oh, that's what he meant. Okay.
Oh, why didn't it pop up? I don't know.
Shout out Jack though.
Thanks, Jack.
I like how it goes on that show with the Charger fans and the
Wild Wild West show.
Yeah.
All right, Jack. I gotta check on that. I don't know why it didn't pop up. I'll check on that. I don't know what I did.
Jack standing up for the nation.
Made it jealous because I got a deep voice and a new mic. I don't know. Just no. Get the guy off.
Do you give a wrench?
Raider Rebel was good, brother.
Oh, Rebel answered the question. What's up, Rebel? How you doing, brother? He goes, Steelers, Chargers, Lions, Vikings, Commanders.
I think the Commanders will make it. The only person I don't probably got to worry about is Philadelphia. I don't think the Cowboys are going to do anything.
Cowboys are trash, bro.
Fucking Jason. Piano Man admitted that being gay is truly a pain in the ass.
Good. About time.
Hey, G-Fam, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. That's awesome, man.
I agree, Detroit God. I think they'll get there. I think they'll get there, bro.
Jason Downs.
What's up, Nutty Nate? What's going on, brother?
Nutty Nate, what's good, brother?
Hey, what's up, Nate?
Patriots 12. What's up, man? How you doing tonight, man? Welcome to the show. Yeah, that's just a stupid moniker that came out. I think it was on a Monday night game where they called them America's team. Let's see.
That was a long time ago, man.
Yeah.
And
so
every time
gave out 5 memberships. Alfredo got 1, Diesel got 1, Jeffrey got 1, Jack Kenner got 1, and Leo Cheeto Linus got the other.
And every time the Cowboys played during that time, there's always on freaking TV, and I hated that. It was America's team. Like, no, it's not. That's your goddamn team, not mine. I hated that crap.
See, I agree with Matt on this. I think that would be the only reason why, obviously, is with them losing both their coordinators. Man, that's a tough one to overcome. I could see losing one, especially on the defense side, but man, to lose your offensive coordinator, the way they had that team rolling.
They let both of them. Because you remember, well, the head coach and wasn't doing that good until he got Ben Johnson in there. They wasn't really doing anything. So let's see how they work now.
Oh, Bueno, he said that kid's name's after one gay football team and glazing another gay team. People just hate Raider fans, bro. I don't know what it is.
No, people hate Raiders, period. Anything with Raiders on it, they hate it.
Yep.
Raiders are love-hate. You either love the Raiders or you hate them. They know, like, yeah, they're a good team. No, you either like them or you hate them.
Yeah.
Point blank.
Yeah,
I like it. I don't love the hate. You can hate all you want to. What have you done lately? Like, I had some, my daughter's
What's up, Gravy?
What's going on?
Welcome.
Hey,
Shout out, Gravy.
The whole family were Charger fans, so we went to one of their daughter's birthday parties, and they said, hey, you like football? I said, I love football. Why? Who's your team? I said, Raiders. We feel sorry for you. I looked at them like, why? What's your team?
Yeah.
Chargers. And I said, you feel sorry for me? How many
Yeah.
Super Bowls do you guys have?
Chargers are fucking trash, dude.
Get out of here. Don't feel sorry for me.
Yeah.
You guys win. You get on paper. You guys are Super Bowl champs on paper. But in real life, you guys are chumps. Hey, Gravy. What's up, bro?
Yeah, Dixon, you're right. He is a great coach, but man, that's still a tough one to overcome, man, losing both your coordinators. That can't be easy.
No.
You know, especially when they've been there for as long as they've been with him since the start, if I'm not mistaken.
No, Ben Johnson came the second year. He was the head coach.
Did he?
Yeah.
But still.
But then they got to start everything all over again. All the schemes and all the play calls and all. They got to do everything all over. Basically, the new team.
Yeah.
Got the same players, but now it's got different, verbiage and all that stuff. She's back-to-back champion.
Got a
Here we go. Chiefs back-to-back champs is in the house. What's up, brother?
Hey, what's up?
He goes, man, hope the Raiders can win at least 4 games this year.
Yeah, me too.
I don't think 4 is going to be a problem. I mean, we're going to play you guys twice, so there's 2 games right there.
There's 2 wins right there.
We're going to play the Chargers 2 times. There's 2 more wins, so we're already ahead of the game before we even get out of our division.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, good luck.
The donkeys will just turn them into glue.
Oh, Jack Kid's on your channel because you got a wrench now? Well, lucky you, Jack. I'm taking yours away to my channel.
Yeah, Chris was good. Drop a comment.
Jack, you are fired. Get out of here.
Why, did he get booted out of the Wild Wild West show the other night?
Who did?
That'd be funny if he did. Piano Boy.
Yeah, hey, shout out Gravy, bro. My dog. Shout out Gravy. Raider Nation Live, too. Shout them dudes out.
Yeah, Matt, I'm not far off from that. I mean, when I broke down the schedule a few weeks ago,
you say
I said 9.
I came up with 11.
11.
Yeah.
I was shocked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so this was my thing, bro. I said we could get 10 to 11 too. But there's there's always those games, bro, that you should win that you fucking lose. So
I don't think so. Yeah. I don't think it's this year.
That's what I'm saying. With this coaching staff, bro, like no doubt.
So Dixon cited with a super chat here. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. When Raider fans root for sorry teams, I say fuck them. Teams they won't root for us. It's us against everyone. Oh hell, it always has been, man.
Okay,
Jeff. World, man.
Hey Jeff.
Hey Jeff.
So like let's just say Raiders were out of it. Who do you go for after that? Like in a season?
Nobody.
Nobody at all?
Anybody can be.
Are you asking me like who's my second favorite team?
No, not like second favorite team, but like I hope they, you know what I mean? Like I hope they go do some type shit.
I have a real easy philosophy. It's Raiders first and Raiders only. Yep. If the Raiders are out, I want anyone that's playing against either the
division.
Chiefs, Chargers, or Broncos,
Yeah.
and anyone the Patriots are playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll root for any team that's playing against any one of those 4 teams.
Yep.
So, needless to say, this past Super Bowl, as we were all Eagle fans that
We were all
day,
Eagle
cheering and
fans.
hoping the Eagles were going to win. And
Hey,
they
I was
did,
happy, bro. I was happy with that. I was happy.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'll root for anybody. I don't root for anybody but the Raiders. I mean, if they're out of it, like Jeff said, if they might go against our AFC rivals, I want them to beat the pants off of them.
That just showed us how the refs did those motherfuckers the whole year, bro.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah,
because just before the Super Bowl, all that shit broke. All that news broke.
Did you see how Mahomes is running around? Mahomes is running around like a fucking chicken with his head cut off the whole game.
Yep.
And I was like, look at this
you
guy.
know damn well that the NFL headquarters office and anybody that was on the rules committee were watching that game with a fine-tooth comb. They were going to catch anything they could that looked a little suspicious. And you know what? The Chiefs looked human for once. They looked like an average football team.
They weren't getting those calls. They were not getting any calls.
That's what I'm saying.
You know, Mahomes was getting that personal foul. He looked at me kind of funny. Red, throw a flag. Okay. 15-yard personal foul. They wouldn't get none of those calls.
Dixon, you know what? Don't. I know what you're saying there. I hope the Lions win the Super Bowl. I get that. If we're not in it, I want to see someone that's going to win a Super Bowl for their very first time. Minus,
I said the Commanders. That's what I was.
Well, that's not their first time, but
but that's like who I was like. Oh, I hope they go and do some last year.
But Detroit hasn't even been to a Super Bowl yet.
No, it's a shame that it didn't happen when Barry was there. You know, I'm a big supporter of some of these players that earn the right through the years, no matter what team they were on. Certain teams, you know, you'd love to see them, you know, go out with a championship. You know,
to give their blood and guts and
like
glory.
Barry Sanders never went out with a championship.
They
I would have loved to have seen that. What?
I was saying, you're right. I said sacrifice their. I was saying like undertone. They sacrificed their body, their soul, everything into the game, and never got anything. Go ahead.
Bueno, shut up. Appreciate you.
Yeah, Matt, like too. That there's certain games that I wish a giant sinkhole would like open up in the middle of the field, swallow both teams up, and then seal back up, and it's like, oh, game over. No one wins. You know? Like that game he just mentioned, the 49ers Chiefs Super Bowl, that would have been a perfect game for it. You know, would have been happy as a pig in shit for that game.
Yeah, like you said, Jeff, I'm always against who's going against our division.
Yeah, I don't want to see anyone else in our division go further. If it's not us, it's no one. That's how I look at it. You know.
Yeah, that's again. This is how I go about it. If it ain't us, then I'm like, all right, who's not in our like you said, if you ain't in our division, I'll root for you to beat the Chiefs and the Chargers and the Broncos any day. Give a fuck who it is.
I mean, that's why I was praying to God that it was going to be Buffalo in there instead of the Chiefs. That would have just made it easier at that point because then I would have been I don't care who wins that at that point. I don't hate or despise either team. You know. I would have liked to seen Buffalo win that one because the Eagles already been there, done that.
Yeah,
because I like Josh. I like Allen. I like Josh Allen. I think he's a great quarterback.
He's from he's from Central Valley, bro. That's why I'm a big Bills fan. And like,
is he?
Yeah, he's from Fireball. Not too far from
You're
Fresno.
A big Bills fan?
No, I got one uncle in my family because I'm Native American, so like, you know, the Bills.
You just said you're a big Bills fan.
No.
So you're a Raiders fan.
I'm a Raiders fan, not a Bills fan. I'm Josh Allen fan. My bad.
What's up, Alec? What's up, brother? Welcome.
I got one uncle in my family that's a Bills fan, and dude, like, he was all excited, and I'm like, dude, you guys are like the Steelers. You guys always go to the fucking playoffs, bro, but never go to the Super Bowl. He's like, yeah. But no, I fuck with Josh Allen, bro. He's that dude. He's a dog, man. Especially the way he tucks his shoulder when he's running.
I wish Burrow was. We have Burrow.
Yeah. Hey, LSU.
I like, bro. He's a tough kid, man. So is Josh Allen's a tough son of a bitch, man.
That's why I like Daniels too, because I don't know those LSU guys, man. Them dudes are fucking. Those dudes are beasts. I mean, I know. Daniels played with Arizona, but when he went to LSU, he was that guy.
I used to be
Yeah,
with
see, Frank, what's up, we the people? Welcome in. Frank, I get that too because I've had people say that to me too. Like, oh,
That's the same way, Frank.
the Raiders aren't in it. You don't root for the team from the West that's still in it. No, I can't.
I know.
Hey, what's up?
I'll root for an AFC team if one of those four are out. Yeah, as long as it's not the Patriots.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oops.
What's up, Navy Vet? What's going on, brother? How you doing?
With the people, what's good, bro?
Yeah, I'm not with that. I used to be with that a while back, but not no more. It's Raider only. Did it die in it? I'll wait for teams to beat, like you said, anybody beat the Chargers, the Donkeys, and the Quees. I'm with that.
Rock, he said, does Geno break every car season record right off?
No.
I don't know.
Car been too long, man. 9 years. No way he can break any kind of record.
Yeah, I fuck with Carr, Adams.
I don't think so because I'm telling you, we're going to be a run-first team. That's how this team's going to be built. If it's not, I'll be shocked. So, Is he going to throw for over 4,000 yards? Maybe not. I would have to caution more on the side of no. I think it's going to be a run-first team. That's just my feeling.
Yeah, we've
got the weapons to throw the ball all over the field. Yeah, we've got the quarterback that can throw the ball all over the field, but it may start off that way to open up the run game, though. Once it all depends on how we start off. I cannot wait for that game, man. God.
So, how do you see our first 3 games playing out with New England? I believe it's the Chargers and then the Commanders. What do you see our record? So those first 3 games, what do you see our record being?
2-1.
1-2. Yeah, I said 2-1.
2-1.
I think we lose to the Commanders.
I see us losing to the beating the Pats, losing to the Chargers, losing to the Commanders.
No.
But I think we get our first win in SoFi this year when we play the Chargers in LA. I think we beat them this year in SoFi.
I don't think we'll lose Chargers at home. I don't think that.
I hope not. I hope I'm wrong.
Commanders, that could be a loss, but I don't think we're losing Chargers at home. We lost a home opener, twice in a row now?
I hope not.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people on the team last year, that's on the team now still, had that nasty taste in their mouth when we played the Carolina Panthers, and they're not going to let that happen.
Oh, that was disgusting, bro. When you beat the Ravens and lose to the fucking Panthers, come on now.
No, wait a minute. When I did this schedule with you, Chris, I had us sweeping the Chargers, didn't I?
Yep.
Because I had the Broncos sweeping us and us splitting with the Chiefs. Because I had us 3-3 in the division. Okay, I did have us for all right. So it was 3-1.
So you're going.
Because I know I said we beat the Patriots because I think we come out and shocked the world game 1, and people are like, "Whoa, what the fuck just happened?"
Yeah, I did a post actually on YouTube, and I had us going with 9 wins. But like I said, I don't know. I think we could easily go 10-11. Honestly, without being biased, I honestly think we could.
Well, Jeff did his thing. He said 11 wins. I was shocked to hear him say that.
I don't know how the hell I got to 11, but I did.
Yeah, because I think I had us losing to the Cowboys or some shit like that, but it should have been a win.
Oh, I don't see that.
Whoever didn't see it, go check it out and then just tell me what you fucking think about it, because that's.
I had losing to the Giants on a fluke play, man, that beat us. I don't know why, because those are teams that the Raiders have always had problems with. Teams they should beat, they lose.
That's what I'm saying.
Those are trap games. I'm scared of those trap games.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
My game for that is Jacksonville. I think Jacksonville's a trap game. It's the game after the bye week. We're not that great after the bye week sometimes for the most part.
But we got a good bye week landed on a good week.
Yeah, later in the
Well,
season.
it's
Yeah.
right smack dab in the middle of the season, which is good. It's not a super early bye week. I would prefer one later in the season, especially if we're contending for a playoff spot. I'd rather have that rest towards the end, But I will take right smack dab in the middle like that.
All right, you want to hear you want to hear my season prediction on the schedule? I got to pull it up right.
Go for it.
You want to pull the schedule up? Hold on, man.
Let me see.
Oh my god, why am I on it?
Oh.
Let me see if I can get it right here. No, I'll just read it off to you guys.
Can you see that? Make it bigger.
That's what she says. Can you make it bigger?
All right, I'll just read it off to you guys what I got right here.
There's all the screen, but if you can't see it, can you see it?
I'm on my phone right now, and I can see it. I can see it fine.
Okay. So first again, New England, what you got? What you got, Chewy?
I got a dub.
Just one.
Yeah.
Chargers Monday Night Football. What you got?
I got a dub.
That's two. At the Commanders.
I got a loss.
Okay. Week 4. Chicago at home.
I got a loss.
So now we're 2-2.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Colts at the Colts.
I got a dub.
3-2. Titans home.
Dub.
4-2. At the Chiefs.
I got a loss.
4-3. Got a bye. Now we come up to Jacksonville Jaguars at home.
I got a dub.
Okay. What was the record? Damn, I lost the record. What was that say? 5?
5-3.
5-3. At the Donkeys.
I got a loss.
5-4. Cowboys.
Loss.
We're 500 now. 5-5. Browns.
Wait a minute, did you have us losing to Chicago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
At home.
really?
Yeah, because like I said, like you get those games that like you should win, but like you know what I mean? I don't know, because I feel like Chicago, like they got some shit going on over there. That's one of those games, like you said, how you got.
That's the only one I disagreed with you on right now out of what you said. I'm going out for a cigarette. I'm still listening. I got my earbud in.
Not good. Cleveland Browns at home. They're 5-5 now, right?
I got a dub against the Browns.
That's 6-5. Chargers.
I got that one at a loss.
So it's 6-6 now.
Yeah. Denver dub.
7-6. Eagles.
Loss.
7-7. At Houston.
Loss.
7-8. Now we're losing that. Now we're losing season now.
And in the last two games we win.
So Giants and that. So now we're 9-8.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go what I'm gonna say. Watch this. Let's go to the top. So we got the Patriots, right?
Detroit.
Yeah, I don't count preseason. Patriots, I'll say win. That's 1. I say Chargers will win. But the Commanders will lost. So we're 2-1. The Bears will win that game at home. That's 3-1. Colts will win that. We're 4-1 now. Tennessee scares me. Don't know why I pick as a loss. Because sometimes they have a big game, or sometimes they don't. I gave a loss to Tennessee. I don't know why I did it. 4-2. Chiefs 4-3. Bye. Jacksonville 4-4. Broncos, we win that game. We're 5-5. 5-4. Cowboys beat the pants off them. 6-4. Browns, we're 7-4. At the Chargers, we'll lose. We're 7-5. Broncos, I say win that game. 8-5. Eagles are lost. Was that 7-5, 7-6? Houston, we win. 8-6. Giants and this. So now we're these last 2 games. I think we'll win. So now we're 10-7. That's what I looked at. It's something about that Titan game that scares me. I don't know why that one game scares me. That and the Giants, the teams that we should beat, we always manage to lose to them for some odd reason. So I'm going 10-7.
Yeah, no, like, and that's what I'm saying to the chat because they're like, oh, 9-8, whoop de whoop. Like, that's what I'm saying. There's those games like the Bears, that's iffy to me, and the Cowboys, I don't know why, but like Jeff said on the Jaguars, that's iffy to me. So if we could get those, that's 11 wins. Which
What's up, Ducky? How you doing, brother?
That's what I'm saying. It's kind of up in the air. I say 9 just to be realistic, but I really think 11.
Yeah, that's realistic.
Yeah.
I would go for anything more than 4 wins, but I don't want to just get we won 5 games this year. No. We got a minimum at least double the outcome of last year. 8 wins, okay, well, at least double that. 9 wins, fine. 10 wins, even better. That 10 wins, and the way it is now in the AFC,
Yeah.
it's sniffing the playoffs. It depends on other teams. Other teams do. But I don't want to depend on other teams. Well, they got to win this game or the Reds get in, or they got to lose the game or the Reds get in. I don't want to depend on that. That's what happened to the Duckies last year. That's why Chiefs lost that game on purpose because they didn't want to face the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah.
Because Cincinnati Bengals are Chiefs. That's their kryptonite. They know it. Joe Burrow is their kryptonite.
Yeah, no doubt. And we got Rock. We got Rock right here. He said, why win when you can tank a few and get a quarterback? 9-8 doesn't get us anywhere on the road to Super Bowl. It doesn't.
What's up, brother?
It doesn't get us on the road to Super Bowl, but that's just a step. Like to go to 4-9, bro. Like you cannot be mad at that. Like you know what I mean. I don't expect the team to turn around overnight and do it within a short period of time because sometimes it takes time for the coaches to get used to the players and the players to get used to the coaches.
Shout out to the guys that just joined our station, guys. Mobile, thanks for coming in, everybody. Make sure you like, subscribe to our channels. Chewy's down channel. You guys put up for me.
Yeah. No, I get you, Rock.
Yep, channel.
Yeah, Rock. I agree, bro. The main goal is a Super Bowl, but you know what I mean. Like sometimes it just don't happen within one season.
You can't put your expectations so high and hope that happens. I hope it does too. We never know. It could happen, but don't get the expectations so high. No, everything is new now. Everything is going to be different than what we used to seeing. So you can't get the expectations too high. Super Bowl, yeah, great. I hope we do. Yeah. And not go to play it, but go in and win the damn thing.
Yeah, for sure, no doubt. Like Ducky said too, you don't have to be bad to draft well. Exactly. Look at the Eagles. They draft well all the time, and they always in there. Jahad Campbell was a great pickup.
Yeah, I like Jahad.
Yeah, that's who I actually wanted to help out with that linebacker group. And actually to see him go to the Eagles is like, fuck, man. Like they're like them dudes are going to be good again, especially on that defense. No doubt.
They took a guy, I think they'll win 10 games by hook or crook, how they win. Just win, baby. That's all it's about.
Yeah, Detroit. I say 9 just to be kind of realistic, but I think 11. You know what I mean? I think we could get 11.
Yeah. Look at the schedule. It depends on how fast we come out the box. If we come out moving slow, we're gonna have a hard time getting those games in.
Yeah, and we got our bye week lands on a great week, bro. Like you cannot complain. Like you know what I mean? Smack kind of middle.
We should be fine.
That's what you want. That's why, Alec, I agree. I wanted Jahad. I'm surprised and for him to go to the Eagles is like fuck. Like they're gonna be sad.
Well, Raiders feel it wasn't a need, I guess. They had other plans. Like I said, it's their plans they have in place. Because in the draft day, they passed some players like why they didn't pick him, but there's a reason why they didn't or why they did. So I'm gonna trust this regime over the last few regimes. And then speaking of that, did you guys see that thing Telesco said on I forgot the name of that show? He said he wanted Daniels. And he said he didn't want to trade for no other quarterback besides Jaden Daniels. He didn't want to trade for anybody else besides Jaden Daniels. So that's what he's saying. He's saying that I thought I'll be there longer. Well, you wasn't. But he still did decent in the draft. He did draft a few good guys.
And I kind of feel him on that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if he kind of knew, like, hey, like, this is your year to do it. I mean, like, I kind of get where he's coming from. You know what I mean? With that whole, hey, if I would have knew I had 1 year, maybe shit would have been different. Instead, he tried to, you know, like you said, I thought I would have been here, and I thought the head coach would have been here, you know, a little bit longer than what we had.
Well, this problem was he can get along to head coach. That was his big issue. You don't see
but that draft pick was a great fucking pick.
What pick?
The Bowers pick.
Oh, that just fell his lap. I really don't count that as a pick. He did pick him because he really had no choice.
No,
I think that just fell his lap because everybody picked all these quarterbacks and he just fell drop. Because Bowers was supposed to be a top 5 pick.
No. So this is what I'm saying though is
I credit him for JPJ. I give him credit for JPJ and Glaze. I give him credit for that. That's all I give credit for.
But Bowers was his deal too. But that's what I'm saying. Like for, you know what I mean? Like for him to, he thought he would have had more years to come. So he thought, you know, I got a couple years to kind of rebuild this team. Whether if he kind of knew he only had like, this is your one shot to do it, you know what I mean? He would have did otherwise. Which I kind of feel on that. Like, you know what I mean? I don't really agree with how the team was last year, but I kind of get where dude's coming from without trying to be biased.
Yeah, I understand what he was. I understand what he was trying to do because he assumed he'll be a couple of years or so, 3 years, whatever.
Yeah.
And, like I said, the best player available, he got Bowers, which, you know, if he didn't pick him, then it'd been a problem.
You know, that's the other thing, too. If we would have gotten Jaden Daniels, that would have fucked us for a long time because you wouldn't have the players that we drafted in the last year's draft. Wouldn't have
we lost a lot of capital.
I wouldn't have Glaze. You know,
no.
We'd be stuck for a while. We'd have a great quarterback, no choice about it, but he'd be getting his ass whooped back there because we had no weapons for him.
No running game, no blocking.
Okay, so I watched that. I watched that interview, right? What he did, and he said too. He's like, well, he even said if I would have drafted Daniels, he had like, you know, them guys, they have no weapons. They're gonna get crushed. So he's saying what you're saying. Like you go and draft a guy like Daniels with no O-line, no weapons. Like what do you really expect him to do for you?
Yeah.
But he also said this. He said that if we were to get Jet Daniels, we'd have gave him all our future. And I'm trying to build him.
We wouldn't have a first round pick this year either.
Exactly.
I've been 3 first rounders for the next 3 years, and probably some seconds. He said
so just like Rock said, we would be dead right now. We would be dead last in our division again, if not one. We'd have another high draft pick that we wouldn't have been able to use because
we don't have
given away again. You know, it would have been a Washington Commanders pick for next year's draft. You know, that would have sunk us. You know, and then we're wasting 2 years, almost 3 years of this quarterback's, you know, time to, you know, excel, and he'd be under duress too much. You know,
a lot of pressure from the nation.
Yep. And everybody would be like, well, we got the quarterback now. Yep. We got the
that's
quarterback.
all we got. That's all we have.
Yeah. That's what we got, the quarterback. Yep.
It's like this, Jeff.
You got the quarterback. Yep.
It's like this, Jeff. You go buy a car. Hey, look, this car's on sale. I'm gonna get it. Yeah, the car has no engine, no wheels, no driver's seat. It's still a car.
Not even there. You got to use a pair of vice grips. Look to the
it's no good.
The fucking steering column.
Well, I might get this with nothing else with it. It doesn't work. So
you'd be taking the steering wheel off your grandkid's Fisher Price little fucking vehicle and gluing it onto the steering wheel column because it didn't come with one.
What they call those cars?
Piecemealing this back together. It's going to take a while.
What they call those cars?
With a bigger wheel.
Those cars that the power wheels, battery charged cars. You should drive power wheel cars. If you drive that to work, I got to drive my kid's car to work.
Cut out the floorboard so you can Fred Flintstone that shit around town. No gas in the tank, but we look cool parked. Yeah, we I said, we got the quarterback. Yep.
Car got fresh paint job, nice rims, man. Look at that. Stereo sound good. Let's take it for a spin. It doesn't move. It just sits there. Oh, man. But yeah, I think you were saying like you. I watched it. I think you were saying he was making a lot of sense.
Yeah,
But as Raiders fans, we didn't see that until
exactly.
he finally opened his mouth. But I don't know what happened in the office between him and all that other stuff. Because when they fired AP, me and Jeff sat there. We did a live, I think. We was talking about AP. He did that press conference and he said he'd probably be there again next year. Nope, next day fired. And then say, "Oh, Lesko's still there." Nope. A couple days later, he's fired. So we're like, we both were wrong. Like, well, I guess that.
Yeah, I mean,
just go buy a Pinto. It only takes a cup of gas to fill it up. Yeah,
Yeah,
anything more than it'll blow up if it gets rear-ended.
I had a Pinto, man. Yeah, Carlos, that's my favorite car.
see, this is my thing though. Like with the coaching staff, like I know this year, off season, like might not have been that explosive, but just based on coaching staffers, bro, the coaching staff within the next couple of years, if like these guys are all still going to be here, just imagine all the players that are going to want to come and play for these guys. You know what I mean? Like imagine all these receivers and tight ends that are running, you know what I mean, that are going to want to play come for Chip Kelly, and all the defensive guys that are going to want to come and play for Carroll and Graham. Like that's what I think about. Players like to come play for good coaches, and I feel like that's kind of what we got going on.
Well, that's why you got a lot of players now want to decide they want to sign with the Raiders now all of a sudden. The ones that didn't before, now they say, "Oh, I want to come to the Raiders." Now you want to come. No.
Coaches
We
play a role.
said 4 receiver Rousey. Well, you got the wrong guy.
Hey, Jack, check your email.
Fucking Jag.
Yeah, he says, you go, Montana, there's nobody there. There's nobody over there. Tell you. Montana's like where I live. It's a barren wasteland.
Yeah, but me as a Fresno State fan, just born and raised, like I was so fucking happy, bro, when Adams and Card were able to, go to the Raiders. But that didn't last too long.
It could have.
But I give it to Card, for taking us to where he did. I mean, probably.
Steven. Oh my God.
That's what I put up there earlier. Yeah, the Rattles at 65.
Oh.
Dude, you remember in the 80s, the big rental car was the Chevy Chevettes? Remember those
Yeah, it
little
was.
Yeah, get your lineman checked out, bro.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Like if you went to like Florida for the weekend, you went to Disney World and your parents rented a car. Like I remember that's what we rented when I was a kid. It was a 4-door Chevy Chevette, the little fucking rear hatch on it.
I agree, bro.
We were everywhere. It was the same car. Every freaking rental car joint had the same goddamn cars.
You go to Hertz or anybody, it's like, yeah, we got the compact. Oh, not compact. What's it? Midsize. It was midsize.
Yeah.
California Tri-Tip's the best, Jack.
So yeah, like that's crazy. Tri-Tip sucks, man.
Pedal power fire truck when he was. I did.
Yeah. Tri-Tip sucks.
What wide receiver do you think is gonna pretty much step up and take that one? I know Myers is pretty much kind of set, but
Myers not number one. Myers not number one receiver. He's the number 2.
I don't know. Just based on he's a good role model.
Okay.
He is, but that doesn't make him number one. That makes him a big veteran.
Yeah, he's not a 1.
He's got that veteran presence that these receivers are going to look up to, and they're going to be able to learn from him.
Who do you think will play 1?
Myers is a good possession receiver. He's a great possession receiver. No drop passes. He's a great number 2 receiver. So I don't think he'd be number 1 because he really can't get on a field like some receivers can.
I mean, he was forced into the number 1 spot last year because of Devontae left. So he was forced into that position, unfortunately.
So then you're looking upon a rookie to take number 1.
Who?
I mean, obviously the number 1 passing threat option for us is Brock Bowers. But I know what you're asking. You're asking who's going to be the number 1 wide receiver. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, traditionally, Jacoby has not been that number 1 wide receiver. He filled in that slot last year because of that fact, though, because we had nothing else out there. There was no one else on the roster that could be a number 1. He was the number 1/2 between him and Bowers. Those were your 2 primary guys. They were the only 2 catching the ball on a consistent basis.
You got to remember, Myers came from New England, though. He wasn't number 1 there neither. He was a slot receiver. So that was his thing. So he was never really a number one. I think number one is going to be between two people. It's going to be between Thornton and I forgot the guy's name, because they can stretch the field and they do the different things. But Myers is going to be number two because he's a receiver to get that double team. That way Myers can cook. You know, he can get out there and get those clutch receptions for 10 yards, 15 yards.
No, I agree.
Tugger's going to be a gadget guy. He's going to be out there on certain plays, but I don't know. They said Thornton looking good. Thornton looking good out there in practice. So,
like, obviously, it's not Tucker. So, like, you know, like sometimes these coaches they'll kind of go, you know, like sometimes they'll be like, oh, he's a rookie, so you know what I mean. They'll play the number one with the veteran, and you know what I mean. How they kind of play that role with, you know what I mean. Start the veteran at the number one and have them lead these rookies, and maybe after year two, you know, one of these rookies will become our number one, but. You know, it all depends on performance. That's what it all comes down to.
But an offensive player with Chip Kelly run, there really is no number one receiver.
But this is the thing. I was talking about this the other day. The thing I like about Chip Kelly is Chip Kelly came from the college world, so he knows how all these players are. Because you know he was in the college world. He done seen how all these college players were in college. He got he got hands-on experience with all these guys. So him coming. You know, with the new draft and the new league and all that, he you know what I mean? He kind of knows how a lot of these draft picks are going to turn out just based on past performances in college.
Okay, man, that's just a question. Chip Clay was the head coach of Philadelphia Eagles. Can you name the number one receiver for Philadelphia Eagles when he coached?
No, not off the rip of my head.
Can anybody chat name the number one receiver? He really didn't have a number one receiver. He, I don't remember, but I don't remember. I was asking, did he have one? I don't think he really had a number one receiver. He had receivers do different things, and they come in and out. Hey, Jack.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head.
What's up, fellas?
Not Jackson, yeah.
I was going to say John Jackson. I think that's who was there that era.
Yeah. It was somebody else.
Yeah, CHRIS4, Chewy. Congratulations on your first show. I'm sorry I couldn't been there, dude. You know, your first show was like on the same time when I was doing mine. So people are hopping off, you know, my chat to go to your chat, you know, your show. So congratulations on your first show, bro.
Hey, I appreciate your support, bro. Hell yeah, I appreciate it.
Dude, that's awesome. And I even saw you on tonight. Like, you know, I got there a little bit late, but I'm accepted in, you know, Broncos, the Donkeys fans, you know, shit. Yeah. So I saw you on like Bill and Spence's channel. I will say for a Donkey show, they are like, you know, another respecting channel, like as being Broncos fan.
Yeah, they are.
I saw you on earlier in the chat. So they even gave you an extra shout out at the end of the night, bro. So,
wow. Yeah. I got like, I think 4 or 5 followers off of it.
Nice.
Yeah. No, them dudes are cool, man.
Jess is running the circuit tour here.
Yeah, no, you know, I just jump on and do my thing, bro. Like, you know what I mean? I just be cool. That's what I'm about. You know what I mean? I just network and try to be cool with everybody, and you know what I mean? I'm open to whatever you know what I mean? I'm not here to hate on any teams or anything, but you know, Raiders till I die. But
right, but you know that's a good one to go on. It's like, you know, I do a couple, you know, donkey stuff, not going on to shows, but going to chats. Just because I can say my piece, and because NHRT network, I won't get kicked off. So when
I go to other channels, this is the main thing I think about is Piano Man. Okay, I don't want to enter a fucking channel and be like Piano Man, where I make the Raider Nation look like a bunch of dumb fucking ignorant people. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not like that, bro. Like, I'm open to any team. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's not. I'm like when I go to other channels, bro, I try to represent everybody else. Like, I don't go to bat.
Just be respectful. Just that's all you have to do.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm about, bro. Like,
I mean, I've done jet shows. Like, you know, I've gone on like way back in the day was KC stuff. So I'm actually looking for KC hosts. Like, I wish KC Hefe would come out here. He used to troll a long time ago, way before you boys. But I wish he was out there. I like to bring him on. I even talked about doing a show with him. Just we could talk shit.
I was telling Jeff and Chris earlier how I like the show that you go on with the Richie Rich and the dude that looks like Dan Campbell, the fucking Chargers guy.
DZ?
Yeah. Yeah, no, like that's why I was telling Jeff earlier, like, you know what I mean? I like how you go and represent Raider Nation like that.
No, thank you, man. It's like that's the reason why I went there. It's like, you know your friend's close, right? You know, I go on all you boys shows. You know, I want to see all the Raider stuff, but I also want to learn. You know what I mean? There's always a learning curve because I don't give a crap about any of those teams. So I want to hear, like, you know, their opinions and look at certain players when they're talking about them. They get all hyped up and stuff. So, like, you know, last year, like, was, you know, Spillane was looking like an all-pro. I mean, I was loving me since Spillane. It's like I still love him now.
Yeah.
And then, you know, the Denver host, Richie, was like, you know, Spillane's good, but my linebacker's even better. I'm like, what? No, dude. And I had to go look it up. And I'm like, dude, the numbers were actually better. I'm like, you got to be killing me. But it was true. Well, I'm just glad he got hurt. Like, you know, pretty much halfway through the season, gone for the season. I'm like, good, dude. Glad that mofo's gone.
Yeah, no doubt. Rock said it too. You don't got no haters, you ain't doing shit right. I agree.
Right? You got to have haters. That's why the NFL, you know, the NFL and like other teams hate us. You know, I'm going to have to ask this question. I'm not going to do this next show, but I'm going to ask, you know, after, because we're doing the defense next week. We're rating all positional players, like who's got the best, who's got the worst, you know, rate them 1 through 4. But I think the week after that, I'm going to have to sit there and ask about, I've never asked one, who is your rival? So I'm going to ask this now on the show, like to all you guys. Who's your rival in the AFC West? Based on generation, the answer is going to probably be different.
Yeah, I mean, mine is the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Mine's
Just like you
Broncos.
said. Like you said, generation.
Hey, Jay, I go do something. 'Cause I just heard that for a long time back in the day, it was always the Chargers. That was the Oakland Raiders rivals for a long time.
But Jack nailed it. He said based on generation.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I say back in the day, it was the Chiefs or Chargers. That's what I'm talking about. It was back in the day, it was the Chargers because Chiefs and the Donkeys was a nobodies. They were nothing. It was always been the Chargers.
Yeah.
I know how you said as I came in on that. He said generation. My generation was those damn San Diego Chargers then.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How about you, Jeff?
Yeah, I could go with that too, but I despise Denver more than anything. Number one, I thought the color of the uniforms was gross.
You like the Orange Crush?
And then that whole Orange Crush bullshit.
You didn't like the Orange Crush?
Tom Jackson, to this day, I can't stand him. He hates us.
Orange Crush.
Yeah, for me, guys, it's like
Kansas City.
Yeah, that's like you said, Jack. My generation, Kansas City. I feel like.
Yeah, your
Ducky
generation.
says fucking wall.
Yeah, I totally get it for your generation. It's like totally 100%. It's like, again, since a fan since 74, first game live 75. I got to agree with Jeff. I got to say it's the Donkeys, man. I fucking hate the Donkeys. So it's like, you know, Chris. So here's the thing. It's like, you know, here's a, you know, let me ask you this, since you dislike the Chargers that much, but I know you. So if it was the Niners and the Chargers in a Super Bowl, who would you pull for? Because I rooted when like the Kansas City team, KC came to our stadium like against the Niners. I actually had a root for KC because I hate the Niners not much.
Damn.
Can I answer that question?
Yeah, absolutely, bro.
Okay. If the Chargers are playing the Niners in the Super Bowl, you know what I'll go do? I'll go watch that sport where they take that rock and they roll down the ice and they knock things over. What they call that? I forgot that sport. They take the rock and they roll it.
When they get the brooms?
Yeah. What's that sport called? There's on the tip of my tongue. I would watch that. Then watch that Super Bowl.
G-Fam, I hate the team that
would your wife make you watch
hate
though?
for all of them.
Right?
Oh shit!
My wife can't make me do shit I don't want to do. If I don't watch the game, I won't watch it. But I
feel like no doubt though, like you know, like Jack said.
You said watch it. Okay, Watching y'all saying I'd rather watch. Damn, what's that sport called? God damn it, I love that sport. It's funny as hell, the brooms. But if I watch it, I wouldn't root for either one of those two teams. I hope they. Well, there's no such thing as a tie at Super Bowl. But I hope they both lose. You know, that's the way I feel. I root
Yeah,
for one.
I mean, I'm different, bro. Like my whole family is Niner fans, bro. So like,
Me
they're
too,
not in our
man.
division, so
And
it's
Chris
like
Ford's there too.
it's like yeah, they're not in our division. So like, when if they're up, I'm not gonna lie. You know what I mean? I'll root for them just based on family ties and all that kind of shit. But
Then Chewy, you must not be in the Bay Area then.
no, I'm in Central Valley.
What part of Central Valley?
I'm in Fresno, bro.
Oh, you're
State.
president?
Yeah, Bulldog. Fresno
Yeah,
State.
my family Rams, Cowboys, and 49ers. So in all three teams, I hate with a passion. The Cowboys more than anybody else. But
I mean, growing up,
I want to keep this going again, but I do want to ask Rock. Free entertainment too. Casey Hefe is hilarious. So Rock, I have a question for you. Because Casey Hefe and I I've known him for I don't know 4 or 5 years, but he kind of disappeared. He used to do the trolling like Piano Man at one point. But we've always gone along really well, unlike Piano Man and me. But he's always been like funny and a cool dude. If you know where he's at, let me know because I need a KC host, dude, on the Wild West show. And I said I want to do a show with him. We talked about it, so I think he would be a perfect replacement.
Hey, so has the guy not come back since the Super Bowl?
No, man. Alex, the guy you don't like, he left the show. He's having a kid, but he kind of left the show, and I think he kind of felt like weird. It's weird because Jeff, you said this many times. They don't let you talk between the two of them, right?
They don't.
But
they don't let you talk at all, man. They just like. Like,
but
he stood there like a mannequin half the time because he couldn't get a word in.
He couldn't word it, yeah.
It pissed me off watching. That's why I couldn't watch it.
Oh man, yeah, I'm not like that.
Like one put something in the chat, and then I can read it, and then plus keep just talking.
What channel is this?
Wild Wild West.
The Wild West show.
It's promoted by Captain Jack.
He left. He left the show to go with the old Chargers, representative, Coach Defense. Captain Jack left the show after Coach Defense left because Coach wanted to try to make more money and do his own thing. And then they brought in Robert, who's a young guy. So Robert, disrespected Cap in some way, which, again, what you know. So I always respect that, man. Whatever generation you are, what you know. Man, if someone came up from the 1960 and said, "Hey, Jack Kennedy, man, you don't know shit, dude. You came up in 75, 74. I'm like, I'd be like, you're right, man. I don't know the stuff from the 60s. That was before my time. So I just respect every generation that does this. Exactly. But Captain took offense to that.
No, Captain Jack's a good guy. I actually wanted to know last week, and he was just like, "Hey, whenever you want to come back, man, you're more than welcome." I mean, yeah, from my conversation with him, he's a great fucking dude.
He is a great dude.
Jack, Rock Up Back. I don't know if you can see it on your phone. He says, "Nah, bro, I haven't heard from Casey Hefe in a while. I feel bad. I roasted him and never came back." So,
well, I think that's funny, dude. I roasted him many times. He's roasted me many times. It's but I do like the guy, and we battle back in the chats, but. It was kind of cool. He was kind of, a lot of people blocked him. I know, Honcho blocked him, Graphic blocked him. You never coming back from the shows. But I've always liked talking with them because we can have respectful banter, and that's what it's about. There's a plug.
Some of these guys, which I know we probably will too when we start winning a lot of games. They get on a high horse, and they that's all they want to talk about is their team, which is we supposed to do. But sometimes they go overboard with it, when they're not allowing the chat to say something, or not allowing the other guests to say something. Like, for instance, if Jeff was a Charger fan, you were a Donkey fan, and Chewy was a Charger fan, I'm a Raider fan. Well, we can switch it around. If my team's winning, I'm not going to let you guys talk. and that's disrespectful to you guys and your teams. That's
Well,
why I feel what was going on over there.
That's what happened on the Wild Wild West. The
Yeah.
week before the Super Bowl, that Wednesday night show, I watched that one. And the guy that was this Chiefs fan that was on the show at the time, he wouldn't shut up. Jack, you were on that night, I think, too, right?
Yeah,
I think you
yeah,
were
I was.
on the show.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, I saw it.
Watched that. I watched that, and I was getting pissed because first of all, the guy didn't shut up. He was just Chiefs this, Chiefs that. They're the best, blah blah blah. And I think I sent Jack a text going, "Is this guy ever going to let someone else talk?" I mean, granted, yeah, I know your team's in the Super Bowl, great, but Jesus Christ, let someone else talk about the damn game. It's only an hour or 2 hour long show, and he just wouldn't stop. But it was funny how they got kind of beat up on the Super Bowl. Comes the following Wednesday, the next show. Guy wasn't there. Didn't hear a damn thing. I was like,
that is fact. That is fact. I do like Alex. I do like Alex. I will talk to him behind the scenes, but that is facts there, Jeff. He disappeared after the Super Bowl.
Yep. It's ridiculous.
Exactly.
It's like you talk all this talk and then show up when your team loses. So what's going to happen if this coming season Jess starts doing games this year? If we lose, is he just going to go, fuck it, I'm not going to do a show. I don't want to talk about it. No, you're still going to talk about it. That's how you're going to get a following if you give up that easy. And that's pretty much what this guy did. He just fuck it, we lost. Who cares? And you haven't seen him since.
It's the same thing with Charger fans. They would remember that show we did when they got to the playoffs. They were yakking.
Oh yeah, then there was ghosts after
and then when they got beat the first round, they don't show up.
And what was our exact words to those guys that night when they were talking all that shit? We said, well, we'll see you next week after you guys are out of the playoffs.
Yeah.
They got knocked out and didn't hear a word from them.
Nope. It's we're Raider fans. We're Raider Nation. We won 4 games last year, but we're still talking about our team.
Chris knows this one. So we were talking about me, Chris, and Lunatic, after the after party in Bakersfield.
A second. If we ever had a reason to quit and give up doing this shit, it was after this past season. But that's
it. We can start. No more Raiders. I'm done. No,
sorry, Jack. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
No, I thought this was super funny. So it's like, me, Chris, and Lunatic were having a conversation on the after party. And we're talking about linebackers. And Lunatic brought up a great point. He's like, man, Jack, dude, because I don't watch college football except for Notre Dame. So I watch Notre Dame. And it's like, he's like, man, we kind of fell short. Getting linebackers in our room. It's like, we only have one off-ball linebacker, and I would say it was Amari Gainer. And Lunatic's like, man, well, next year's class is going to be like the running back class of this year. Yeah, it's going to be huge. I'm like, he's like, well, let's put a Band-Aid on it for this year, and then next year, let's go get a linebacker. I'm like, well, that's super intelligent football talk. I'm loving it. And Chris knows this. Some dude shows up in a fucking 1-0 jersey for Herbert, and then Loon starts going nuts, dude. He started going nuts. He's like, you know what your 1-0 stands for? And the guy's all, what? He's like trying to talk smack. He's all, you got 1 Super Bowl in appearance and 0 Super Bowl wins. Oh my God, dude.
But he calmed down when he saw me. Amongst Nation was represented there. He kind of like, be quiet.
Well, they found out they played at rival high school, so they kind of chilled out and they drank a beer together. But that's what it is. But man, Loon went crazy.
Was beat down that night, you said?
Like to your point, Jack. Like to your point, Jack, about the next year's linebacker class, what Lunatic was talking about. The thing is that's why they signed Roberts and Devin White to the 1-year contract, because they know next year it's going to be a heavy linebacker class, so they can go pick and choose. Yeah, so that's why they get 1 year, 1 year prove deal, and they plus free agents.
That's why Loon was like, just put a Band-Aid on it this year and like go next year and get quality. Makes sense. I mean, I'm like, okay, I get that.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully we don't have to be in the top 6 next year. Like,
hopefully you're in the bottom 30, bottom 20, shit, like 27.
Yeah, we don't want to be up there. You know what I mean? Top 5.
No, I don't want number 1 overall pick next year. No, I don't want that.
No.
That means we only won 2 games.
And like somebody said in the chat earlier,
If we're picking in the top 10 next year, that means we had another shitty season. And
no, but even somebody in the chat, I forgot who it was. They said, you don't have to be top 10 to draft well. Like you know what I mean? Like, look at the Eagles.
Well, you know, Chewy, like it's like what you said, like, you know, Campbell. I'm like, you know, Jeff did his like the most amazing trade back draft, like, you know, got like fucking 50 picks. And it was like, you know, I remember like doing that show.
I was there for that. They're like, Jesus, man.
And but that's a hell of a pick for the Eagles to land them that far in the first round.
Right. I did it 2 trade backs, and I got Campbell at like number 12 or 13. And I'm like going, I'm loving this, dude. He's an off-ball linebacker. It's like, yeah.
But you got to look at the Eagles. You got to look at the Eagles. They get drafted so well in the past few years that they're not drafting for starters. They draft for backups. If you can make the starting line, great. But we already got a starter. You're going to come in here and be a backup for now. But in another year or two, develop, then you'll be the starter. Rare's not in that boat yet. We got to draft starters here every year. Damn near every year.
And Chris, you're right, dude. It's like, you know, all the people that the Eagles let go, they would get 3rd round comps for the players they let go because they're getting too much money.
Right.
I think Jaha Campbell would have started if he would have drafted him.
I agree.
I don't think they really saw a need for that, so that's why they didn't draft him. I think they saw other things.
They've had adults in the room for a while, so they've built something nice there. It took them a little bit to get it solidified, but man, they're there.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Keep rotating the pieces to the puzzle now. You know,
that's what I'm saying.
So next year's draft, we don't have to be desperate for players and stuff like that. We can like, you know what, we can use a help on this side. Let's get this guy. Help on that side. Let's get this guy. We ain't gotta be desperate or trade up to get this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
What Detroit got. So we've been making bad decisions with our draft assets for almost a decade. Absolutely.
Exactly right.
You know, there's been a few picks in there that were like, wow, that's awesome. Oh, we scored. But then there were a lot of like these, like, what the fuck? What are we doing?
Yeah,
what the hell was that?
John Gruden era for sure is like, you know, letting John Gruden do the 1st round draft pick and let Mike Mayock doing the rest. It's like John Gruden doesn't know how to draft for shit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like last year, like that's a great pick. So if Genty could pull off being a great
pick, Max Crosby wasn't his pick. It was the fucking janitor, or the field, one of the field guys, maintenance guys. That said,
maintenance guys that told him to pick on him. Yeah.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
Talking about Darren Waller?
No, like, you know how we got Bowers, and you know now we got Genty.
Oh, he just fell to us.
You know, like if Genty could really pull out to be somebody great, bro, like this would not be a back-to-back draft that I would not feel bad about at all.
Absolutely not. I mean, we got 11 draft picks. I mean, we neglected the offense for long enough. And it's like, you know, we put a lot of picks on that offense. And it's like, you know, so it's like, I'm looking forward to it. I think we're going to have probably the best, in my opinion, just my opinion, probably the best offense in the AFC West coming into this year. But defensive wise, we did lose a lot of talent. And I'm not going to harp on it. You know, we've had this conversation before, like most of you guys on Spain and stuff. But
well, we didn't lose the defensive guys. We lost the other regime defensive guys. This is Pete Carroll's defense and Patrick Grant's defense, who they wanted to bring in. So we lost the guys that were picked by other regimes. So you know that's what it is. Because this defense is going to be a little different than it was in the past few years. How they going to run defense? Even Patrick Graham said it. It kind of sneaked out what he said. They're going to run. I'm like, what the hell? So you change the defense up?
Yeah, no, like
defense is going to be a lot different than last year.
If you just look at the team in all, really, it's like if you really look at it, like it's like a whole new. It's going to be a whole new thing, bro.
Robert Pena, I'm Bueno Rebel. Salute, brothers.
Yeah, it's gonna be different. Everything will look totally different than when you used to custom, like
especially it's sitting right up here on the shelf, but I ain't putting that shit on. No way.
Oh, Vegemite, ain't that your favorite food now?
Yeah,
let me see take a bite. I seen your super chat.
What's up, Desiree?
Oh, there's an old school right there, man. Desert Raider, dude. My
Desiree.
boy.
What's up, Desiree?
Way
Salute.
old school.
Put that on your linguine tonight, Jeff.
Linguini.
That's linguine. So Vegemite linguine.
How do you know that's what I call my
Linguine.
unit? Linguini.
Well, I'm not going there. Sorry.
Oh, that's one way never I get it touched. That's for sure. No, I'm just
Yeah.
What's good, bro? What's good?
What's
Hey,
up,
this is
Des?
my boy right here. He's actually a local
Sonic.
a music artist in Fresno, California. So
Yeah, I know who he is.
everybody check him out.
Yeah, I know who he is. My nephew likes him.
The Sensei?
Yeah, young in the Sensei. Yeah, he's a local Fresno artist, music artist.
Nice.
Yeah, my nephew
Well, good
likes
luck,
him.
man.
Yeah, no, that's my
Chewy,
boy.
where were you in Bakersfield, bro? Like that's close.
No, yeah. So I said it. So it was supposed to be in June, but they had moved it back to May, and May was my daughter's birthday.
Oh, okay, I get it, bro.
Yeah, like I wasn't financially like you know what I mean, with the birthday and all that. I wouldn't really be able to make it out there. So I was kind of bummed out that they had moved it back. I was like, fuck, no, I can't make it. You know what I mean? But
No, family first, though. Family's always come first, man.
yeah, no doubt.
Rare
Yeah.
nation, but family definitely come first. This is
Yes,
we are
sir.
a family.
Yeah.
Jack Kenneth's my twin brother, man, from another planet.
Absolutely, dude. Me and Chris chopped it up for a couple hours.
He's Jack Kenneth's from the planet of giants, man. That dude's like 8 feet tall.
I'm sure he's gonna be at the Niner game or the Titan game. You know, just tap in, you know, drop a comment, whatever, hit me up, Discord.
You know what, Frank? It's not, but it does smell like it's bland. It does smell like it's a major petroleum-based product. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, Jack, you going to the games this year?
No, I'm not going to go to any games this year, bro.
How about next year? We'll come and go to a game next year.
I can't do it because I got a son who's at San Jose State and tuition's like $28K a year, and he's got flight hours at $100 an hour, and I need to get it's going to cost me $120,000, dude, to get his flight hours done. So I was talking to D-Lo about that, about, you know, military and stuff for him. Like, D-Lo's like, man, let me chop it up with your son, dude.
You're in the military, right?
No, he's not military. I'm trying to get him in the military.
You were.
I'm trying to get some Air Force Reserve hours, like, you know, pay for those flight hours. Like, dude, 1,200 hours at $100 a pop, man, that can't afford that.
Damn.
That's why I'm not going to any games. So probably not this year or next year, but once he's done, then hell yeah, Chris, dude, we got to meet up for some games, bro.
We are going to Bakersfield next year, right? I'm
going to Bakersfield next year for sure.
I'll be there. If it's not May or April, I'll be there.
I don't care if it's October. I'm going.
October's my birthday, so.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to you. Take yourself on a trip.
Yeah. Yeah, August is I usually go to all, you know, like I try to go to the preseason games just based on me and my
I like it. Niece like it too.
Me and my lady's anniversary is in August, so we always go out there to Vegas and do our thing out there.
Well, now I'm more healthy. I can travel a little bit better now. Before I couldn't, but now I can. So I'm be doing a lot more.
Just a quick PSA to everybody that's in the chat. If you haven't already, make sure you get over to everybody's channel that's on the screen here. You got myself, 401 Raider Jeff, then you got CHRIS4RAIDERS podcast. Make sure you get over to his channel, hit that sub, hit the notification, give him a thumbs up. He's streaming right now. Down below him is Chewy, aka Jess, Chewy's NFL games and news. Make sure you go over to his channel. He just started his channel last week or so. Make sure you give him the sub, thumbs up, hit the notifications. Jack doesn't really have a channel, but he does do shows on Captain Jack's platform on Wednesday nights called the Wild Wild West Show. So make sure you guys check that out. It's him and a representative from the other three teams in the AFC West, and they talk it up about their teams and how the AFC West is shaping up for this coming season. So it's a good show. I've watched it many a times.
Jack's like one of those guys. You have a house party, he'll show up uninvited, but you're glad he's there. You know what I mean? It's not a party. Hey, I'm Jack. I'm coming in. Who invited you? Nobody did. But we're happy you're here, and you're happy he's there. Right. You know, he's that kind of guy. You know, it's not anything bad I'm saying about Jack. He's one of the guys that I'm glad he showed up. That's what he
You know,
does.
and usually on Friday nights, Chris and I put this show together. It used to be Turf and Rundown that did this on
Right,
Friday
right.
nights. We kind of took it over for a little while Turf was on hiatus, going to his daughter's gymnastics up in Minnesota. He had some hardship in the family in the last month or so with his father's passing. Right now,
Sorry,
he's
Chris.
got track events going on for his son, so he's up super early on Saturday, so he doesn't really have the time to commit to do this right now. So Chris and I are just keeping that torch held for him and doing these Friday night pull-up shows. So we usually started off just him and I, and then after a little
Right
while,
up.
we open it up to anybody that wants to
Jackson,
come on
like-
and get on camera. Anything you guys
Right.
want to promote here, to do
Yeah.
boys.
No, shout out Turf though, bro. He's
Jack,
a
Jack,
solid
you like
dude,
that
man.
analogy, Jack?
Turf's awesome, man.
Yeah, I fuck with Turf, man. He's a good guy.
Jack, do you like that analogy I described you how you are? Did you like that?
Oh, I thought it was funny, dude. I'm always welcome. I feel like the welcome mat's always open up there for me, bro. So I love it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, I'm probably a mod of like 90% of all the Raider YouTube shows that are going on. So I love all my brothers, dude. I love all my brothers. People ask me like, dude, damn. I get hit behind the scenes like, dude, you do go on or like be in a chat of so many shows. I'm like, because we're Raider Nation, man. We're one family. So
exactly.
Support everybody.
Yeah.
Support everyone that's out there that's doing this, because it ain't you guys are paying. You guys are paying for this stuff. I'm doing this for free. So it's like I'm not paying for any of this. It's like, so I respect all you guys and I respect everyone that does this. And you know what? So Chewy, when you come out next year, bro, and you see it, it's like it was so cool spending all the hours. Like the time went by like, clicks of fingers, just talking to all the Raider YouTubers. I mean, literally, Chris knows this. He got to chat with everyone. Chris and I talked for like 2.5 hours.
Yeah, I couldn't get away from this guy, but he kept following me. Like,
He couldn't run away.
Oh, you kept following me, dude.
You can't get away from that.
You kept coming back to the smoking section. So
I'm in the bathroom, Jack, while we still talking. I'm trying to use the bathroom. Leave me alone.
hey,
I really want
you to the bathroom, Chris. I'll tell you that now.
Jack was awesome. Jack, man, he saw me. He walked up to me, man, all his 8-foot height, and introduced himself. Man, Jack is one of the nicest guys you can ever meet. I'll tell you that right now. Do you meet Jack in
I'll believe
person?
it when I meet him.
No, he is. Jack is awesome.
Hey, Jeff, I tried to get Jeff to come to the after party with me, Loon, 805, Severe, Myra, Sacktown. I tried, so I'm glad he came out and did it. So
you tried getting Jeff there. What are you talking about? I wasn't there.
No, I meant to get Chris there. I'm like, I just want him to go, dude. And I tried to get Jay in LVR. I tried to get LVR. I tried to get
well, LVR has a girlfriend now. I think they want to do something else, and then Leo.
Well, Jeff, I got it. Or Jay. I'm sorry, Jay. I got it. He had his 3 kids there, so.
As baby.
So Jay had all 3 of his young kids there. So I'm like, I got that, and then Leo too. I tried to get Leo to come out there too.
He has nephew with him.
Yeah, I'll be out there next year. If it's not
Gravy wanted to go, but D-Lo was like, I saw what you guys need to do, like to do your shows if you go like remote. When I went on that live in Bakersfield,
there's a lot to do. There's a lot of setup you have to do, man, and all that stuff.
There was a lot.
Yeah, I looked at it like, wow, there's a lot of setup. My first time going, I saw how they did it. These guys are veterans. I'm new to this, so I see what they have, what they do, and the things they had to go through. I think, maybe in 2-3 years, maybe I'll be there to do that. But that's going to have fun.
Yeah, D-Lo, like Jack, check this out before we go on his live. And I looked up below the table, underneath the tablecloth. And I'm like, holy crap!
That was a lady's dress looking up. There wasn't a tablecloth, it was a lady's dress looking up.
There was a lot of stuff out there, man. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, it's a lot to get put into it.
I'm only on my cell phone, so it's like pretty basic stuff. But to do a live, away from the stuff, it's like that's nuts.
Bruno.
And also salute Gabe too, dude.
Bruno, is Nate's whip? He's lucky because Nate has a very beautiful young lady, man, that's taking care of his butt. She was like on top. She was like making sure he got things done and he'd be done.
What's up,
Gravy?
Gravy.
I was just talking about your show, bro.
What's
Salute,
up, Gravy?
brother? Dude, I talked to Gravy for a couple hours too. I think I talked to Gravy more than anyone else in the whole time at Bakersfield.
Because Graves always had a good conversation, man. He was the first person
I'm on YouTube.
He was the first person that I had looked for when I got there. I said, I got to find Coach Gravy. I got to find him. I saw him.
What's good, Gravy?
Yeah, you found me, bro. You found me real quick.
Yeah, I was looking for you. I have my radar on. My
What's up?
Gravy radar on.
What's going on, man?
Salute, brother.
Who we got? Chewy. What's up, Chewy? My Fresno partner. What's up, man?
What's
How
up,
you
my
doing?
boy? I'm great. I'm great.
Fresno right here. You got to cause damage all over you guys now.
Oh yeah, yeah. You know what it is.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
we need
repping
this
the
low.
Fresno
We'll get the
deal right
3-pack.
now.
We'll get the 3-pack with you.
Oh yeah. I just actually ordered them fucking 12-pack on Uber Eats, bro. They charged me like $24.
That's it. That's
yeah,
it.
that's kind of tax. I was like, God damn.
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
We're doing good,
I'm
Gravy.
all right.
I hear you.
Good,
I hear
Gravy.
you. What's up, bro? I had YouTube on. I was watching something else. I was watching some Raider shit. I had
That's
it on.
right.
I was hearing both different things. So, what's up? What were you saying, Ken? I'm sorry.
Oh, dude, it was good to see you, bro, dude. I was so happy to meet you and talk to you for a long time. Dude, I had a good time chopping it up with you, dude. I hope you're going to Bakersfield next year. And next year, I hope you said you were going to go to the after party, but you said Lowe didn't want to go. So I hope next year you talk him into it.
I'm wild. I'm too wild for Lowe, but I'm too wild. I'm too wild for Lowe. I was having a good time, but it was a long ass day.
It was.
And standing around, I was just fresh off like 3 weeks off another surgery I had, so I was hurting a little bit. Nothing pills could take care of, but I forgot I left my pills in the truck, and there was no in and out. They wouldn't let me go. And I told them I need to go get some medicine. That is the bullshit story. So I didn't want to
even let
even.
nobody back in and out. That was some bullshit. Even your medical emergency, I need my pills. No, you still can't come back.
I didn't want to start shit with them. So
Yeah.
but I would have went if I would have did that. Then I would have went most definitely. Ken, I talked to Lou, and after you guys had a great time. That's what he told me.
Yeah, we did.
Oh man, it was cool. It's like Myra and Peaches. They were like doing karaoke, and it's like Myra was rolling some big old blunts, dude. So Sacktown was happy, dude. He got so mad that when you and me and Gabe were hanging out in the back part with Chris, and then Gabe's like, "Dude, Jack, you gotta smoke. You gotta smoke." I'm like, "I don't really smoke."
Yeah, you did.
And then you were there, dude. It's
did.
like, I'm like, "Okay, I'll take a puff, dude." Dude, Sacktown was not happy about that. He was not happy about that, dude.
You didn't get none?
No, I did. You were like, dude, you were pressuring me too, dude.
I'll
You gotta take a hit with Gabe.
I just wanted to talk, and we wanted to shut you up and say, "Hey, let's get high real quick, Kenna. Let's do something about that." We're smoking them cigarettes.
That was good, dude. It was good.
We're smoking them cigarettes. You're messing everybody's vibe up with them cigarettes you were smoking. So we said, give me some out. Make it feel better.
Man, Raider Nation Jason was smoking that shit too. Chris was smoking cigarettes too.
As a kid over here stitching on everybody.
I was smoking cigars and
What's up,
cigarettes.
OC Nation?
Kid over here stitching on everybody.
I know, right? What happened in Bakersfield stays in Bakersfield.
Hell no, we want to promote it, man. We want more people in Bakersfield next year, dude.
Dude,
Get it even bigger.
You know what?
I'll be out there for next year. I'll be out there.
Hey, Jack, did you know that they turned like 35 people away? 35 or 40 people. They say you can't come in because of police code, fire code. No, because you can buy tickets up there when you go to get a general ticket, but they're like 35 or 40 people away because they're full. That's how big it was. So next year, have a bigger venue.
Well, remember they moved it. It was at a bigger venue that was going to be outside, which, what Gravy told me and Gabe told me, it's like, Lowe told me, it's like that outside venue, they were supposed to do it. They moved it to the inside venue, which is good because last year, they ran out of water.
Yeah, I know. I was there. I went to the original one.
I
I didn't
felt
check
that.
the
I
update.
felt that, Kenna.
Yeah,
I paid $10. I paid $10 to some young lady just to give me a cup of ice.
Detroit God's over here looking at a box of Lucky Charms.
But they
I'm
did
so
good. They
high
did
right
good.
now.
They handled that real good
Slowly.
over there this time.
Oh my God.
But I'm looking forward for next time that Bakersfield.
It's so great. We was talking about how you feel about the upcoming season. You know, I already know you told. I think I talked to you about that. What do you think? How do you feel about it? Do you feel more confident now, or because the hype from last year with AP was false.
Oh yeah,
Was false.
coaching wise, very confident, happy. There's a couple of groups that I'm concerned about. If you watched the show yesterday, we hadn't got together in a while, so we got together yesterday evening and talked a little bit for about an hour. And I'm concerned with the. Well, first of all, I'm concerned with Wilkins' injury. Big concerned about that. They said it's re-injured. We don't know, whatever, but he needs to be there. It's a very, I'm not. He needs to either wait, go on injured reserve. He's not going to participate in OTAs. Don't expect him to. And
no.
If he put him on, let him come back week 5 or whatever he needs, because he needs to be healthy to play. I don't want can't be no bullshit messing around, injured players again.
Right.
Concerned with the linebackers. Everybody has this notion that we're set there, but we're not.
I don't think
we're
so.
not set there. We had a all pro ready to be linebacker. We lost him, and we think that we did a lateral move with this guy, and I don't think it's even close to a lateral move. We have a run stuffer. He's a run stuffer, yes, but our problem was defending the field and defending the middle of the field.
Yeah.
And I don't want to see that again. I'm concerned with our corners also. I think we need to pick up a corner. I've been saying we needed a corner. Not happy with that. So those are the concerns. But I'm overall, Chris. If that's your question, overall,
you guys on corners.
That was my question, because I know I pretty much had the same concern, but not necessarily cornerbacks. It's more like linebacker. I'm more worried about in the defensive tackle. Christian, we're gonna say that's what I'm worried about. Those two things on defense. Offense, I think we're pretty decent on that, because they got some good players in there on the line. At least they can compete. We got 2 good running backs. We'll see how JT does. We know what Mozart can do. Don't worry about that. Receivers, because Chewy asked who we think even number one wide receiver 1. But I was explaining to him, Chip Kelly really, even at Ohio State and Oregon, he really didn't have a number 1 receiver. He had a receiver that got open a lot, but he had a number 1 receiver.
Chris, that freshman he had last year is the best player in football right now.
Yeah, he is.
He's the best football player right now. He was the best last year. So.
And he comes out, but I know we won't get him.
He's a freshman last year. He's going to be a sophomore this
year. Yeah, I'm saying if he comes out, I hope we don't be that high up in the draft to get him.
He's the number 1 player. He was a number 1 receiver last year. So he had a guy, but he had 2 great running backs too.
Yeah, but I'm saying the labeling wise, he really, the wide receivers are this label 1, 2. And he said Jacoby Myers be number 1. Jacoby Myers is number 2, basically. So I'm not concerned about receivers. I think we got a couple guys in that can do it. Rotation.
We drafted 3 wide receivers. I feel good with that. I am concerned with the slot corner though. Harmon being number 1.
Back up, Jack. We drafted 2 wide receivers.
No, we drafted 3. Jack Best, Thornton, and then Tommy Malott, who was a quarterback that we're going to transition to a wide receiver.
I think he's going to return guy. I don't think he's going to receiver.
Well, I mean, it's possibly what it is, but they're moving him to wide receivers. So
that's his label.
I hope they play well.
Honestly, I think Malott sees the field as a wide receiver. I mean, I feel right now Trey Tucker's going to have a hard time seeing the field.
Yeah.
So it's like, Malott ain't going to do nothing but special teams or like gadget plays.
But
like I said, I feel like, with our slot corner, we all love Hobbs. I mean, I've watched all you guys do your stuff on your shows. We all love Hobbs as long as he's on the field. But he's not always on the field. But we looked at Harmon last year.
Harmon.
Harmon. And he was now our number one slot corner. He was a backup to Hobbs last year.
Darnay Holmes, not Harmon.
Oh, Holmes. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Holmes. All right. Yeah, he's a slot.
Yeah,
he actually has the same stats as Hobbs.
I don't see him like being a great slot corner. There's that kid from Cincinnati who's like 31 years old, like a 10-year vet.
Jay, back up. Look at Darnay Holmes compared to Hobbs. I'm not going to cut you off. But look at Darnay Holmes' stats compared to Hobbs. They're almost identical. Everybody, go ahead.
Again, I just don't feel like he's good at as good as a run. I don't think he's good in pass coverage. I mean, like, just my opinion.
Yeah, okay.
So I feel like that's our biggest weakness on our defense right now. And that's why I was saying that kid from, Cincinnati, he was like 31 years old. He's like a 10-year vet. His, again, we all don't put all that stock into PFF and all that type of stuff, but he's the best slot corner that's out there. If not, bring back Rasul Douglas and give him a shot. If not, if we're not going to do that, I don't like, I've seen some Raider tubers say this, put Bennett in the slot. And I'm like, I don't see Bennett as a slot cornerback at 5'10". I just don't see him as a slot corner. So maybe Ja'Cory Richardson
Bennett?
or maybe maybe like rotate like Paul Malo in there once in a while.
One thing, Jack, a slot corner has to have good tackling abilities and tackle to run.
Right.
And that's not a great tackler. He tackles, but he's not great. He cannot play slot because
I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah,
that's why I brought it up. It's like I just don't see it as some people are saying like, oh, he's getting kind of forced out of his position.
Corey Bennett.
Yeah, I'm sorry, JB's just not a slot corner, man.
No, he's not. No, he wasn't.
Didn't you just say he would be a slot corner? Did you just say that?
Mm-mm. No, not at all.
You mentioned that
on the depth chart right now. JB is starting at right corner, and left corner is Stokes. And Darnay Holmes is our
the slot.
Yeah, and
our nickel.
Yeah, and that's our weakest spot on this team.
But like I said though, Darnay Holmes is not a big name because we like the way Hobbs is.
Darnay Holmes is adequate for that. And Darnay Holmes is adequate to be a slot corner.
He had the same. Like I said, look at his stats compared to Hobbs in the amount of games. His stats are almost identical. He wasn't a splash play like Hobbs because we fell in love on his rookie. When he was a rookie, we fell in love with Hobbs. That's one thing Nation does. We fall in love with a player because of one splash play.
Hobbs was a dope ass slot corner.
But I still like Hobbs.
He's the best.
Yeah, I agree. I still like Hobbs.
He's the best. He's the best slot corner out there. And we lost him. We lost him.
But stay on the field, man. It's different. You got to stay on that field.
That we didn't replace Hobbs. We can't. But
nah.
There's nothing wrong with Darnay Holmes playing there. He did a good job. The middle of the field was always open. Tight ends were always falling against us, even when Nate Hobbs was in there. So, Darnay Holmes is adequate. The corners is what I'm worried about. The corners is. I'm not worried about safeties. I'm just the DBs that we have right now, super young. They're fast, okay. They hit, okay.
Physical, yeah.
Can you cover? And the guys we got aren't known for that. And when you got to sit back there and play zone, but there's 5 of you out there, your job is to cover. Not, we think that you got 5 DBs out there to stop the run. No, you put more linebackers and defensive linemen to be out there to stop the run. You don't put corners to stop the run.
Thank you, G-Fam.
So that's my concern. But to play zone and have the nickel and play 5 DBs, your defensive line has to be super dope.
Yeah.
To get to the quarterback, make them make bad decisions and things like that. So if you do that, then your nickel will work out just fine.
Well, I think they drafted and they picked up some guys on defensive line. Because Chris Wilkins, we don't know what his situation going to be. I think they got enough guys they can do a good rotation. Adam Beller's there, and they got some other guys in Tonka, a few other guys. The
They got
rotation will be good.
Latu.
Yeah, the rotation will be decent. It won't be the Christian Wilkins out there like we want. Hopefully, he gets better than what you say by week 5 or 6. They can get out there. So,
I mean, talking about the D line, I'm like, I don't know. How do you guys feel about Lockie Tossie moving over to the offensive line versus being like a nose tackle for the Raiders?
great move.
I kind of want to
He's not going to do anything on the offensive line either, bro. He's not going to do anything on the offensive line. He wasn't going to do anything on the defensive line.
Yeah,
he's a player. He's a player from a different country.
Get experience. He ain't starting.
No,
he's a player from a different country that's learning how to play American football. And the Raider Nation needs to step back a little bit and notice that, because it ain't gonna happen. He's a big motherfucker. Okay, that's cool.
Athletic and fast, yeah.
And he plays rugby. Rugby is not American football, and he doesn't know how to play it. And so we can't expect this dude to take Adam Butler's spot or be in there and do,
close.
It's just impossible. We can't think that way. I'm sorry to say that about my team, but it's not.
No, dude, I agree.
I agree with you too. Yeah, agree. Right.
Came in as a defensive lineman. He came in as a defensive lineman. Okay, it doesn't look like that's panning out real good, right?
Nope.
So now they're moving into the offensive lineman. If they do shit like that in the NFL, that doesn't happen. When do you see that? For players just like that. For players like that, learning the game. You're learning the game.
Put him offensive line is a lot less complicated than put him on defensive line, I think. That's my opinion only. Put him on there, okay, he can block, push, block, go right, go left, go up, go straight. What do you got to do?
They're teaching him.
Yeah. Teach him American football. He's learning American football. He's learning American football. This is how we play American football. Yeah. So being on offensive line, this is how you learn. You can see the techniques of the defensive lineman coming at him. You can see all these techniques.
Yes, exactly.
Well, here's the thing with him. He doesn't count against the 53-man roster. I don't know when that actually takes. I don't know when he actually will count towards that, but right now he doesn't count towards that 53. So this is a guy that you can experiment with, just what they're doing. Yeah. They brought him in as a defensive lineman. They're going to try him on the offensive side. I don't expect him to start at all anytime in the next year or two. He's a project, basically. He needs to learn the sport, just like Gravy said. Yeah. And again, as long as he doesn't count against the 53-man roster, you keep him buried on there. You keep him practicing, learning different attributes in the game. And yeah, he may work out in the long run. You don't know. Nobody knows. It's worth a shot. The guy's a monster. He's super strong. It could pan out to be something. Who knows? The big thing is he doesn't count towards the number. That's the biggest thing right now.
He doesn't count against the roster. With him.
You want to try to run him back? I'm a fucking running back. Who cares? It doesn't hurt. Put him whatever the hell you want.
Put him
in a field goal block. Big old 6'7" guy right in the middle. Put his hand up there.
There you go. Yeah, he's wide receiver one. Put him out there in the field, man. Nobody gonna better catch the ball.
He puts his hand up, and he's almost 10 feet tall at that point.
Yeah, he's like I think 7'6"
10 foot reach.
He's 7'6" when he set his hands up. 7'6".
I don't know if he's tall enough to be in pump. I don't know if he's fast enough to be pump block, but field goal block, I'm pretty sure you'll see Lucky Tossie in there, and that's the best you're gonna get from him in the years coming.
He's a special player. That's all. Gonna get in there and learn.
He's on the roster, and if they suit him up, and we play in games where we're blowing out the other team, guess what? Put his ass out there. See what he can do against talent.
Yeah, exactly.
Give him a shot. Why not? Put him out there at guard. Put him out there as defensive nose tackle. Just tell him, just move forward, knock the guy over in front of you, and just look for the ball. Whoever's got the ball, take him down, grab him, whatever.
Take out 3 offensive linemen right quick. Just take them out. Just take out 3 blocks right quick, and the other guys can get in there. That's what you got to do.
Yep. What's up, Lord Dog?
And I appreciate the. I like the enthusiasm for the kid and enthusiasm that but you can't say, hey, if Adam Butler gets hurt, we got Lucky Tossie right here to back him up. Come on, man, slow down a little bit. Sorry to say that, but let's chill a little bit. Dude's not even from this country playing football, so.
Wait,
I know it happens with other people that are grown in America, but he just got here.
Yeah, he got these guys that play football since they're Pop Warner since they were like grade school. And this
Yeah,
is
they
his
know how to
first time
play
he's
the
playing
game.
football, so he got to learn a lot. He has to learn a lot. Playing offensive line, he can learn a lot of full
Pro
American
game,
football.
the pro
Yeah,
game.
and the pros on top of that, not college pros. So
Mhm.
yeah, he got a lot to learn. So I don't put anything past him. What was that guy last year they got rid of? That other NS player? You never
Yeah,
saw
he
him
was a
on the field.
defensive lineman too. You know, they
You
well,
never
he
got on the field. Never.
yeah. But you got the rosters, but it doesn't put a dent in your growth.
What's up, Raider
It
Pete?
doesn't put a dent
Going on,
in
bro?
what you can have a guy to be on that roster spot that you can develop, that knows how to play the game, and you can develop that guy. You know,
Yeah.
I like the program. I appreciate the program. It's good to integrate people that from different countries into football because I love this game, and it's good that it gets spread around. That's a good program, and I'm sure he appreciates it too. But he's a Raider. Hey, you got the jersey on. I'm gonna roll with them, but we got to
Exactly.
slow down a little bit. I
Exactly.
mean,
As long as he's a Raider, that's all there is to it. He's a Raider.
yeah, fall in love with players, and I understand that it's a guy to root for, a guy to
Mm.
say, hey, Lucky, what's up? Let's go, let's get it going. A guy like that. But
What did he say? I would run Tasi at fullback for JJ Banks on a goal line. I don't know about that, but he's a rugby player, so he's not a push. So we'll see. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this season. I can't wait till it starts. I really can't.
it's ways away, but it'll get here.
Yeah,
I
again, to go
mean,
right.
Gravy,
Go
let me
fullback.
ask you this: as a coach and on different levels, and being around the sport for as long as you have, when you watch film on the OTAs and everything and the mini camps we've been doing, how excited do you get for anything you see in those footage? Does that do anything for you? Like, do you get excited when you see like, oh, he completed this pass, or
In some
Jesse
areas,
looks
Jeff,
good.
in some areas, I would concentrate on footwork, on offensive linemen,
Thank you.
defensive linemen,
Mhm.
hips is very important as far as the secondary is concerned. Um, the other positions is everybody's fast. Everybody can catch the ball. You're not put in situations. Um, how crisp your routes are. How crisp are they doing that stuff?
The
Um,
blood.
I've heard a lot of people say, well, who cares if they have pads on or not? It does matter. It does matter what they're doing now compared to when they put the pads on because you're defended. When you put the pads on, you're defended. Everybody looks good right now, right?
Yeah.
But you're just looking at footwork. The footwork's not going to change as far as offensive line, defensive line is concerned. So I would watch that more if in that area. And running back, the beginning processes of the running game, how it starts, and how because they're good. They have their depth chart already set already, Jeff. You know what I mean? It might move around in some areas. They pretty much know who the number one guys are. They say, hey, this guy's gonna come in. This is the guy that's gonna be. We know ain't nobody. We know Genty's the starter, right? And we know that JPJ's there. We know Miller's there. No one's messing with those. Grant is there. Meredith is in a competition, and then they might look at the little competitions and this time, is this guy pulling? Is this guy doing that? Because I've seen that the offensive lineman working on pulling drills, and Parham is really good at that, right?
Mhm.
But you look at the
That was the
size of
one
this
time.
guy. It's just
Yep, that was the one time this past season where I gave him a compliment. There was a
yeah,
play where he pulled on and he was ahead of the
yeah.
running back, and I was impressed with that.
He's
I
good at
gave him
that.
kudos on that one. Other than that, I trashed him all season long. When he had that game where they pulled him on a run play, I was like, God damn, man, he can move. I
The
think that
size of
also.
him, though, you could tell where Parham's at, where everybody's at. You can tell
Yeah,
because he's small. But I don't know if that pans out for him. I'm not really a Parham guy. I don't think it's going to be
I'm not
tough for
either.
him to make the squad. I think Mumford's in a tough position too to make the squad. I think these two young
Yeah,
I
guys,
agree.
I agree too.
you know,
So
these two
basically, you're
young
looking at
guys have to learn so much in such a short amount of time, man. They're gonna have to learn on the quick. What they call learn on the quick, Jeff. They're gonna learn in games. And we might get pissed off and say this guy's trash, but don't do that because they're rookies. And it's tough when you're a
yeah.
rookie in the pros because you can't look behind you like you do in college and see what's going on, because that's what college players do. That your back is to everything because it's that fast, and so that's the only position that everything happens. What happens behind you, you can't see. That's the only position, and then everything you see the result. The offensive linemen always see the result of the play, so it's tough for them young guys to understand that and focus on what they got to do. They don't look back. Don't look at what's going on ahead and what your next assignment is, in a way. Jeff, you know what that is. You guys, where you need to be, second level, you got to be right there. Don't do that in college, man. You dominate your guy. If you're a good offensive lineman in college, you dominate your guy. That's it. Go to the second level. Go get that corner. Go get that safety waiting the hell over there, 25 yards down. They don't do that. They gotta learn how to do that, and they gotta learn on the quick.
So basically, you're looking at what you say. You're looking at the most like the skill position, like the DBs and all that stuff. How their feet work, their footwork, and all that stuff. You're looking at that stuff more than anything else.
Hips.
Hips. Yeah, the hips. How they turn, how they react. Because a lot of times, they're not at the game speed yet, but they're gonna see their small techniques. That's what you're looking for, right? The techniques.
It's about knowing your assignment, right?
The speed ain't a problem, and I'm pretty sure I haven't seen it. I've been to camps when they went to Napa. I've never been one in Vegas, but what the coaches usually did is that they don't. The NFL isn't 7-on-7 football. I don't know. 7-on-7 is just like a game for young kids and high school players. You don't see college people doing 7-on-7. You don't see coaches doing that. They do 5-on-5s, just the special guys with the special guys. That's it. And then maybe an exchange with the quarterback in the center. That's it. There's no tight ends, there's no running backs. It's just them. But when you look at the cornerbacks, our cornerbacks is not going to have a problem worry about the speed of the game, because we got really, really faster at the wide receiver. Especially with Thornton, we got Tucker out there. We got this Thornton kid. Jacoby ain't no slouch on running routes. They're going to learn our young guys are going to learn too on the quick. And what I've seen in their tape, they got good hips. They weren't the DB training camp video I seen on YouTube. They weren't really doing a drill like that. They were just doing ball skills. Jumping at the high point and getting the ball. Yeah. That's good too, man. We didn't have a lot of turnovers, so I expect that to happen. That's what I want from them corners. I want turnovers.
That me too. Well, the turnovers coming when the defensive line pressures the quarterback where he has to make a fatal mistake. Where he got to run for his life and he got to throw the ball.
We got dogs at corner that are instinctive and that can get there. That guys we got. Everybody says he got eyes that go to the ball, get it. So if they want to be that, and it's just I just hope that's why I think we need another guy out there to do it, and why we haven't got a corner to solidify that, because JB is a starter coverage wise.
Yeah.
And
what's your feeling on Jalen Ramsey if we get him? Are you for it?
What was that?
Are you in favor?
Jeff, you asked my question.
Pull that off.
I still understand, Jeff. What was that again?
I said, are you in favor, Gravy, of getting Jalen Ramsey if if we can pull it off?
I am.
Yeah, me too.
I am
too. I was just curious to your take.
Not because he's Jalen Ramsey or whatever. It's because we need him.
Experience.
And we need a corner like that to.
What's up, D's?
Not only to build up, Jacorian Bennett and DCAM and Dorian Porter and guys like that, but Stokes ain't been in the league a long time, and Jalen Ramsey has, and then Stokes is our other starter. I'm not too confident in that. I'm not too confident in a guy like that.
Gravy, I agree, bro. I'm there with you, man, on that.
Well, Stokes had a good rookie year, but he got hurt. But I don't know. We got to see how he performs this time.
Well, that's his problem. Problem. He gets hurt. So
Yeah.
Then we're talking about free agency again, Chris, and we're talking about that. We did a good job in free agency. Well, we got a guy that was always hurt. And we got a guy that didn't play. We linebacker that didn't play, only on running plays.
Yep.
You know, they took him out the game when it was a passing situation.
Yep.
So that's in fact, that's in his stats, you know. So I look at that, and he's a hard hitter, man. I understand he has a drive as a Mike linebacker and he hits people, but
Yeah.
Like a pyramid.
we get tore up already in the middle of the field when you need to drop back and cover somebody or cover an area.
Mhm.
And we have a problem with that. And then the team you came from, they take you out of the game for that situation. So who's
Well,
going
you look at Landon Roberts, like, you know, he got taken out. Like when they got the linebacker from Baltimore, I forgot his name, but you guys can remind me. It's like when they got him, man, that guy was like doing like, you know, almost like, you know, 100 tackles a season. And then as soon as they got that linebacker from Baltimore, his playing time was like, you know, okay, we're going to play. He got what, 40 snaps versus, or 40 tackles versus like, you know, almost 100. So again, they took him out absolutely 100% on third downs. And I can't see it changing. And people want to talk about, oh, Spillane came from Pittsburgh, so he can do the same thing that Spillane does. No, I'm sorry. Spillane was a young kid at that point.
You know, you can't. You know, I was telling Gabe and Lo, and it was, you know, Spillane came from the same situation. You know, he started in Pittsburgh. I don't care what team they came from, but Spillane played his way into our hearts, man. You know what I mean? He played his way to and earned our respect to be Spillane fans. You know what I mean? We didn't think nothing of Spillane. All we seen was this big hit on Henry, right? That's all he was known for. And Raider fans will take that and fall in love with the guy. And I really didn't have, I was like, oh man. But we didn't have anybody else playing linebacker before then. So
no, right.
Spillane was an upgrade. And then
it was an upgrade over Perryman.
Oh, Perryman was an all-pro. So
no, he was
he was all-pro, but Spillane is more versatile than Perryman as a middle linebacker.
He was in a different defense. He was in a totally different defense.
Different style of defense, dude.
Yeah, look at Bradley's defense.
3-4 mostly most of the time. This time they run more like a 4-2-5 now. So you need that linebacker to make the coverage.
Grew on us. Spillane grew on us, and he became a dope of the borderline all-pro for the years he was here. Now, did we really do a lateral move, or did we downgrade at our Mike linebacker? You know what I mean? And so
downgrade.
We downgrade. We upgrade. We upgrade on the run stoppage. That's it. But we downgrade on coverage. Definitely downgrade on
that's
coverage.
important, Chris, and I understand what you're saying. I made a high note of it.
I agree with you, Graham, on that.
I made a high note of that on the live that I was in. I made a high note of that. That if you stop the run, you make a team one-dimensional. It doesn't matter. You put them in a bad situation. Okay, we know that. We know that Pete Carroll wants to stop the run. We know that. Fine. Every team that does that has a good record. Okay, you stop the run, make a team. But I made a point too that said, hey, look at the quarterbacks we have on our team. They don't mind not having a run game. They don't mind that. They need it. But they got some good quarterbacks in our division. Yes. Right? So and that's what I'm concerned with. I ain't worried about this Chicago game. I ain't worried about this Dallas game. I ain't worried about it. I'm worried about Denver, Kansas City, and the Chargers. We need to get 3 or 4 of those games in.
At least.
And if we could do that, then we'll be dope. I think our season will be successful if we do that. And the situation with the Landon Roberts is that, hey, look, I hope he does well. I hope he plays. Hope he balls out. But we can't have our, Robert Spillane, replacement leaving on third down, the most important down in football. We can't have him leave.
No,
man, great. I'm so glad you brought this up.
He's in all 3 downs. He was there all the time because he wasn't considered a coverage linebacker when he came to the Raiders. Oh, you can't cover, but he did.
But he became one because he got more picks than any linebacker we got.
Yeah. He came real quick.
Spillane, you saw his growth. Like he was a younger player coming into the Raiders than, what we got from Pittsburgh this time by far. It's like he's that type of run linebacker. It's like, he's like a Perryman. He's a hard hitter, downhill hitter, hit you in the backfield. But we saw Perryman, was an all-pro, right? Grabe, you said it, all-pro. But that's what he is. He's just a downhill stopping the run. Spillane developed into that linebacker. And again, I think, a lot of people, I've said this on so many different shows. When Spytek said, you don't let a great player go, and they signed Max, I thought Spillane was that great middle linebacker because he could do it all. And I haven't seen a linebacker do it all. You like for the Raiders, in run stopping and good in coverage. I haven't seen that.
It's been a while.
I'm going back in years and years and years. And by the way, Mike, my Sacramento brother, salute, brother.
Hey, salute.
Up,
Jeff, Chris, Jack, and of course, last but not least, Gravy.
Hi, Mike. How you doing?
Salute to all you guys.
Hey, Purpo.
As you were saying, Jack. Jack, we didn't have a linebacker like that in a while. Us, no Spillane. We didn't have a linebacker that can stop the run and can cover. So we brought Atlanta Roberts. I say, great. Now we can stop the run. But like Gravy said, that's all he can do. So when he stopped the run on first down, second down, third down 9, third down 10, third down whatever.
So let me ask you guys this question.
He's good. He's been in here before.
Wait, let me finish this. When it's third, like Gravy saying, we have to pull him. That doesn't make sense. Spillane, we never have to pull him. I don't want to see Spillane.
He did that in Pittsburgh, though. He did that in Pittsburgh,
right?
And that stat right there. The dude didn't start, and he didn't play. He had 500 and something snaps a whole season, Chris.
Yeah.
Spillane had 1,200.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's a big difference. That's a big that we're counting on. We're counting on them 1,200 snaps. You're going to do it now. But are you going to do it at a position that you're not used to? Doing a situation where you're not used to. You know what I mean? You're going to learn. You know what? The dude's been in the league 10 years. There's no development anymore with Atlanta Roberts. There's not. Him or Devin White. Or him and Devin White. There's no more development with these guys.
No, they are what they are. That's it. They're done.
They're all what they are. So we got to take that and put it.
So guys, let me ask you this question. So his contract was 3 years, $33 million, plus about almost $4 million in incentives.
For who?
I mean, for Spillane.
Oh, this one.
So you're topping out 3 years, $37 million. I've got so much pushback on different shows. That's not worth it. In my mind, I've said this on every show. To my mind, it's totally worth it. We made two big mistakes. Not getting Josh Jacobs and not resigning Spillane. And you know what Spytek said, man, I'm not going to let a good player walk out of this building. And I felt like that was the first knock. I'm like, I would have spent that money. We got the money. Shit, we got $36 million left. And to sign re-sign a captain, someone who's a heartbeat, Max Crosby said he's a heartbeat of this team. So it's I don't get it. So I'm curious of each one of you guys. Would you have done that contract or not? Me, yes, 100%.
Right off the bat.
Yeah,
I would have done it.
The two guys I'm disappointed that we lost.
That's the first thing everybody said when free agent came up. Re-sign Spillane, then there was the other guy, Merrick. I said I don't care about Merrick. Re-sign Spillane. If anything, because I think one thing when Spillane came here, when Spillane came to the Ravens, they signed. I was like, who's this guy? Didn't know anything about him. You know, the projected green dot was going to be on the defense was Diablo.
Ooh.
Diablo going to be the green dot linebacker.
I could let Diablo walk.
Spillane just took that right away from the first day. No,
I knew Diablo was going to be gone anyways. I didn't want Diablo back.
No, I'm saying
too.
When Spillane came in the league,
we're not doing this safety shit anymore. We're not doing this hybrid safety linebacker shit no more.
No, I'm saying
it didn't work out for us.
Was playing with Spillane, the projected green dot was going to be Diablo. That was suspected. Oh, Diablo going to be the green
Diablo
dot.
knew he wasn't coming back.
Yeah, but no, Spillane came right away. So that tells you something about his character, his leadership, and everything else.
Yeah. Oh, I wanted Spillane back, of course, but I also wanted Clavion Chase on back too.
Chase on.
And he wouldn't have had
we would have,
You want a Coons or you want Jason? Which one would you want?
Which one you want?
Well, of the two, Coons, but I mean, Chase Arm, we could have
We
gotten
got
cheaper. We could have gotten cheaper, and
that's what we got.
so
Well, he
I don't
didn't
know.
go. He didn't go. I think he got more money where he went to. So that's what
Yeah, he did. He got paid more.
he got more money. All them guys did. You know,
Yeah.
I was disappointed with Spillane. I think we could have did that because to me he deserved that money. He was a top 5 linebacker in the NFL. So he
Yeah.
deserves that top 5 money or top 10 money or whatever he was.
That's the only knock on
And I was
Spillane.
disappointed that we lost Hobbs. I wanted, like I said, there's
Yeah.
not another Hobbs out there, so
Yeah.
we should have kept it who we got. That was
Man,
it.
Yeah,
I gotta
it's-
say, I
mean,
thank you
he's
guys for
getting his
saying this
injuries
because
have been building. I'm sorry,
no,
Jack.
I just wanted to say thank you guys because Mike knows this, dude. Driving up to Bakersfield, I've talked about that for a long time. It's like 2 big mistakes. JJ
Yeah.
and Spillane. And so Mike heard me like talk about this and bitch about this shit for a long time. And everyone's like,
4.5
we're not gonna spend that
hours.
type of money. oh, Roberts is like $3 million
That was a
versus
long ride to
Spillane's $11
Bakersfield
million.
listening to him.
So I'm
What's up, Rafa?
what's up, Rob?
Oh, yeah.
How you
Hey,
doing, Rafa?
sweet James.
Oh, don't call him that anymore. That's over.
Now,
That's
There's
over.
a big
Yeah.
difference,
Yeah.
and you're gonna see the big difference. Spillane got 33 million, 31 million, right? And Landon Roberts
33.
get 3 million.
Yep.
There's a reason for that, bro.
Yeah.
There's a reason for that. You know that, right? Yeah,
But
I
it's
see
right
it,
in
but
your
I
face.
would have paid it.
It's right in your face. And he's a better player. He's
but
a better
look,
player.
Well,
we-
look at
and
linebackers. They all get 1-year deals. Like
Hey,
me and
And
Jay
1 year
talking
deal.
about, they
Then
got
go
they
get
got linebackers
like,
come out next year.
hey,
go get
Chris.
a guy. Why wait, Chris? You're waiting again for a
I
guy
know they're
to
waiting.
and the guy we got is a 7th round pick.
I don't.
What use or what are you gonna do with being excited about a 7th round pick? We can be, and we are gonna be. We're gonna jock this 7th round pick. But we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't do that, Chris. We had enough money. We're gonna realize in a little while. Don't be surprised if we're gonna sit there and say, "Oh, we had a bunch of fucking money in the beginning of free agency, and we still don't have a linebacker." Don't be surprised if we say that again.
You talking about Lindenberg, the 7th round pick? I say 7th round pick. 7th round. I was at Lindenberg. That guy got.
Lindenberg, the other Berg, he ain't doing shit
We got
neither.
2 Bergs. We got 2 Bergs on the
We
team.
got a law firm. We got a law
But
firm, man.
we didn't replace the quality we had, and then there were guys out there that we could have did that for,
Yeah.
and
Man,
then
thank
that's
you,
what I
Brady.
was upset about.
Yeah,
Me too.
On defense, we lost 2 good players we should have kept. But you know what? The thing I'm thinking about is that you don't know what's on Spillane's mind. Maybe he wanted more money. Maybe they did offer him a contract. Maybe he didn't want to take that contract. Who
It
knows?
was 33 million. I would have
It
matched that.
wasn't that much. I'll tell you that.
Match it.
31 million or whatever he got.
Well, it couldn't match because it's free agent.
They couldn't imagine he was a free agent. He wasn't
Yeah, he wasn't
restricted.
restricted. Yeah.
I think they could have
But
imagined.
that's besides the point. We were saying, and you guys all know this, and that's why I was like, where are we getting this at? That where Landon Roberts is just the same as Spillane. No, they're not. It's a lateral move. It's a lateral. Okay. I'll give you Chin, right? Chin was a better safety than Morrig.
Oh.
Morrig didn't play. His play didn't deserve that money. He was overpaid, overpaid.
Yeah.
Because as a
But
second round
they're
pick,
different safeties, though. Chin's a strong safety. Polamalu's a strong safety. Morrig's a free safety.
And safety in general.
Polamalu's going to play free safety.
Safety in general, you still got to cover, and you still got to do that. They can flip flop you.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter. Palomalo can play strong safety.
Yeah, Peter Strong is the same thing, basically.
Yeah.
Rafa hasn't had. Yeah, Rafa hasn't had a chance to say
It's
anything.
a different coverage. And what you're doing, the strong safety is going to cover the best receiver side because he's probably the better athlete.
Yeah.
And then strong safety is more of the run game, but more coverage. So if you're going to have a guy like that, Morrig was supposed to do that. But they switched him to a free safety because he wasn't good at that. And he had good seasons because he had a backup, John, whatever his name was.
Epps.
Because Jack Jones was so instinctive and wanted to
Epps
get
was
the
a
ball
strong
so
safety,
quick,
not a free
got to back
safety.
him up.
Yeah, but when Epps went down, that's when Morg stepped up a little bit and got better, a little bit better.
Yeah, he got
That's
better
why I
That's when
every
thought,
year,
Paul
but as
Malo
a
came
second
in.
round pick, he should have been balling out from the get.
Yeah, can you guys hear me? My
yes,
next
we
Yes,
hear
question
you.
is
yes, please.
Hey, Rock, welcome, brother. Sorry.
okay. And don't worry about it. Salute to everybody else. But I have a big question for you because right now it seems that you're talking about linebackers. But are we gonna likely to go enough or like to move forward with a base that is 4-2-5 with Jeremy Chin as a safety, as a hybrid
Mm-hmm.
safety or linebacker?
Mm-hmm.
Because
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna be like a really makes sense. Given like all the signings and the depth of linebacker, but it also they give like more athletic options to keep us like at the high end offensive talents or our division. But that could be like at our base for a while because most of those defense they spend more time in nickel than any other formation off of those days because we already run for that defense with the 4-2-5. I mean, that defense is going to be personal to switch it up if they want to. Because if they
Yes.
have a base nickel defense, has been really common on that league for quite some now. Because the all 4-3 versus 3-4, I mean, those days are long gone. Because that offense has
Yes.
been really adjusting to this. And this is part of the reason that the running renaissance is happening on that league. Because it's to be hard. It's going to be really hard to pin a defense down for like 4-3, 3-4, 4-2-5, 46,
Yes.
anyone. I mean, they use like a lot of fronts into the linebackers, which will make more difficult to come up with a solid offensive game plan. That's one of the part of the reasons that
Yes.
why quarterbacks can really read defense and defensive players can move it around for like a chess players. Places lock here with the go there, deep cover, bust, so can be really valuable. But we're trying for like the reason of Robert Spillane. So we need it so bad, like a linebacker. There's like a many options. So my question is, what linebacker of the free agency is more likely to get the contract with the Raiders? I don't know, for 1 year, 2 years, because there's like a tons of free agent linebackers after Robert Spillane was gone for the Raiders and move on to Patriots.
Nobody now.
I don't know of anybody out there right now. But I also want to
Look,
add on
one
that, if you
thing,
don't mind, Rafa.
there
Uh,
was no free agent
and
linebacker out
Pete loves to run the cover three too, which brings up your point, moving a safety up close to the line to be, like more like a defensive end hybrid player. And we got Jeremy Chin for that. So I think they're going to roll out a lot of, well, everybody thinks they're going to run a lot of cover threes and use that Zach 4-2 and then five in the back, that can move around.
I mean, that's exactly. I mean, they're not gonna really short about it because that's why we need some like a great linebacker to our defense who can read the scheme of Pete Carroll. Because if you guys remember, before he's getting to the Las Vegas Raiders, he was doing with Seattle Seahawks. Because this is gonna be like a nice contest. Because Pete's defense, while he's on Seattle Seahawks, was a 3-4-3 under. I mean, the ends like a Leo, just like Cliff Avril, Chris Clemens. I mean, and they will travel like between for linebackers to cornerbacks. And the celebrity is like the Patriot, like a D-third of his own. But it's kind of like an range too hard to find that you can really play without a player with that ability. Because they're gonna be switching it back like at a 4-3 or 3-4 basis. I mean, if you guys remember what Kansas City Chiefs, fuck the Chiefs, they just walk into the Super Bowl ranking at the bottom 10 with explosive plays. Because if we want to play primarily out of the nickel for the last 5 years, that should be really different at all. Because if we need to do like a defense, contracting a linebacker that not only embody the power, but also he can use like as a weapon to read what the big Carroll, Chip Kelly scheme. I mean, they give it like a lot of points around for the season. because the only hope that we need it for, it's not only about like a free agent safety, but also we need like a linebacker, because I understand we just lost them with the linebackers who perform very well, but we need some to take care of after the defense so we can really work it out. So give me like a linebacker for the free agency, just like much cheaper, because we don't want to spend like a lot of money to like a linebacker who spends like very expensive.
Cheap as it is, Zuffa. We got the cheapest linebackers and probably in the NFL, bro.
Yeah, we do. We ain't paying him no money. One
Right.
year deal. Not paying him nothing.
We got a dude. I think White's making $1 million, and the other dude's making $3 million.
He's making 3 1 year, 3 year deal.
And then the rookies are getting a couple $100,000.
Yeah, we're not paying linebackers anything right now. We're not paying.
Yeah, but there's like a lot of options coming up there for the free agency. If it's cheaper,
no, there's not.
Great.
There's nobody to play.
There was nobody. There was nobody out there.
Well, there was players before.
Somebody mentioned CJ Mosley a minute ago. So
Atlanta Roberts instead.
Hey, Chris, you know this, like, you know, our conversation in Bakersfield, like I'll go back to this. That was my argument. Like, you know, it was a horrible linebacker room, and Loon did say, again, I respect Loon. The linebacking core next year is deeper. It's like it's just as deep, if not as much as the running back room for running backs coming out this year. I'm like, okay, I can understand. You want to put a Band-Aid on this year? If that linebacking core is that deep next year, so I respect what Loon said. So, you know, then it made more. It made more sense.
That means our defense is going to suck, and we're going to lose games.
I agree with what he said about next year's linebacker core. There's going to be a lot of linebackers coming over. That's next year. But this year,
next year.
This year is going to be
Gravy. What I said is like we should have re-signed Spillane. I don't get it. It's like doesn't make sense to me. So we're not going to spend. You know, again, that was my first knock on Spytek when he said this to the nation. Like, I don't let great players walk. Yeah, well, I think he's a great player.
You can have Spytek all you want to, but still up to the player. Since he's a free agent, nothing they can do about it. If Spytek offered him $33 million to sort of Patriots, Spillane said,
we should have kept Spillane, and then we replaced one linebacker.
You can say all you want to. That's play since it's a free agent. That's play decision. If they offer the exact same thing that the New York Patriots did, it would say we offer you this, and the Patriots said we give you $2 million more. You know, it's playing. It's its own decision who you want to play for. So it comes to the bottom line of that. Who you want to play with.
Put it like this, Kenna, and if you agree with this, if we lost Spillane, we should have got someone better. And there were guys out there that were better than Spillane, and we didn't get them.
Yeah.
And we went with mid. We went with mid or if mid.
Made any value the linebacking core that poor because they made it so players they got that maybe this guy might be good enough to get in that role.
I hope he does, bro.
He does.
We got the Band-Aid.
Rooting for this guy. Damn, making it hard for me.
They kept Amari Gainer and got rid of Amari Burning. So maybe they see something Gainer. We don't know what's going to happen, what's going to come up. They got rid of Diablo. They say, yo, you can hit the door to walk. So,
Chris, I will say this. You mentioned a name that I'm been promoting in the way of Amari Gainer. I just feel like, watching him in preseason last year, again, it's preseason, right, guys? So he was a UDFA, and I liked his play. Now,
he's on the team.
He played well.
Amari Gainer is probably the best, will linebacker, off-ball linebacker, whatever you want to call it. I like the kid. I think he's going to step up big time this year. I really like Amari Gainer.
Breaking news. My wife made cookies. Oatmeal chocolate chip.
Give me some, Mike.
We got some weed in those cookies.
Hey, Mike, are they special baked cookies? Are they a special kind?
No, they're out of a bag, but they're still warm. They're still warm.
No,
it's a chocolate chip cookie. It's a chocolate chip cookie.
Is it
oatmeal chocolate chip?
It's enhanced chocolate chip.
Even better.
Okay.
I always see Jeff eating in here, so I said, "Oh!" I went inside to grab beer, and I'm like, "Oh, wife made cookies."
I always have
still warm.
Jeff, we asked you that question. Did you think the same thing? Jeff, when you asked me that question or what OTAs, were you thinking the same thing as I was?
Well, OTAs. I don't put a lot of
OTAs,
stock in.
footwork, alignment, and all that.
Yeah, like I'm more concerned with. I want to see the footwork. I don't care about how they're throwing the ball, who's catching it, and that'll all come in time because you can go out there and catch a ball with no shoulder pads on. You can catch it with a helmet and shorts on. When the pads are on, and you got somebody in your face, you got a rush coming at you. That's different. I agree. I want to see the footwork. I want to see how these rookie offensive linemen that we brought in, how are they matching up against the other offensive guys that have got years on the, in the game already in the pros? How's their footwork versus them? Do they have the right stance? Are they getting low enough? Are they keeping their center of gravity down? Are they getting their hands where they need to be? That's all the basic shit that they're going to need to learn and make sure that they can do in the pro level. Because you got to remember, it's different in the pros.
Matters how they get it. It matters how they heed that stuff. It matters how they do it. And
yep.
They got a good defensive line. They got a good defensive line to go against when
yep.
That especially that tackle.
I want to know more about that stuff. I don't care about
later on
AOC more interceptions in mini camp versus Gino. Who cares? I don't care about that. That doesn't mean shit right now. It's practice. We're talking about practice. Again, like Allen Iverson. We're talking about practice. I mean, come on. I'm excited for OTA. When they strap the pads on and they put those skull caps over their helmets, now we're talking because now we're getting into the hitting. We're getting into the defensive guys getting in the face of the quarterbacks, not hitting them and not touching them, but putting pressure on them. Yeah.
Hey, brother. You want to change that to one beer to a pitcher?
Hold on, Jack. The defensive backs are running with the wide receivers in jamming them up and doing what they're supposed to do in a game style condition. Let's see how those rookie wide receivers react to that when you've got pro level guys, hitting you up at the line of scrimmage off the ball. How do you come off of that? That's what I want to see. I could give two shits about what they're doing now. Now it's all basic stuff.
Not just basic learn the playbook, learn the footwork, learn the techniques, like Griffey said, the hips, the footwork.
Study the plays.
That's exactly what you are. That's what they're learning. So they said you Smith threw 3 interceptions.
The young guys are learning that, Chris. The playbook is in, bro. They got the playbook. They got the playbook. The playbook is getting taught right now.
The young guys got to learn all that stuff. They got to get acclimated to the NFL, the playbook, and all this stuff and techniques. Because, like you said, Gravy, it's a lot different from college. A lot different.
See, Rock, as a host of a show, when you've got good combos going on, like with Gravy and Chris and them, I don't need to interject because they're doing what you want them to do when you're on a show like this. So, yeah, if I sit quiet for a while, it's because everybody else is talking a good talk, and I'm not going to jump in and interrupt it. I just let them go.
But he's telling you, how come you ain't talking? He's saying, why ain't you talking?
Well, that's what Rock says, get after Jeff. He's too quiet. I just sit back and listen. I take it in, and then if I get a spot where I can jump in and say something like you just asked me, I'll go in and say
I see that. That's why I asked you that.
Yeah, I like just letting anybody that I have on a show with me and Chris go for it. Talk your talk. If I want to add something to it.
Can I ask a great question? Can I ask? I like
Jack. I know I interrupted you a few minutes ago. Sorry, buddy.
Oh, which question is that for 805? Changing it from like a beer to a pitcher? So 805, JJ Pegues.
They got a bet going.
We do. We have a bet going on. It's like at the beer right now. JJ Pegues, like you said, he's not going to get one carry. So 805, what do you think? Let's make it a pitcher, bro.
What? Oh, he's talking about Pegues running the ball? I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, that was the after party in Bakersfield.
Preseason and all that stuff, man.
I'll tell you this.
No. 805 said no preseason. I'm like, okay, well, I'm good with that. I'm good with no preseason. One carry in a regular season. So we get like a fourth and like one on the goal line.
What's up?
Yeah, I can see that.
Well, you never know.
I ain't giving the football on 4th and 1 at the goal line to my big defensive tackle, bro. The fuck did we get at Genty for?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Again, it's gonna be like one
You
time
walk
during the
on-
season I can see it happen.
No, I don't
You-
want no
you
people
put
with
the-
that.
you
That's the
put
same
the
argument me
use-
and Chris got into. That's the same argument
we
me and
Yeah,
Chris got into.
we-
so,
you
Look
put-
so 8 to 5, take
you
the
put
bet.
Goose in the block
Gravy's
for
on your
him, but
side.
No.
Pitcher beer.
That's why we lose games, bro. That's how you lose a football game right there. Is doing shit like that.
Yeah,
I don't care if we get it
preseason.
done.
Doing preseason.
All I know, JJ Pegues, like 33 or 70% of his runs went for touchdowns. So it's like 1/3 of his
That's
overall runs
quality.
went for TDs. Like
That's
I'll take it.
quality.
I'll take that
Is he
bet.
good at what he got drafted for? Is he good at what he got drafted for? That's my concern.
He got drafted to be a running back, Gravy.
No, but I can see it
Running
though.
back we're talking about.
He got
Big
drafted
Goose
saying
being a
is
two
TD,
pitches,
defensive
Jack.
tackle.
I
Jack
can see
805
it.
says 2 pitches.
2 pitches. Okay. 8
Gravy.
to 5. I'm down, bro. I'll
He
do that.
raised you. He said, "I'll see your pitcher." He said,
We're
"I'll
talking
raise.
about
I see your pitcher, and I'll raise you another pitcher."
All I have to do is get
I know
one
it's all
carry.
fun. I know it's all fun, but
Gravy,
you got to start
Gravy.
winning football games to do shit like that.
No,
You can't be a
it's
four-win
all
team
it's all
and not
fun.
do shit like that, bro.
Well, let me say, we can say this real quick. Gravy, when we argue
I know
about
it's
the
fun
big
and games.
running back, we got one. Jason Perdue is our big running back.
It can't happen. And
Gravy, again, I thought you were going to be there at the after party, dude. I bought like 7 pitchers of beers anyway, so I didn't care.
Oh,
And
God.
somebody bought
So
chicken
what
wings.
does it matter to me?
Man.
It didn't matter to me, man. I bought everyone beers the whole fucking night. So
He bought
But
me-
it-
he bought me, bro.
I think they
Man,
I
put him
got
in.
Chris. I got
I
you
was
your drink and bought all those
Stand up
pitchers.
fools like that. You buying everybody all them little ass beers at Bakersfield?
No, to after
No,
I'm glad I wasn't
after
drinking.
party.
I'm glad I wasn't drinking beer anymore, man.
little
'cause
teeny
I
cups of beer you get.
spent like $400 on them fucking little ass
I'll
cups.
be right
They were-
back.
Yeah, 4-ounce beers. Yeah, no
Okay.
thanks.
I couldn't believe that. I couldn't believe that
That was
they were
crazy.
spending that much money on those little ass
Yeah, it
beers.
was
I
like
couldn't believe that.
$8 a beer. It was like Dixie cup, like super small.
Yeah, I like
so
that. Yeah,
Wait,
it,
wait, wait.
it wasn't
$8
at the
a beer?
event. It was the after party.
that was after
Piss
that.
in that cup,
Oh.
and fill it up more.
And then after we had the after party coming back to Mike and I's room, and we like tore down all the rest of the beers that we brought up there.
And the
Oh,
Jamesons.
you and Mike share a room?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
2 beds. Just make that perfectly clear. 2 beds.
Oh my
It's just
god.
by that.
But no, yeah, Blue Richards and her boyfriend came over for the after party, and 805 came over.
I don't know, Gravy. You know what? Jim Kelly's pretty innovative, man. I don't know. They're big use. I don't know if he's gonna run a ball or not, but it'll be something to see in the preseason, not in the regular season. Like you said, no, we're not gonna do them bullshit
try
like
it.
that.
But
That preseason, they're a good try. It's the third preseason game. The rookies gotta impress us, stay on the team. Go out there, go 4th down, 1, go run the ball, see what happens. Yeah, I'm good with that.
Well,
In the
I
regular
think
season,
more,
no, wait, Jack. In the regular season, I'm expecting to see no bullshit like that. I don't want to see that. No, if
I
we
said-
can put some in that practice
well,
with
I'm glad
everything
you.
else,
It's
we'll
fun,
try it.
bro. It's fun to see, but
But no, I don't want to see that.
we
I want
see
to see winning
Eric Williams doing it. We see Eric Williams doing it. We see Refrigerator Perry doing it. But look,
Yeah.
those dudes are in the Super Bowl doing shit like that. When you get that way, you could do things like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I want to
that's
see the
true.
dude be dominant at defensive tackle first before he can play fullback.
Exactly.
That
That's
shouldn't
what
be the only thing.
Can't
Really,
argue that.
we shouldn't.
That's it.
That shouldn't be the only thing we expect. Put Pagoose at fullback when we need a defensive tackle to replace a guy that's hurt for us, and he needs to step up and do that first.
Well, we got fullback.
I agree, but it's just about fun, bro.
Like
Fun to talk about, kid. I understand what you and 805 are doing. I'll be the same way, bro. I'll be looking.
But
forward to it.
like Griff, you mentioned that a couple nights ago on your show. Well, we got fullbacks. We got these tight ends that basically we're playing fullbacks. We got tight ends that can do the same thing.
Chip Kelly's offense, the tight end is a fullback.
Yeah, exactly. So we got that. So we don't need Big Goose run the ball.
So
I think
wait a minute.
I think that
So
I think
Michael
that-
Mayers would probably be the fullback because we don't really have a fullback on this team. So Michael
Done it
Mayers
before.
would probably be the starter at your fullback if you're going to do that, or you put Brock Bowers in there at a fullback. But
Brock Bear is special, bro. I don't want him at fullback.
well, they're not going to have.
I'm just saying, if you're 4th and 1 on the goal line,
Give it to
You know-
Janty. That's why we got him.
Mm.
That's why we got
I
the
think
guy. We feel like
I
that.
think I think if anything, if they run it during regular season with him in, it's not going to be at the goal line. It's going to be. I don't think
First down,
they're.
bro.
Yeah, first down somewhere. Just to keep a drive going or something like that or whatever. Maybe second one, try to play it in, see if it works. You know
Frank Ware.
Not do regular season. They got to try to preseason. They can try to
why?
preseason
Why
all
not?
they want to.
If
Not a
you're
regular.
second and one, why not try it?
805 saying it's never gonna happen, right?
Yeah,
Is that what he's
That's
saying?
what the
He ain't
bet
never.
was.
exactly.
I agree. He's a coach, bro. You don't do shit like that unless you're winning. He knows.
Yeah, like I said,
He knows
preseason
that.
fine. You do what you want to. Who cares if you go 0-3 preseason? Nobody cares.
Preseason ain't fun,
Try it out.
Chris.
Try it
We're
Preseason's
out.
not
not
Now,
talking
fun.
preseason.
you can try it out.
I agree with the
Not a
805.
regular
I don't want preseason. I want like regular season.
Preseason's not fun, bro.
No, I'm saying that don't try it. Don't try it regular season. If you're gonna try some crap like that, do it in preseason and see if it works. If it don't, scrap it.
Man.
That's all I'm saying.
You want to
You
show.
practice that.
You want to. You
You
want to
practice
show.
it
That's
1,000 times. You practice it 1,000 times, and
Yeah.
then practice it 1,000 times again, and maybe use it next year.
There's like
Save
Pittsburgh.
it.
That's what Philadelphia did. But a year and a half, they tried it and they finally started using it. Yeah, same thing.
I mean,
I
it
don't.
takes
I don't.
their time.
I don't know if you know. I don't know if you know that we didn't win a game in preseason last year.
Well,
And
we
what
didn't
happened
lose
the
one
first game
either.
of the season?
Well,
What
that
happened the
doesn't
first game of
matter.
the season?
Tried the last one.
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
waxed.
That's-
We got waxed by San Diego. We got waxed by San Diego.
Mm-hmm. We tied
The second
one
game we pulled it out.
Then we tied
The
the
second game we
49ers.
pulled it out. But after that,
I mean, that really happens. But I really
those
understood
games
that.
matter.
Yeah.
Those games
Yeah,
matter
preseason.
to me. Preseason. I'm not sitting there. Oh, we got to win this preseason game. No, I'm looking at people. I'm looking at dudes. I'm looking to see if they play well and what they're doing. But
That's what
it's
Matt
not a
said.
joke.
Preseason for backups, players on a bubble to make the team. That's exactly what it's for. Exactly what it's
Well,
for.
it's like we watch preseason games like they do well, and like the regular season, it's like crap. And I've seen like the opposite too. You don't do well in preseason, but you do well in the regular season. So it's all about evaluating talent. You know what I mean?
There's one team that does well in preseason. I forgot the team was. They do well in preseason. They do well, but they don't go to the playoffs in the regular season. They do not make the playoffs. You can go, we're 3-0 or 4, which be 4 preseason, but we're 4-0, 3-0 preseason. But then you come in last place in the regular season. So what the hell did the preseason mean to you then? Is that your Super Bowl, the preseason? No, it's not. That's for players to, like I said, make a bubble.
Yeah, I really understand that about that. But
people didn't play. We don't have guys that play in preseason, and it affects you. You're balling out, but just because Trey Taylor, what do you expect on Trey Taylor? He's getting pushed by another guy for his spot, a rookie, right?
Yeah.
Because all of us penciled in Trey Taylor. I'm not a Trey Tucker guy. I'm not. Too small for me.
Trey Tucker?
Yeah, Trey Taylor's like, Harper from Notre Dame is going to push him. I'll tell you that right now.
We get this big kid.
Tucker? The receiver Tucker, right?
No,
Tucker's
we're talking
not a
Trey
big
Taylor.
Dude, bro. He's not Trey Tucker's not a big dude.
You're talking about wide receivers now.
I think he meant Trey Tucker.
He's getting pushed. He's getting pushed by a rookie to start.
Right. I agree.
Yeah.
Trey Tucker is going to go special teams.
Jacoby's role is going to dwindle down. He's our main guy, But these two rookies are pushing to start for this team, and I accept that because they're good players.
Yeah.
But we got to get the Trey Tucker that we expect from Trey Tucker. We got to get from these other guys that we have to.
Well,
I don't want two rookies. I don't want two rookies because they're going to make rookie mistakes, and you can take that.
Well,
you accept that.
I remember,
you accept the rookie mistakes that they're going to do. But
I remember if I remember right,
veterans didn't beat them out. How come my veterans didn't beat them out? And how come what's wrong with us? What's wrong with?
Yeah, I remember a lot of times Trey Tucker would get open, and the ball was grossly underthrown, so we had to sit back and wait for it. We got a better quarterback now, so maybe Trey gets some more play time. Yes, so that's my thoughts on it.
But it's
Fast
also
as
his
fuck.
chance.
Fast as
to
hell,
see-
bro.
And
They don't make
Gravy,
him
so
look
think
good.
of this too, dude, bro. It's like, you got Besh, right? In our second round. Besh is kind of, reminds me of Jacoby Myers. Jacoby Myers dropped no balls last year, got over 1,000 yards. Besh dropped one ball last year. And, they call him a slot guy. He was a tight end at LSU. His brother's named Tiger, who got killed in that event. And then, he transferred to TCU. So I see him out there. And then you got to put Tucker versus Thornton. So Thornton, who's 6'5", runs even faster than Tucker. Thornton's a 4.30 flat, and Tucker's a 3, kind of like Malott, 4.39. So Tucker's going to be kind of the odd man out. He's going to have to go to special teams or be that that fourth wide receiver. And I like the kid. I do like him. A lot. But man, Thornton could be that special player. I watched the Rush show and with Max Crosby, and he called out 2 players that were special. Him and Porter, special players. And he's calling out Thornton. He's not calling out Jack Besh. He's not calling out anyone else. He's calling out Thornton. So I respect what Max says. That guy just wants to win. We all know that he just wants to win. He's a dog. He's in there, the first man in, last man out, and he's calling out Thornton. So I'm looking for special things from him, and I hope he can get those low routes, the intermediate routes, and get it down when he was in Oregon. And JPJ even said, he's like, man, I'm the one who recruited him to Oregon. So I think that kid could actually be special.
You know who else Max was fucking on top on too? Brandon Parker and fucking Tyree Wilson. They were out of this world. Brandon Parker and Tyree Wilson. He was fucking raving about. And where they at?
Oh, so that's why.
Oh, now it all comes together.
Yeah.
I mean that
he was also wanted to get traded if AP didn't get a coach. Wasn't the coach? He was like that. I want to get traded if AP ain't the coach.
I just say Thornton and Tucker are going to rotate in and out, and I think Thornton will get more time. But I think they're not going to be in there every play, neither one of them. So that's a rotation, and then special teams, of course, for.
I'm excited about the receivers.
Well,
yeah, I know, and that was one of our weakest spots. Guys, now all of a sudden we're excited about our receivers.
Well, the league already knows who's our go-to guy is Bowers. They know that. They already know.
Oh yeah.
So they got a receiver out there to take something off of him.
Right, we got some distractions.
Wait, Jack.
Bowers, I'm sorry.
Bowers.
Was Mike.
The team, the league already know who our number one receiver will be. Brock Bowers. Well, was Brock Bowers last year. They know that. So they're going to do everything to do to stop Brock Bowers. We need that receiver out there that can take the pressure, the safety off of Bowers so he can get open, which he can't do anyway with 2 guys. But they need a receiver that can do it. A receiver that can catch the ball, be dependable. Jacoby Myers is another guy. They're going to try to take him out of the mix. So the receiving core we drafted were clutch receivers that can catch. Bet. Didn't drop a ball in 2 years.
One ball.
Yeah. Okay. Thornton catch the ball. He can blow past the the DBs. So we got that guy. So the receivers they got now is better than what we used to have. With Jeff Anome, I'm gonna say it again, the Lollywop Guild. Okay. So they improved that, which is good. Now let's see can the guys perform on the field. In OTAs, they're doing like Gravy said, the footwork, the catch, and all that stuff. But let's see what they get on the field. Let's see what they're doing. Let's see if they get jammed at the line of scrimmage. Can Thornton break out a jam? If a cornerback comes and jam, I know he's big, I know he's fast, but if the cornerback jams it, can he get off the line of scrimmage? If he can't get off the line of scrimmage, he's no use.
Yeah.
You can be fast as hell. You can be fast as hell all you want, but if you can't run a route, that ain't gonna do nothing for you.
If they jam you up, you can't get off the line of scrimmage. But what good are you?
Many wide receivers was fast as fuck, Chris, and they don't amount to shit. We've had a lot of them. We've had a lot of them over the fucking years I've been a Raider fan, bro.
Yeah, I've seen them. I've seen them come in. I've seen him come in like he's fast, but he can't catch the ball. Can't get a line of scrimmage.
I'm hoping it works out for you sometimes.
Hayward Bay.
Well, he had hands of snow. So he can catch a ball.
James Jett was a disappointment. There we
go.
Yep.
A bunch of other guys. Shoot, man, I got so many names in my head.
Kind of Chris Ford too.
Yeah, a bunch of those fabulous.
Sorry, not you, Chris, but Chris Ford's like I expected more from him.
Porter was a fast guy, big fast guy. When he fucking catch the ball.
Disappointment.
And look who he learned from. He learned from two of the best ever. He had Tim Brown and freaking
Randy Moss.
But when he got on his own, Jeff, he couldn't hang with what happened to the guy? You know, it was huge.
He was
one of the biggest. You know what?
He's the next Megatron.
I've seen Megatron. You know, I've seen DK. I've seen, Fitzgerald was a big guy, lean guy, but big. He was cut like a diamond. Big dude. He was one of the biggest wide receivers I've seen.
Porter was 6'4". He was a big boy.
He was a big boy. Muscular too, but he just couldn't do it.
David Boston, he took steroids, but David Boston was a big motherfucker too.
That thing was big.
Charles Woodson.
You guys want a funny story on Porter? So a live game. So it's like my neighbor, like when I was living in Rockland, he had season tickets. He had 5 tickets. So I bought 3 of them. And so we went down to the Raiders-Niners game at the Candlestick Park. And it's like, Jerry Porter was injured. And that's when we got Randy Moss. Okay. We traded that 7th round pick for him. It was a preseason game, and he's riding a bike. And there's 2 girls that come down. They're Niner fans. And they're kind of heavy-set girls. And they started heckling. They're like, can we sit down here? Like, okay, go sit down. Like, I have those tickets. No one's coming to these seats, so go ahead, sit down. And they started heckling Porter. He's riding a bike, on the sideline. And Janikowski is kicking, into the net and stuff like that. We're on like the 48-yard line, so like right in the middle. Like perfect seats. First row. I'm not talking second row. I'm talking first row. The seats the girls came down to were second row.
Get back to the thick chicks. Were they good looking?
Well, no, I thought it was kind of funny. So they started heckling Porter,
they were flat.
And the guy lifts up his shirt. He's got a goo rail. He's like so ripped, dude. He's like super ripped. I'm like, oh my god, dude's ripped.
John Leo.
And he starts pointing his fingers like me, points to his stomach. This, you, and he started going fat. And we're on the Niner side of the field, right? We're on the Niner side. And even Niner fans were laughing at those girls. They got up and left. So it's like, seeing, Porter just going, yeah, look at me. I'm fit. You girls are fat. So good job for Joey Porter. But yeah, he didn't turn out to be much. But I just thought it was a funny story.
Straight out of SpongeBob. Well, I was later.
Very interesting story.
Jack, what's the moral of that story?
The moral of the story is like the dude was ripped. He's a big, strong guy, right? And we expected something out of a 2nd round draft pick, and he didn't turn out to be crap. And neither did Randy Moss when it came to our team.
Well, like Gravy said, you can be fast and all that shit. You can be buff, you can be strong, but that don't count. Get off the line of scrimmage and catch the goddamn ball.
Hang on, I got a question for Jack. Hold on, okay. Jack. Have you still figured out a player from last week's question yet, or are you still analyzing it?
What was the question again? Besides Jim Otto?
The question last week that we asked was, if you could bring back any former Raider other than Jim Otto, who would it be?
Ooh, that's all right. So I would say if like you're purely healthy. I am going to say this like a purely healthy, okay, purely healthy. I would like a Bo Jackson.
Okay, all right, that's it. You stick.
I would like a Bo Jackson.
You're done.
All right, thank you.
2 weeks.
1 week later, we finally got a name. Holy
shit! 2 weeks.
Three shows later. We
got so many Hall of Famers.
But you want to bring Jim Otto back?
Well, it's hard for us too, man.
Hey Jeff, in this game right now, who would you bring back for this game right now?
Oh, right now it wouldn't be Jim Otto.
What type of football are we playing right now?
If we're talking like today's game, again, it would be Bo Jackson.
Bo Jackson could play in today's game and probably
Yeah,
dominate.
absolutely.
He could.
I said
Jim
Howie Long.
Otto couldn't. He couldn't.
Nah, Jim Otto was what, 250 pounds?
He
Yeah,
was
yeah.
like 265 maybe,
different
like
for
topless.
that.
Way small, bro. 40. There's guys almost 70
I
pounds
could name
heavier than him.
I could name 3 players right now that I would bring back, and I think they would fit and work extremely well. One is Howie Long. The other would be Art
Yeah.
Shell in his prime and Gene Upshaw.
Gene
I think those
Upshaw's
3 guys
my-
right there in
Well,
their
wait.
prime.
Gene
Bring them back.
Upshaw's about the same
If you could
thing.
bring them back.
Gene
Gene
Upshaw
Upshaw-
is lighter than Parham.
Hold on, Jack. Jack, hold on.
Hold on.
Yeah.
1 second.
If you could bring those 3 guys back, I think all 3 of them would fit into what's going on right now, without a doubt.
Well, he was my.
Do you guys know that Art Shell was the first player over 300 pounds in the entire
Just
NFL?
go over to his house and smack him.
I can't. I'm too far away from him. But no, I was gonna say I was gonna.
I think could probably get a bunch of yards. It would be Marcus Allen too. I think Marcus Allen would the way his vision was and the way they run zone now. They didn't run zone when Marcus Allen was the way he could get to the perimeter and just go. I think Marcus Allen would be good these days.
Yeah, because
Nnamdi Asamoah, with everybody playing zone the way it is now, even though he was a good man-to-man cover
He was man-to-man
guy, he could probably sew up. Just playing zone, he would sew up a whole side of a field like Dion status. I think Asamoah would be a great.
Mike, go ahead. Everybody let Mike have the floor. He's been trying to say it twice now. Go for it, Mike.
Well, Jackie cut him off.
No, I just said my choice at when you originally asked the question still is Greg Townsend. That's all I wanted to say.
Somebody said that.
Who'd you say, Mike? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Greg Townsend.
Greg Townsend.
Greg Townsend, the sack leader for the Raiders.
Yeah,
sack leader all time for the Raiders. Yeah, and the fucker still ain't in the Hall of Fame.
Most definitely.
That is a damn shame.
Most definitely.
I would be back Jack.
We got a lot of good ones that can play.
I would back Jack Tatum, hard hitting motherfucker like nobody's.
Oh man,
he couldn't play in this era though. He couldn't play in this era the way he was.
Yeah, I know he would. He was a give gravy. I said that too last week. If Jack Tatum was in this era right now, he'd be kicking out the NFL real quick. It's like bye.
He would have got kicked
so many flags.
preseason game doing the shit he did. It would have been another Stingley situation all over the place. He would have knocked the wood on these fools.
What's the other guy like Berkeley did? Like, yeah, you're out of here. Bye. See you later. Yeah. Can't hit like that no more.
He would take those players that come across the middle, like the Amendolas and the
gone. They'll be gone.
Renfro. These guys that would cut across the middle. These guys would be one play and done because he would hit them so hard they wouldn't play again because they'd be injured. He'd get thrown out of the game. Then the NFL would review the video and he'd probably be eliminated for the rest of the season. He would last one game in the NFL now, and they would toss him out. Speed-wise, he wouldn't be able to keep up with these guys. First of all, someone just said that too.
Yeah,
Big Pigs has a good. But Jack Tatum wouldn't be involved in the game today, not because he was that physical, but his coverage, he didn't have any coverage. But,
no, he did.
But just that, when you could do that, your stance in the middle of the field, that was very important back then. The middle of the field was everything, and then you had a
real pass
guy on the outside. That's running vert,
scared everybody.
Deep routes. And the good receivers were doing crossing patterns, and Jack Tatum's sole responsibility is to not let that happen. And if he did do that, even though he had the ball or not, his responsibility was that receiver is not going to go across the middle if he has the ball or not. And
that's what I say. That's all because that middle was like protected. Like, nobody's going across that middle.
You're going to do that.
Nobody's going across that middle. We have balls in the middle.
They didn't call him the assassin for no reason.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So Matt Marinovich says he'd bring back Charles Woodson right now.
That's a great call.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Who would you bring back, Gravy?
I don't know. As far as coverage, as a DB in this game, I don't know. I hate to say it, but I don't know. He covered Dan, but he could probably be good at this game as a safety.
A safety, yeah. So he plays
He'd
safety
be an all-pro safety.
Nandi would be a good one, I think, especially if you're playing man up.
Nnamdi Asomugha could play right now as a corner the way he was.
Nnamdi's good as long as you don't put him in zone, like the Eagles did.
Yeah, they put him in zone, but that was when they really weren't running zone that much. The only one doing it was Gus Bradley, and he just went to the wrong place, bro.
What's up, Rorschach?
Rorschach throw out a couple here. He's going.
He got
Willie
paid a
Brown,
lot of money
Mike,
though. He's still spending that money he got.
Yeah, Rorschach saying Willie Brown, Mike Haynes, and Ted Hendricks.
Mike Haynes. There you go.
Mike Haynes. Yeah.
I could see Haynes.
He's fucking in the Hall of Fame finally. I mean, he's
been in the Hall of Fame.
Mike Haynes.
I know. That's what I was going to say. If you let me finish, I was going to say he's one of the ones that got in fairly quickly for the Raiders.
Yeah.
So I guess I have a question. This is an interesting one. Kind of fun. So what do you guys think about Lester Hayes not being in the Hall of Fame, but on the 2002 team and Eric Allen? I'm like, who do you guys like better? I mean, overall for the Raiders.
Well, Eric Allen would got his from Philadelphia.
Yeah, basically did.
Yeah, he didn't play that well.
Yeah, Lester Hayes, I think he should be in there. So should Willie Brown. I mean,
he got Philadelphia, but he retired as a Raider, so that's why he went as a Raider.
Yeah.
I think the one thing holding Tatum back is he played in the Stickum era.
And
you saw what his uniform used to look like back then when he was playing, man. His brown was still black and a smear of brownish yellow on him. Looked like he had baby shit smeared all over his uniform.
And I don't know why Hayes did that. He was a good corner as it is. He was an all-world corner as it was. He didn't need that stick on that. He didn't need that.
Nah, that's why
it's blasphemy. It's blasphemy that Lester Hayes is not in the Hall of Fame. It is.
No, but I'm telling you that's what swayed voters' decision is right there. The Stickum thing for sure.
Stickum thing.
Yeah. I agree.
Well, Blitnikoff got in the Hall of Fame with Stickum, so why not Lester Hayes?
Yeah, he wasn't laughing at it.
Blitnikoff was the epitome of Stickum.
Over each other.
Nobody wants sitting the bitch next to him.
Even with Tatum, as good as he was, I think what's hurt him his entire since he retired is, believe it or not, is still going to be that hit on Stingley. That's how people are going to remember him.
It was a clean hit, but
they're going to remember him for it, and that's what's going to be why voters for the Hall of Fame don't vote for him, unfortunately.
Right.
It was preseason.
That's a
stigma.
It's unfortunate.
I've seen all the documentaries about that, and I've read the book about that, and I'm on the side. I feel bad that Sting, what happened to him, and if Jack Tatum said the perfect thing, and then people say he didn't reach out, but Jack Tatum did his job, bro. He did his. Right. It wasn't dirty hit.
Nope.
You go down the middle of the field. That's what happened to you in that age era of football, and even if it was a preseason game.
They keep
Jack
saying
Tatum did
he
his
didn't
job.
apologize. What did he need to apologize for?
And
I think the only one, if Gravy, correct me.
You know what's crazy with that one, guys? It's like
Jack, you hear us talking.
Jack.
Well, no, John Madden went to the hospital room.
That's what I was going to say.
A head coach and was there, hanging, there for Stingley, but their team didn't have anyone come out to even support him. But John Madden was there, which is the crazy shit.
We all know that story.
Yeah, we know that.
And John Madden was there representing Jack Tatum.
Wow.
Jack Tatum.
Jack Tatum couldn't go there.
It wasn't wrong to him because he was doing his job. And he didn't mean to do that. He didn't
it was
mean
a clean hit. It was a clean. It's just a freak accident.
It just got put on his legacy.
It's football, man. It's football.
We need to get Jack a set of earbuds so he can hear everybody else talking, so he knows when to. Because you can't hear
Ross-
everybody, I guess, because everybody was talking and then Jack just comes right in.
Gotta know Jack.
Oh my
Oh, God.
god!
Like, well, that's a huge point in football history. Like the only player that ever died
See?
in football history. It's like, man, it's like John Madden stepped up, and like when your own team doesn't even show up, what does that say?
Oh, Jack,
Oh,
you
Like
oh my god!
the Kansas City defensive end that used to run havoc on us. Dexter, what's his name? Al Davis paid for his funeral.
the linebacker, Johnson? Was it Johnson? No.
Nah, someone in the chat will remember.
What team?
Appreciate it so much. Al Davis paid for his funeral. Had nothing to do with the Raiders. I think he got an accident. His legs were cut off already from diabetes and all.
Oh no, no, Johnson Miles. Okay, now you're talking about.
So it was in the 90s or 80s, early 90s.
Oh my god! About the comment. About that comment that Russia, I looks like a very I'm not that very positive at all, but I think between for like the question that provides Jack, I mean, what can I say that? I mean, that just got me. But right now I'm looking from the camera, so I would love to bring it back. I don't know, Howie Long and Cliff Branch.
Are we going to bring you back players?
Yes, I will love to bring back two players, Howie Long and Cliff Branch.
Oh, absolutely.
Cliff Branch would have got covered all over the place, bro. Cliff Branch would have got covered. Blennikov would have got covered.
He's small and he wasn't as
Cliff
quick,
Branch,
but he wasn't
that bad, but he was crappy.
We're talking great players, Rafa. You're in the right realm, but I think Howie Long would have been dope right now. He would have been dope.
I was going to ask if you meant Derek Thomas. Is that who you were talking about? Was Derek Thomas?
Derek Thomas, that's who it was. It was
Yeah.
Derek Thomas.
He didn't even survive the accident. I thought he died at the site.
No,
he got hurt. He was in a wheelchair or something. I remember seeing him after his accident. And he died because of it.
He died a little later.
It was the Super Bowl weekend. He died in a car crash in Super Bowl weekend that year. He was still playing at the time. He wasn't retired.
I think he retired already or something like that. Or I don't know. I shouldn't have, but Al Davis, from what I've documentaries about Al Davis that I know, he loved Dexter Thomas so much that he always wanted him to come to the Raiders. He always asked for Kansas City. Always took it. He wanted to play. He liked playing against the Raiders. He caused havoc against the Raiders. If you guys remember,
Derek was havoc against everybody. He was a phenom. I mean, he was amazing. There's no toys about it. You had to respect his play.
The Raiders had something to do with his funeral. I'm going to say that. Al Davis had something to do with his arrangements.
Yeah, he was there.
I believe it, man. That's an Al Davis story that you don't always hear about. Is those kind of stories.
He did a lot of shit for people.
Yeah.
His book.
He'd always pay fines and shit for those players if he thought it was a good play. He'd pay the fines.
Well, Al Davis was a football guy. He was a football guy. He loved football players, no matter what team you played for. If he liked the way you played, he was what you're gonna be a Raiders. This football guy, he didn't care who you played for our rivals, but he cared about all.
So,
he respected you as a player and as a man. Then
you were in.
He would get you. He would get you if he wanted to, no matter how fucked our salary cap was. If he wanted to get you, he would get you.
He would got you.
He never wanted to be a Raider, man. He always wanted to stay at Kansas City. But very unfortunate, but it's a thing that the Raiders did for a team that we don't like, but we don't really care about.
Division rival, yeah.
And I'm pretty sure the Stingley family got a lot of things, a lot of sirens and stuff like that for the Raiders too.
All right, so this is the story on him, right? So he played 11 seasons in the league, all for KC. So after the 99 season, on January 23rd, 2000, his SUV went off the road as he and two passengers were driving to Kansas City International Airport during a snowstorm for a flight to St. Louis to see the NFC Championship game between the Rams and the Bucs. So he was he was deemed. I thought he died right during the accident. I thought he died, but he was deemed. He was rendered paraplegic by the car crash. He died 2 weeks later from a pulmonary embolism. He was posthumously inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2009.
Yeah,
so he died 2 weeks later. I thought he died.
So he died a little bit after that. He didn't die right. He died a little bit after that.
I didn't know it was that quick. I remember him. I remember hearing him that he was a.
I remember seeing him in a wheelchair. Unless some Mandela effect. I remember seeing him in a wheelchair. I know he didn't die at the accident. I think another guy died at the accident, but not him. So, unless the Mandela effect, he was in a wheelchair.
So Michael Tellis was killed instantly.
Okay, that's the guy who got
killed. The second passenger, who was wearing his seatbelt, walked away from the scene uninjured. Thomas was left paralyzed from the chest down. By early February, Thomas was being treated at Miami's Jackson Memorial Hospital. The morning of February 8, 2000, while being transferred from his hospital bed to a wheelchair on his way to therapy, told his mother he wasn't feeling well. His eyes rolled back. Recalled Frank Eismont, an orthopedic surgeon at Jackson Memorial Hospital. He went into cardiac arrest and died as a result of the embolism. A massive blood clot that developed in his legs and traveled to his lungs. Months later, his family tried to sue General Motors for $73 million in damages, but in 2004, a jury ruled the family was not entitled to any money. Damn.
Wow.
Doesn't say nothing about, because I think it was a player during that era that said that, or somebody in personnel. I'm gonna want to say Amy Trask, but
I'm looking through here to see if there's anything.
You're right. Maybe it's Amy Trask at the time.
I think Amy Trask was a one that said that, and it might have been on an interview or something like that. But I took that in and said, man, Al Davis did that.
Yeah,
I pretty much think that Schottenheimer was the coach then, and Al Davis and Schottenheimer didn't get along at all.
But he did show up at the funeral. I'm just seeing that he did show up at the funeral for Derek Todd. He was there. He was there at that funeral. I don't know if he's at the burial, but he's at the funeral.
Yeah. Well,
listen to this pod. This is pretty cool. So the Chiefs, in the Chiefs 99 season, Thomas recorded a career low for sacks with 7. He would also record his first career interception in the Chiefs' Week 8 win over the Chargers. He would record the final sack of his career in the Chiefs' Week 15 game against the Pittsburgh Steelers. And in what would have been his final game of his career, as he would die 37 days later, the Chiefs played their rival, the Oakland Raiders, with a victory. With a victory in the game, the Chiefs would qualify for the playoffs. The Chiefs lost in overtime 41-38. He didn't manage to record a sack on his former teammate Rich Gannon, but he did record 6 total tackles. So his final game was against the Raiders, and we beat them in overtime. 37 days later, he was dead.
Yeah, I remember that overtime game.
So they would have been in the playoffs, so that could have altered everything. So if the Chiefs would have won that game, that would have altered their trajectory, which then in turn would have changed where he would have been, because there's a chance he could have been playing in the AFC Championship instead, which he would still be alive, basically.
That's
imagine that. Damn.
And Rich Gannon was our quarterback, so that was John Gruden era then.
Yeah, that was the 99-2000 season. Yep.
That was John Gruden era. Maybe his first year. He got Gannon right off the bat.
Yeah, he did.
He plugged Gannon right off the bat.
You know, I'm sorry, Grady.
Who out there that remembers that? Who in the fuck is Rich Gannon?
What's up, Brian?
You know, I'm talking about. I don't mean it's getting subject. You know, I'm tired of hearing about this. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of people talk. Geno Smith, the next Gannon 2.0. Have you heard that?
Everybody's the next Gannon or the next Plunkett.
Get off of that. Get off that wagon.
What's up, Isaiah?
There ain't no next Gannon.
Raider Ryan, how you doing, Raider Ryan? Welcome to the channel.
They're totally different players, man.
Totally different, I think, players.
Yeah,
Gannon,
their styles, their types.
He was doing sidearm throws and things, accurate sidearm throws and angles with his throwing motion that
leggy picks.
You didn't even see. Mahomes does it great now, but you don't see guys doing what Rich Gannon did back then, bro. And it was just trying to get the ball to somebody.
Well, that time, Gannon's running the West Coast.
Rich Gannon was amazing, bro. And he was a
No,
backup,
to-
bro. He was a backup. He was a backup in Minnesota.
Mhm.
He was Joe Montana's backup.
Yep.
And he didn't do nothing. He didn't do what he did for the Raiders.
He was the backup of KC.
Where did John Gruden see this guy doing all this shit?
Yeah, he was the backup to Joe Montana. That's what he said.
Yeah, he was.
Because Montana was
Joe
Gannon ran the West Coast offense, was basically short, little, small passes, and let the players do all the work. So yeah,
Gannon was a journeyman. That's exactly what it was. He was a journeyman quarterback. You know,
where he got that from. And Jeff,
he came to the right team at the right time with the right coach and the right system.
Yeah, exactly.
And he excelled. He was an MVP. Took us to a Super Bowl. You know, I mean, the guy was phenomenal while he was with.
Well, talent
great
around.
years of football right there. That was the greatest years of football.
You had Jerry Rice and Tim Brown. You had two of the greatest wide receivers at the time. Give me a break.
Yeah, Charlie Gardner as a running back. Good pass catching running back out of the backfield too.
They had a monstrous offensive line that was just unbelievable,
and a good defense.
We need to get around.
Yeah. So yeah, everything.
This was the era. The era of Rich Gannon was drop back quarterbacks. He was the only one. 27 of the teams were drop back quarterbacks that stayed in the pocket. Rich Gannon was running all over the fucking place, and we were getting mad because he was doing that. What the hell is this? We're doing. The only one doing that was Randall Cunningham. Things like that. Yeah. I appreciate it. I was like, damn, Randall Cunningham, he got the little athlete out here. But you got to figure this though. See, Jeff knows this area. What college did Rich Gannon go to?
Oh shit!
I'll tell you right now, and you'll understand why he ran the way he did.
I know this too. Why am I drawing a blank?
Because he had ran for his life.
Nah, he wasn't running for his life. He had one of the best offensive lines of football. He went to Delaware. University of Delaware, and
oh my God, I knew this too. What the fuck?
And he went to Delaware still to this day.
Right in your neck of the woods.
They run a wing T offense. They still do to this day with variations of it. The quarterback's running the ball all the freaking time. That's all you do is run the football. They're passing in it now, but that's where Rich Gannon got all that from, man. It came back to him, and
didn't
guys in those schools,
you would probably know that you would know this, Gravy. What was it that West Virginia? It was almost like not the wing tee or the wishbone. Maybe I know they called it the veer.
Oh yeah, the option stuff. The option.
Yeah, it was like an option. It was like one of the first inclinations.
It was a triple option. It was a triple option.
Yeah. Because then everybody saw
it. Major Harris used to run
Major
it.
Harris. That's it. I was thinking Major Harris.
Used to run that. Yeah.
Yeah. Major Harris. That's it. That was on my mind.
Very, very good offensive line. And now the football figured it out. They used to run what they called a diamond formation, where they had three running backs and a quarterback in the shotgun, and two running backs on the side, and one in the backfield like a pistol.
Yeah,
and it will just dominate everybody. You fake it there, the quarterback will run it, then he can pitch it to the outside. Geno Smith
did that. The quarterback runs it. You got two running backs that can help block for him too.
That was almost like a reverse wishbone, where they had the quarterback, the running back, and then two fullback, and they got two running backs on the outside. But the way you talk about diamond from it's called diamond. I didn't know it's called diamond. Yeah, I remember that play. And they couldn't stop it for a while until they figured it out. Then when they stopped it, that was
coming back. It's coming back, but they're running the veer. What Jeff says veer, but it's a perimeter game, and then also the zone. The preference of the zone with the offensive line is it was installed, and it just makes it even better. They would just want to hit the outside, so they get big guys on small guys, and then you're gone, man. Your running backs are gone, and then all you got to do is trick that defensive end what to do. If he's going to take the running back or he's going to take the quarterback, there's no way to stop it.
Yeah.
You got to have
like that wishbone. That's like that wishbone with Todd Osborne when he brought that into the system. Nebraska.
Oh, that's Nebraska, Oklahoma.
We stand corrected on the 99 team. Okay, so here's the roster for the 1999 team. Gannon was your quarterback. Tyrone Wheatley and John Ritchie were in the backfield. Tim Brown and James Jett were your receivers, and Ricky Dudley was the tight end. Offensive line was Mo Collins, Wisniewski, Robbins, DiNapoli, and Lincoln Kennedy. In 2000, it was Gannon, Wheatley, Ritchie, actually the same offensive lineup. We didn't get Jerry Rice until 2001, the year we went to the Super Bowl. No, that was the Patriots.
We went to the Super Bowl
that was the
2003.
game. That was the Tuck. So 2001 is when Jerry Rice showed up. 2002 was our Super Bowl year. That was Gannon, Garner, Tim Brown, Porter, Rice, and Roland Williams.
We still have Wheatley too.
He's not listed. No, Wheatley was gone at the end of 2000 because in 2001 we had Garner and Ritchie.
Wheatley was one of my favorites.
Was a fullback.
Yeah, his dad.
Are they showing Tyrone Wheatley? Is it like a roster you're watching? You're looking at?
Yeah,
the whole roster, or just starters?
They don't show him on here.
Yeah, the Wheatley jersey got
all 53 of them. Is all 53 of them on there?
I'm looking at that right now. Yeah, Wheatley was still there. You're right. He didn't. He only had 200 yards left. Yeah, he was barely used.
Check this out. My doctor used to be on the medical staff for the Raiders, and he's got a picture in his office of
He said you're a girl now. Nothing.
Oh, no.
Never mind. Keep going. It was a bad joke.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
No, he had his picture in his office of him on a cart with Wheatley being hauled off the game. I saw the 47. I was like, Tyrone Wheatley? I'm like, he's like, yeah, it was Tyrone Wheatley. I said, how hard was it to pick him off the ground? He goes, it took 4 of us.
Yeah, I like Wheatley. Yeah, but man, Wheatley was a good running back from New York Giants. I thought he was one of the better running backs we had. He was a good power running back. But we get open field, he was gone.
They got Ben Jacobs. They got big old Jacobs over there. They said, we don't need Tyrone Wheatley anymore. We'll send him to the Raiders.
Okay. Hey, sorry to
crazy, boy. That dude was huge.
Ben Jacobs was dope. Ben Jacobs was dope.
Yeah, he was. He'd run on defensive tackles like he was nothing. Like, damn, dude.
You're talking about the Giants running back? I've seen him in person at a Giants game. He is a monster. Remember Bradshaw, his partner in the backfield? Talk about here's Bradshaw and here's Jacobs. Like that, the height difference was ridiculous. It looked like a midget standing next to a giant.
That was the Derrick Henry of that era right there. Derrick Henry of that era.
He was as big as the offensive lineman. He was tall.
He was. He ran on these tackles like they were nothing. Like, geez, he just ran.
He was fast too. He was fast.
Oh my God, yeah, he was a monster.
My doctor is also.
Didn't last long, but he was a monster. He didn't last long. But
later, Jack.
Hey, Jack.
Jack was I gotta go. Going. You don't get to chance to say bye.
His phone died. I thought he
got he had to go and get his cord. Gravy, you'll appreciate this. So yesterday, I had a guy come here from a company that's already replaced some of the windows in the house, and the rep came yesterday, a different guy to measure up the other windows we want to have looked at. And he walked in the house and he saw some of my Raiders stuff hanging up on the wall. He goes, "Oh, you're a Raiders fan?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Yeah, me too." I'm like, "Oh, no shit," right? So obviously we get to talking. You know who his cousin is? His cousin is Bruce Campbell.
All right.
The college combine king. Okay.
Yeah.
So I even said that to him. I said, "Oh, the Bruce Campbell, as in like the scouting combine god." He goes, "Yeah." All right. So you know what I'm talking about. You know your shit. I'm like, "Yeah, I know what you're talking about." He goes, "Yeah, well, I got another one for you." I said, "Okay." He goes, "One of my best friends is Maurice Hurst." I'm like, "No shit." I'm like, "All right." So I started, obviously we're talking and everything. So he goes, "I don't normally give my cell phone number out." He goes, "I give my business card that's got a different number to call me." He goes, "I'm giving you my personal cell phone number." So he gave me a cell phone number. He goes, "I'm going to reach out to both of them and see what I can do to, get you in touch with them." I said, "Hell yeah." I said, "Because if I can get in touch with either one of them and hook something up, I would love to get them in and do an interview with them."
That'd be sweet.
I already as soon as he was talking about that, I thought of Chris from Protect the Shield, because you've seen his interviews with former players. I mean, he's damn good with it. I would stumble over myself. I know I would. He's such a professional when it comes to that. So he already said, he goes, oh man, he goes, yeah, thanks for thinking of me. I said, I thought of you right away. As soon as he said, oh, maybe I can get him in touch with you, and you guys can, you can do an interview with them. I said, hell yeah. So I'm like, I'm gonna reach out to Chris. And Chris is like, yeah, let me know. I said, without a doubt. And he goes, Maurice Hurst is like one of my favorite players. So I'm like, if we can make this happen, man, we'll get it done. But that was awesome. I was like, as soon as he said Bruce Campbell, I'm like, really? He goes, yeah, it's my cousin.
Great for your channel,
He's from originally like the Hartford, Connecticut area, like West Haven, New Haven section of Connecticut. And Hurst is from right near where my wife works. Her office is based out of Canton, Mass, just outside of Boston. That's where Maurice Hurst is from. I'm like, no shit. I was like, damn. I thought he was blowing smoke up my ass at first. And then I looked a little further into it. I did a Google on both of them, like where they came from and everything. And he was like point on with, shit that happened to him in the past that's in their wiki page. And I'm like, who memorizes that? He didn't know I was a Raiders until he walked in the door. I mean, who would memorize that and then come to someone's house when they're Raiders? So like, there's no way this guy's bullshit. He's 100% legit. So I was like, that's cool. So that was interesting. I knew you'd get a kick out of that.
Yeah, that's great, man. I like hearing stuff like that. That'd be great for your channel, man. If you could do it, do your research, man. You got to do your research on them, and you can do it. You can do it, Jeff. Oh, yeah. Take a shot. Yeah, Dribble in there. Take a shot, man. You got a good channel. Should get people up here that used to play for the Raiders. That'd be great for you.
All I got to say, if you have either one of them, I want an IG message to make sure that I get to watch that show because.
Oh, trust me. We'll promote the living shit out of that when that comes.
Okay, cool.
Everybody would know that.
I ain't gonna miss that one
because I can think of some questions for Bruce already, and not with the intent to embarrass him, obviously. But what the fuck happened, dude? You were so awesome in the scouting combine. What the fuck happened to you? You suck.
Oh shit.
I would never say that.
Yeah, stay away from that one. Yeah.
You say that. This is exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to show you exactly what we're going
to do. Yeah, screen goes black. Fuck.
Yeah, black. Oh man.
Now you ain't got no choice who's going to do your windows, huh?
Yeah, exactly. You're going to get a shoddy job of it.
What's up, Jay? What's going on, brother?
So are Bruce Campbell and Maurice Hurst related in any way?
No. It's just that he knows. I don't know how he knows Maurice Hurst. But Bruce Campbell's his cousin. Bruce Campbell is legit his cousin. I was like, God damn, that's pretty cool.
Did he play ball? Did he play ball though? Does it look like he plays some football?
This guy, nah, he's small, man. If he played anything, oh God, I mean, I'm 6 feet. He looked like he was about 5'8" at the best.
Running back.
I mean, he probably played running back, maybe in high school, maybe defensive back. Other than that. I mean, he could have played wide receiver too, but he ain't gonna out-jump anybody, or at least outreach anybody. That's for sure.
Be a slot receiver. There you go.
No slot receiver.
That's badass, Jeff. I don't mean to brag, but my uncle is a legendary Uncle Mike Sacktown. That's from G Fam to you, Mike.
Oh, that had to be from G Fam. Yeah. That's my nephew.
Is it really, or you just
real? He's your nephew?
No, he calls me Uncle Mike, so I call him nephew.
Oh, okay. I thought for
real. Now he's got somebody else call me Uncle Mike. I can't remember who it was. Somebody else called me Uncle Mike too tonight in one of the chats.
I'll call you part of Two King Crew. That's what I'll call
you. I know. That's what we are. We're the 2 King Crew, man. Don't fuck with us, man.
Yeah, exactly. We got our kings out.
2 King Crew. We'll hit you with our cane. We'll hit you with our canes, man.
We'll limp to your ass and beat the crap out of you. We're a 2 King Crew. That's how we do it.
Dixon. What's up, Dixon? I acknowledge you, Dixon, but not your full name, bro. I got whiff of what you're doing right up quick. Everybody did it, but what's up, Dixon? I'm gonna start doing more.
I always say his full name. People are afraid to say Dixon Cider. I don't know why.
Dixon.
I mean, I've even bribed 805 with a super chat, and he goes, "I'm still not doing it." I'm like, "What the hell? I want a rebate then."
But that was funny that Leo didn't know what it stands for. When he didn't know for a while. That was hilarious. Like you didn't
even
know.
805 didn't catch it until the night that he caught it. He was like,
Right.
"Huh? Oh no, I can't call you that anymore." He goes, "I'm just going to call you DC." Oh yeah, when Leo caught on, man, it was like a light went on in his head, like, oh my god, I get it now. Yeah, that was great.
I was watching, like, what? You didn't know what that meant?
Or as Nabak called it.
All the noise about the it kind of went off yesterday, and all the noise about AOC beating out Gino and all that stuff. But
yeah, that's not.
I'm not gonna stop talking about it because it's nonsense. But I want people to grasp that. I don't want people to grasp that idea. Personally, I don't.
That ain't happening.
I mean, I still hold out hope that AOC can be something.
On top of that, at least we have a serviceable backup quarterback in case something just Gino to tweak an ankle or something like that. He had to come out. At least we got a serviceable backup that can come in and won't mess the game up. You know,
exactly.
We have that because for a while we didn't have Garoppolo and old man Hoyer. Yeah, we had no quarterbacks. At least we got.
I have all the confidence in the world that if Gino goes down, AOC can step in and
manage.
Do just fine and get us some wins. I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Not at all. You know, that's like the people that are like, let's trade away AOC 12. Who's going to back up Gino now? Why would you want to get rid of him? Because there were people that run that narrative, like, let's trade him away for draft picks. And what are we going to replace him with as the backup? You're going to go with a second-year guy or a rookie as your backup? Get out of here. Because there ain't much out there that I would want to bring in as a backup. You ain't going to get anybody cheap on the money-wise. You know? No way.
Yeah. Get Aaron Rodgers. He's a gunner.
He's not just for Steelers, so we don't need him.
Gonna get the guy for that from the Titans. And then they get rid of him, the big arm guy.
Mayonnaise boy.
What's up, Night Owl?
What's that guy? Mavis? What's his name? The mayonnaise boy.
The mayonnaise guy, yeah.
Yeah, coffee and mayonnaise. Yeah.
Raider fans will get a kick out of that.
Shout out to 805 with the super chat. Here's your damn rebate, Jeff. Damn you, Dixon. Oh my God, that's priceless. I love it. Thanks, brother. I appreciate you.
Maybe I'll what do you get? You order your cigars? How you get your cigars?
Where do I get them?
Do you order them or how you do?
I go to a shop.
Okay.
There's several shops in Fresno I go to, and they go hang out.
They don't shop where I'm at, so they got cigarette place, but they got the what they call the box cigar, the display cigars.
The Dutch Masters and the Black and Tan, Black and Miles.
Thanks.
Backwoods.
Black and Miles. Black and Miles ain't even close to a good cigar.
Black and Miles is not even a cigar. It's a cigar.
You're disrespecting cigars aficionados for Black and Miles.
Because I got two left. Another super chat here. I got to get some more. I want some Nicaraguans. So if you know a good brand, send me an IG link. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna look some. My boy, yeah.
Super chat here from Dixon Cider for $1.99. He goes 805 can't get away with it. So 805 Dixon Cider. Thanks, brother.
So you guys having a Dixon Cider battle right now?
Yeah.
For money?
That sounds like a porno movie.
Yeah, Mike, you would know.
Oh, Jesus, another one.
I do know. I like that.
Here's to buy more Vegemite for Jeff to eat. Thanks, brother. Another super chat. You guys are fucking rolling tonight. God damn.
That's what you got to do. You got to eat that shit to get some money in your chat, bro. That's what you got to do. You got to.
They gotta do it. Well, Big Spoonful, you get a $20.
Tell him whoever slips a 20 to Jeff right now, he'll eat a little bite of that Vegemite.
A big bite.
Oh, I'll do it.
Yeah, you know,
$20 to Jeff. We get some Vegemite.
Hey, want to see what it looks like? Have you seen what this stuff looks like, Gravy? Check this out. Look at that.
Axle grease. Axle grease.
Exactly what
it looks, smells, and tastes like it.
I seen Critique eat a bunch of it. I mean, I seen Avocado eat a bunch of it.
The last time we did Tecmo Bowl a few weeks ago, I ate a massive spoon of this, or a fork full of it, and I had to sing a song afterwards. And part of this, well, he had me sing Men at Work's Land Down Under, and there's a part in there where the song says, she gave me a Vegemite sandwich. So I took another scoop and ate that in the middle of the song. I didn't have the urge to puke or anything. I was like, God damn, I'm like, am I getting accustomed to the taste of this shit already?
You're gonna say that ain't nothing. I'll eat the whole jar, man. What's up?
Next thing you know, he's gonna be sponsored instead of by Dunkin' Donuts. He's gonna be sponsored by some fucking Vegemite company.
This show is brought to you by Vegemite. Jeff, our biggest fan, Jeff.
It'll be like this. With this.
They're gonna make a special call for you at Dunkin' called the Vegemite blend. Oh, if he's on that times 2, Jeff will show.
Oh
Roar,
my God.
No, we don't want to see
times 2 or 2 Jeff. Times 2, Jeff will show you his boobs.
We don't.
Want to see your tits, Jeff, for $1.99.
No, man.
You that cheap? You that cheap, Jeff?
Oh my God! No man boobs, please.
I will eat this rather than take my shirt off.
Oh no!
No, we're good.
You do a little side. Ooh.
That's if you and
know when
Jason
you're gonna
down.
do that, Jeff, so I can just click off real quick.
G fam, how much do you spoonful and sing his autumn wind song? Right now it's a little late at night here. It's 1:15, so everybody's sound asleep in the house. So it'd be tough for me to sing that out loud. Catch me during the day, it's a different story because no one will be home tomorrow during the day. Oh, you didn't bring Jack up? You left him sitting down there, Mark.
Oh, Jack is back. Oh my God.
I can sing a song.
No, don't do that.
Hey guys, I'm sorry. I had to go help my son. He wanted me to look over his resume, so I'm trying to get my young son to get a job, so start paying for school.
Okay. Oh my God.
Little Mexican buddy.
You're trying to get your son a job?
No, I'm just looking over the resume. It's like, he wanted me to look at it, so.
Later, Law Dog. Have a good night, brother.
Law Dog's leaving. Okay, Law Dog. Have a good night, brother.
Yeah, this is my oldest one is who lives at home. It's knows all about computers and stuff. So, Mike, if you still need him, if Nabman's not going to help you out on not the computer that Jeff helped you out with, you can call me up and I'll get my son to help you set that shit up.
I thought I was going over to your house tomorrow. We're going to barbecue. And,
well, yeah, then come on over, bro. We're going to do that.
Well, yeah, because I'm going to bring some stuff over. Some food and stuff too.
Oh, you said stuff. You said food. You said stuff. What kind of stuff you bringing over there?
Well, I'm bringing that.
You're not bringing no pink Himalayan salt over there, are you?
No,
stuff? What stuff, Mike? I know.
Pink Himalayan salt.
Well, I was planning on bringing getting a potato salad or macaroni salad or both, and some kind of dessert.
Food.
Boy, that's boring.
Some kind of chips and salsas and stuff like that.
Your definition of stuff is different than mine.
You don't get that.
And then I'm bringing over some of my stuff too, but it's
somebody
not,
tells me bring the
it's,
stuff. I know exactly what to bring.
Exactly.
It's not pink, it's green.
You're not bringing that Stephon Diggs special Himalayan pink salt.
No. What I'm bringing is going to be green, but he don't smoke, so.
Alpha what's up, man? How you doing?
What's up,
Hey,
Alpha?
what's up?
Let's like with Gabe. I did that with Gabe, so I'll say that.
Well, he doesn't smoke regularly.
What's up, Jay?
What's up, AR?
Yeah, hi, Jack. Hi, Jack. Yeah, no worries. Thanks, Jack.
I was looking at the chat. When I look at the chat, I'm on my phone.
Oh, good.
I'm on my phone, so when I'm on my phone, I can't see the panel.
Yeah, no worries. All good. Yeah.
I'll
just go back to my box.
Hey, how's it going? How's it going, Afakasi? How's it going, Afakasi? Oh my god!
You panicking?
No. I'm not panicking because sometimes I really forget because
jersey you got there, Apicasi? What jersey you got there? Let's stand up. Let me see. The last 47. That boy we were just talking about.
Oh, Wheatley. We were just talking about Wheatley. Yeah.
Talking about my guy Tyron.
We were just talking about
good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah.
I had to. I've been going on a bit of a bender of late, getting some of the old Reebok jerseys I can find for a good value on the eBay. But Tyron Wheatley's a guy. During the off season, what I like to do is I like to go back and watch classic Raider football just to scrub up on my knowledge, on times that I wasn't a part of. Like I've been watching early 2000s and 90s football, because if you go back further than that, the footage is kind of grainy. But like if you watch 90s and early 2000s, it's actually very watchable. And it's great to go back and watch these games. Like you have a fair idea how the seasons went, but you don't know the results, you don't know the records. You know what I mean? And get to know these players. And Tyron Wheatley's a guy I watched and I learned to appreciate. Like he wasn't the fastest, he wasn't the strongest, he wasn't the shiftiest, but he was a guy who was able to run and make yards with sheer will. Something that Zamir White needs to watch the tape and learn from. You know what I'm saying? So
no doubt.
Yeah, Tyron Wheatley, I fuck with him heavy. So
that's why that's the only Raider jersey I bought. AR was Tyron Wheatley jersey. Like I said, fortunately, it got stolen. I know who did it, but it's gone a long time ago.
Could this be it here? Double XL?
You probably got it.
What was it? White,
bro? If Zamir White could be half, Zamir White could be half of. Zamir White could be half of Tyron Wheatley, dude. I'll take it.
But Tyron Wheatley's a guy who he can watch and learn from, because, like I said, he wasn't the fastest, he wasn't the strongest, he wasn't the shiftiest, even though he was good at all those things. But he just made yards through sheer will. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate and fuck with that.
Yeah, I'll go back.
The Thunder,
the Thunder to Charlie Garner's Lightning, and Napoleon Kaufman.
Well, yeah, Nap Kaufman, like that was the Thunder and Lightning back in the days. That was a great running back crew right there.
Hell yeah, it was. All three of those guys were studs.
Zamir got this season. Zamir got this one season to do something. They got a little better at blocking. Like they got some better offensive line guys and better play calling. This is it. If he can't get past 2.8 yards a carry, he's gone. He's out of here.
He needs to even make the roster.
He'll be our fullback. Come on, we can't get rid of him.
Oh yeah, sure. The last year of his rookie contract, we're going to transition him to a project position. That makes all the sense in the world. Yeah, sure.
Zamir White couldn't block a tissue in a windstorm. So how you going to block in life? No.
I mean, to be honest, right now, I got worse vision. Even that Zamir White got the worst vision ever. He can't even block.
What's up, Robert?
Hey, how's it going, Robert? Yeah.
Maybe he might be good at that. Maybe I never seen him pass block, but maybe he might be good at pass block. He's a big guy.
Exactly.
I'm just trying to find the defender that's running through the line. Might be a problem for him because he can't see a hole open up, so he might not be able to see that.
He might block his own offensive lineman, dude. What he sees his vision is he might I'm gonna block JBJ. No, that's what the guy's supposed to block, dude. Get out of here.
Because you can't sit there and wait for a defender to come hit you. You got to go get the defender. So don't hit your own offensive lineman in the ass when you're doing it. So, I don't know.
His bare minimum for me, he needs to beat not just one of them, but both Dylan Lobby and Sincere McCormick. He needs to outplay. He needs to ball out in preseason if he has any chance of making this roster. Because if he doesn't beat both of them, or these other guys who got in the door, like Collier and that other UDFA that we brought in for a camp tryout, if he doesn't beat all of those guys in preseason by a landslide, he's out of here. He's gone.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt you about guys, but I'm really tired. But I just wanted to drop off right now, but I had to sleep right now. But I just wanted to make really understand. I'm not very panicking because right now I'm just getting tired about this right now. So I apologize. But salute to everybody.
Rafa. You're looking a little down. I mean, come on.
Because I'm really tired right now. I'm really tired, but I need to
go get some sleepy sleep.
Yeah,
What's up, sleep it up.
All right. I'll keep it out right now, but have a good one, guys. And of course, I just wanted to tell you that Samuel White got the worst version. So salute to everybody else.
Get some sleep.
Salute to you, man.
Get some sleepy sleep.
Man, the only person I'm afraid of is
Tell them go Mimi's.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Jack. You were going to say something?
Yeah, Jack used it in the middle. So.
Well, I was going to say our defensive tackle. That's the only position I'm really afraid of. I mean,
what about linebacker?
What do you mean?
Well,
you're not worried about.
You were saying you were concerned about the slot corner.
I am concerned about the slot corner.
The positions you said already.
So you both
sure about the whole team then? Is that linebackers?
No. It's all in defense. So let me go run through it. So our Christian Wilkins is a huge money maker. It's like his hurt foot. So we saw that with Tyree, right, guys? Man, I don't even know. Is he gonna be able to start the regular season? And if he does, is he gonna be the Christian Wilkins that we know? So that's that's a big one. So I said my biggest needs were slot corner because Harmon's the guy that's out there. Chris loves him, but I don't love him. So linebacker.
Wait. Back up. Who loves who? Go on, Dante Holmes.
I think he just said you like Chris Smith.
I don't like Chris Smith. I didn't say anything about Chris. I didn't miss his name.
I didn't say Chris Smith.
Who Holmes is?
You said Chris.
I said Don Holmes has the same stats that
it's Harmon. It's the slot corner.
Hobbs Don Holmes is. I mean, Hobbs is irreplaceable. I just said Don Holmes had the exact same stats.
You mean Holmes?
Names. I don't even know what
you mean Holmes.
Dante Holmes had the same.
I don't either.
Stats.
It's not Harmon. You're getting me confused here.
That's what I said. I didn't say I love Dante Holmes. I didn't say he's going to be in the starting slot. But as of right now, that's all we got. That's all I said.
That's all we got.
That's all I said. I love him.
But you compared him earlier to Hobbs. So I'm like, I
think
I don't see
Darnay Holmes.
Exactly. I go stats. I think I compare him to Hobbs. Come on, Jack.
No, you can't. You can't do that.
I didn't compare him to Hobbs.
Crazy of it.
Hobbs is a way better player than
he's a depth chart number one right now. He's depth chart number one right now on the depth chart.
Hobbs is a way better slot corner than Darnay Holmes. I didn't say the stats were
absolutely. That's what I said. But you said it said his stats are like close. Is what you said earlier in the show.
Hobbs is a way better player than Holmes was.
Oh, way better. He's way better.
Way better. When he's on the field, absolutely. Yeah, so that's like my biggest position need on this team. And then free safety, we're talking about, we're talking about defensive, fronts, 4-2, 5-2, and then playing three safeties. But we don't have a great free safety in the lineup. I mean, shoot. Man, I wish we didn't trade back. I wish we would have got, Watts from Notre Dame to play the free safety. But at off-ball linebacker, I'm going to call it all out right now. I think Mar Gainer is probably the best off-ball linebacker we have on this team. And I'm hoping, please, the Lord, please step up and do this.
What's up, Rebel?
So you think Amari Gainer's the best linebacker we have right now? That's not good. Don't you see that that's not good? That's not good position to be in.
No, I said best off-ball linebacker. I'm not saying middle linebacker, but Gravy, we talked about this earlier. It's like letting Spillane walk was a big mistake.
Yeah,
man, if we would have kept him, then it would have been like way easier.
Jersey.
Hey, Gardner. Sorry, Gravy. Who's that?
Charlie Gardner. Charlie Gardner.
I kind of spoiled it. Yeah, Charlie Gardner. My other
acquaintance. You got black ones. I really don't get a lot of away jerseys because I mostly get
the black ones.
Yeah, it's blacks.
Yeah, I black, white, as long as they're official.
Yeah.
Afghasi, who's this?
I can't see. Show me the number. 77. Is that
77? Dude, I know he's wearing a Lyle Zader jersey.
I didn't ask you, Jack.
Yeah, Jack.
He actually got that from Lyle Alzado in the 1970 bar at the bar. They were rolling dice for it, and he got it off his back.
Yeah, he game worn.
He rolled dice with Lyle Alzado and got his jersey.
That's game worn. Hang on, did he just say that's game worn?
Who?
You? Did you just say that it's game worn? It's a game worn jersey.
No, I was just rolling with Gravy. I was just saying. I got it online.
I can appreciate that. I was actually going to answer Howie Long or Steve Wisniewski. So, yeah, no, I can appreciate that. I should know that because I've got his jersey in my closet as well.
Jack's like the neighborhood kid that somebody asked a question. I don't know if it was on the panel.
I actually have
on the panel or it was in the chat. They said, "What three Raiders would you bring back to play that could play in the NFL today? This game right now, 2025 game football. What three players are Raiders that you would bring back?"
Are you asking me specifically?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. No. Yeah. You're the only one that didn't answer.
So what players would I bring back to this roster in their Raider primes? Are you talking specifically?
And the Raider primes that can play football these days. They got to be able to play in 2020.
Okay, and they're not still currently in the league, right? You're talking about former players that are not in the league.
Yeah.
Okay.
Former.
Tim Brown's one of them. I'll go an offensive lineman. Gene Upshaw is apparently supposed to be the greatest guard of all time before as a Raider. So I'd have to go with Gene Upshaw. God, I mean, there's so many names, but I guess cool.
That's a tough spot.
I'm just gonna say Howie Long, whatever.
Okay.
All those
I would say Khalil Mack, but he's still in the league. I mean, linebacker you might even put Phil Villapiano. He's a guy I can appreciate. Like we could certainly use him in that linebacker call, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Can he play now?
A cornerback, Willie Brown or Lester Hayes. I mean Lester Hayes maybe not because he was cheating, right?
but we said we can play nowadays. That could come in here and say nowadays.
He wasn't cheating because there was no rule against it, so he wasn't cheating.
I guess that's an obvious name as well. Bo Jackson, like Bo Jackson would be.
Bo Jackson was the first one that could play. Bo Jackson could play right now and still tear it up.
Right. You picked two of the ones that I picked. I picked Art Shell, and
I was trying not to go for the obvious kind of answers. I guess. But Bo Jackson,
I went Art Shell, Gene Upshaw, and Howie Long. I would bring back in a hot beat.
I said, Nambi. I said, your guy, Nambi Aspenwalker, could probably play corner right now these days. And play me and that.
Yeah.
He could probably
stick. Yeah, definitely. For sure.
He would play, even though we play so much zone, he would just cover the field. Just his coverage would be able to cover in zone, no matter how many teams run it. The Raiders run he would be able to play right now.
I'll give you two
Bo and Stabler.
I'll give you two unheralded names that like you're probably going to think I'm outlandish for, but like these are guys I've actually learned to appreciate. I think we could actually use right about now. Jeffrey Hostetler and Jeff George.
What? Jeff George?
Mean arm, bro.
In his Raider prime, that guy had a cannon of an arm.
Oh, hell yeah, he did.
From an arm perspective, like I don't think there's anybody since maybe Daryl LaMonica that had a better arm than Jeff George that we've had. There's been better quarterbacks, Ridge Gannon being one of them, Ken Stabler, but like, in terms of pure arm talent, like when I went back and watched him like playing in 97, 98, my God, like that guy was accurate and throwing lasers at like 40, 50, 60-yard bombs. Crazy.
Hey, Chris, look at Frank Weber's. Your guy. He wants to bring your guy. Based on need, we could use Rod Martin right about now.
Yeah, I wish you could.
I like that answer from Rebel. Marcel Reese.
That's my favorite guy.
Yeah. Hey, Weber, man, that's one of the most underrated players in Rebel's history.
Salute to Frank Weber, man. You know that's my favorite player of all time.
Hostetler, Hostetler was a tough son of a bitch, man.
He was Rich Gannon before Rich Gannon.
He used to get beat up, dude, and get right back up. Not complaining. They just get up and go. That's what I like.
I know. I've been bendering a lot of 90s football, and that's why I've learned to appreciate those two guys specifically, is that like they were before my time, but then going back and watching them play and not knowing the outcomes, like I learned to appreciate the Haas. I learned to appreciate even Jeff George, even though he didn't have it all right upstairs, but like from a pure arm talent, my God, could that guy throw?
I get to see Hostetler play live here in New England. Back in
him live play in Oakland.
I actually bought his jersey.
Like pretty solid.
I got it on the way.
That
Hostetler's.
What do you got?
I said I actually bought Hostetler's jersey. It's on the way in the next couple of weeks. So
yeah. Great. That'd be good jersey to have.
All Eyes wants to bring back
a Hostetler jersey.
Ricky Dudley.
I was so excited we got him, man. I was so excited we got him in the draft, but after that, I said, nah. I said, nah.
Well, his best year was actually when Jeff George was quarterback. Remember, 97. That was Ricky Dudley's best year in the league.
Yeah, Circus Raiders. We said Namdi earlier too. I agree 100%. Namdi, awesome offer.
Namdi, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the second jersey I bought for my daughter. I bought her Charles Woodson first, then I bought her Namdi when he left to Green Bay.
Namdi
went to Philly.
Come on, bro. You got Eric Allen.
No, I said when Charles Woodson went to Green Bay, I got her a Namdi one.
Better guys than Jaquan Bennett.
Knees, I know that Jeff George's teams the first season he was with us wasn't good. We only won 3 games. I'm just talking about from a pure talent perspective. If you watched him throw and watched him play, like that guy could throw a ball.
He could chuck it. No two ways about it.
That ball,
right?
He good.
But I know they weren't good. 97. They were better in 98, but not 97. They didn't win too many games.
Cool kid. Hell yeah, I'll bring back Vince Evans. Hell yeah, I'll bring back Vince Evans. Vince Evans will win football games right now for the Raiders at 70-something-year-old ass. He will.
So who do you think is better, Eric Allen or Lester Hayes?
Vince, you're up. He never had a problem winning football games after that.
Who was better in their prime, Jack?
Eric Allen or Lester Hayes? I mean, literally, Eric Allen, salute to that guy, man. He got a gold jacket this year.
Right.
Lester Hayes was knocking on a door to get a gold jacket. He didn't get it. So as a Raiders fan, like, who do you guys think is better? For me, I'm about Lester, bro. I'm all about Lester.
Well, yeah, because Eric Allen did great work. We already talked about this. Eric
I know,
Allen
but AR is on the show now, so I want his opinion.
Okay.
I'm probably respectfully, I'm probably the last person to ask because I've watched Eric Allen. I've gone back and watched Eric Allen play, and he was a stud when he was playing with the Raiders in those late 90s and early 2000s. But I know of Lester Hayes' greatness, but I've never watched him play, so I'm probably not the right person to ask.
But Jack, remember, Eric Allen did most of his damage was at Philadelphia Eagles, and he came to us.
I agree. But he was still great.
So you gotta go Jack.
We're not saying
Raider. So he did most of his damage was a team.
Career as a DB Eric Allen had better career than Lester Hayes, and Lester Hayes is a Hall of Famer.
A career, total career with the Eagles,
Mhm.
with the Raiders, yeah, better
Yeah,
career.
Much as I love Lester Hayes,
as a Raider.
Eric Allen.
That's what
Lester Hayes is a former defensive MVP as well.
Yeah, and that era.
Yeah.
Lester Hayes, the judge.
Willie
The
could
years
run-
that the
Willie
years
could
that
run.
Nnamdi Asomugha played, that was so, that dominated. You would say, Nnamdi Asomugha, Eric Allen had a longer career, but Asomugha's production is way better than Eric Allen. So, do you consider Asomugha to be a Hall of Famer more than Lester Hayes?
I
Because if
don't.
we didn't went to Philly, he didn't do nothing.
No.
Yeah, me
All the
personally,
years
no,
with the
I'm
Raiders.
about Lester Hayes over Asomugha. I think he's
I would have to
amazing.
say that too.
I feel like
Yeah,
he's like
yeah.
he's a scheme fit guy. It's like, so when he went to Philly and did zone, he was horrible. But man to man, that kid was good, super good.
Yeah, that was
But
football
boy,
then.
that era in that early 2000s era, we had a litany of great corners, didn't we? Like Nnamdi Asomugha, Rod Woodson, Charles Woodson, Eric Allen. They were
Rod
all
Woodson.
played around that same region. You know what I'm saying? Like crazy
Yeah.
names we had at cornerback. Now, since Nnamdi's left, it's been like one of the most meager positions that the rosters have had since then. Crazy.
They are right. That's facts,
And
bro.
don't forget, we also was safety, but Ronnie Lott. I mean,
Ronnie Lott
bringing
in the
him
90s,
in.
We look at Rod Woodson. When I said this, that Rod Woodson is a Hall of Famer. Should have been a Hall of Famer. But when I was talking about Rod Woodson, maybe about 3 years ago, or something like that on the live, I said Rod Woodson has better stats than Deion Sanders. So how come Rod Woodson isn't in the Hall of Fame?
I
You
thought
look
he was.
at Rod Wood's numbers. He has
Rod
more
Woodson is
interceptions
in the
than
Hall of
Deion
Fame.
Sanders. He
He's
has
got
more
a gold
tackles than
jacket.
Deion Sanders. We all know that
Yeah.
Deion Sanders didn't tackle nobody, and he was just in that era, which was the same, the same era Rod Woodson was playing when Deion Sanders was out there. Rod Woodson has better stats, two other stat guys out there, than Deion Sanders.
I believe
Well,
it.
Rod Woodson has gold jacket.
Jack,
and
hold
Rod
on, Jack.
Woodson was
Jack.
like coach dude for the Raiders.
So in your eyes, stat wise, who's a better corner? Rod
Hang
Woodson.
on, guys.
Rod Woodson
Jack,
wasn't
hang
a
on.
corner; he was a safety.
Jeff wants
He played
We're
safety
gonna
too.
get earbuds for Jack so he can hear us.
Jeff wants to speak.
Davis 01's asked, he's a Patriots fan. Thoughts on New England this year, if you don't mind. I think you're going to be better. I live in New England, so I know the narrative of what's around here with the team and the sport. Everybody's reporting on them. I've seen what they've done. They're definitely in a better place, I think, than they were last season, especially on the coaching side.
Who's in that division? Miami, New England, what?
Jets and the Dolphins. Yeah, Jets, Dolphins, Bills, Patriots.
I think they're going to be second in the division.
No, I think so too. I think they may actually could give Buffalo a little bit of a tough time.
Exactly.
It's possible. I definitely think the Patriots are better this year than last year, for sure.
Isn't Baltimore in their division as well?
No, Baltimore is no. Baltimore's in the was it the North Division with the Browns?
North, Pittsburgh, Baltimore,
North,
Cleveland, and Cincinnati.
Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Baltimore.
I mean, week one. I mean, we're going up against New England week one here in New England, which I should be at that game. We'll be at that game. So it's going to be interesting to see how the season starts. But I mean, I respect them. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how it goes. I respect the Patriots.
They got some dudes on their team. They got some dudes on their team.
Get them.
Gravy, what were you saying?
No two ways about that.
What were you debating with Jack before about? Was it Ronnie Lott or
Ronnie Lott?
Not me.
You were debating something with Jack. Was it Ronnie Lott?
Might have been Gravy. I didn't say anything.
I think he was saying that he was debating that
a subject that me and Jack Kenner don't argue about. That's tight. What were we arguing about, Jack, last time?
Everything.
Mike brought up Ronnie Lott. I didn't bring up Ronnie Lott, the strong safety.
No, what he was talking about, I think, is when you mentioned Rod Woodson earlier, saying he wasn't a cornerback, he was a safety.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was the free safety.
Yeah, I know.
He was with Derek Gibson, right? I think who was it? One of the guys brought up in the chat. No. Derek Gibson.
Yeah.
But when he came
Derek
to the Raiders, he was a free
starts,
safety.
yeah, so Derek Gibson was on one side, and then Rob Woodson was on the other, right?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
All right, just a little PSA. Anybody that's in the chat that hasn't done it already, make sure you get over to the channels of the guys that are on the show. You got myself, you got my guy next to me, CHRIS4RAIDERS. Get over to these guys' channels. Hit the notification, the thumbs up, hit the subs. You got Gravy on the end there. He's also part of Raider Nation Live. Down below, in the middle, you've got Afakasi Raider. It's just like that on all his social medias. It's Afakasi Raider. One of the things that AI is known for during the off season is Tecmo Bowl, which I play, and I traditionally lose. So if you guys, any of you guys are, old school Tecmo Bowl, Super Tecmo Bowl players, and you like watching it, check out his channel. It's usually on the weekends when we do that. But go ahead.
What are we doing instead this weekend? What are we
go
doing?
Ahead, I'll let you plug it. It's your show. That's why I was glad you came on. I want you to plug that.
My show. This isn't my show. That's your show. How about you?
No. Plug Sunday.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what are we doing instead of Tecmo Bowl on Sunday, Jeff? It's your life.
We're playing Raider Quiz Day. What's the actual name of it?
Raiders of. Hang on, I'm gonna get the voice mod for this one.
Yeah, there you go.
Raiders of Fortune.
Let's go.
So if you're going to give me a chance to plug it, I'll make it short and sweet. So
yeah, go for it.
Come 8:45 a.m. Sunday, that specific time, 10:45 a.m. Central and 11:45 Eastern. We're going to be doing a Raider quiz and game show. So I'm going to have your boy Jeff as well as Nate and Raider Ben as the three contestants. They're going to duke it out for Raider knowledge supremacy. Me and my guy on six are going to host it, and we're going to have a few segments we're going to run through. I've been brainstorming this for months now, and then I finally got onto the editing side of things this week. It took me 20 hours of editing this week, maybe even more than that. But I finally put it together to the point where I'm happy with it. And I'm hoping it's going to be, at the very least, a lot of fun for not just the guys on the panel, but everybody in the chat. They can get involved. But yeah, that's what we're going to be doing. So on my side of the fence, if you want something different to do in the off season, because there's only so many times I personally can do a live talking about a whole bunch of nothing because we're in the slow period of Raider football. So I wanted to do something different. That's what I've got going on. So once again, 8:45 Pacific, 10:45 Central, 11:45 Eastern on my side of the fence. That's Alpha Kazi Raider. Got the Raiders of Fortune game and quiz show. So let's test your knowledge. Let's go.
That sounds fun, man. That sounds fun.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Fun.
I'm honored that he asked me to be a part of it. He asked me the other day, and I'm like, hell yeah, I want to be part of that.
Well, this is the pilot show. I'm hoping it all runs as smooth as I hope it does. But if it works out and we get a bit of traction and have a lot of fun, then whoever wins gets to get a prize, but also is a champ for the next time we have a show. So I'm going to try and make this a semi-consistent thing, but we will see.
Look,
Raiders have like a Raiders of Fortune. Do you have like a wheel and all that stuff and bankrupt?
Oh yeah, I've got a spinning wheel. I've got multiple choice questions. Who we're playing? Who's that former Raider? As well as name the player. If I show a picture on the screen, the first one to say who that is gets the points. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun.
I got my
Raiders.
And who's playing? Who's doing Vanna White though? Who's doing the Vanna White?
In the 83 Raiders we played, Bo Jackson could like run it down, run it back, go back and forth, and never get tackled. Are that team legal?
Huh?
What?
The 83 Raiders.
What?
The 83 Raiders.
What about
with Technical Bowl?
83 Raiders.
We're not even talking about that.
What are you talking about?
Oh, did I get? Sorry.
Crazy shit.
I got cut off, so I was thinking you guys were talking Technical Bowl.
All right, hey Mike.
Bro,
Mike,
you way off.
Sacktown Mike, can you hear me, Mike?
Yes, sir.
All right, because you used to be able to hear us when you were on just your phone. So can you take those earbuds and give them the jack so he can use them? So he can hear better?
Jack knows where we're at.
No,
I got cut off. So I thought you guys were talking Technical Bowl.
Jack from the top rope with the haymaker.
He's 10 topics away from the back.
They're mine. They're mine.
I've even got my whiteboard ready for Sunday so I can write my answers down. So I'm ready
but to direct Jack's thing, and thank you, Jeff. For starters, Tecmo Super Bowl was released in '91. Bo Jackson wasn't a Raider in '83. That was Marcus Allen. So you're off on both those points.
It was 82. It must have been 82. I watched you guys play the Tecmo Bowls, like, with the Bo Jackson, like, running back and forth. It's like,
yeah, but he was that game was released in '91. Tecmo Super Bowl, not '82.
I don't know. I remember playing that game like back in the day. It's like, I'm sorry, man. I just remember Bo Jackson was dominant. I watched you guys play.
In '82,
right? But when did Bo Jackson come into the league? He was drafted what? '89?
Yeah, '88.
Right.
88, 89.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say 82. He wasn't even out of high school yet in 82.
Wasn't Marcus Allen in the part of that?
No, 82 was Marcus. Like, it came afterwards. Like, when the Raiders drafted him, like, he was the #1 draft pick, and then went to the 7th round. And I just remember like watching you guys play your games, like,
yeah.
When he got drafted by Minnesota, like, he didn't want to come out, and they came out the next year. It's like, and you guys are playing the video games.
The rosters we're using is from the game that was released in '91, so it's the 1990 rosters, and that's why Bo Jackson is part of the game, because he was on the Raiders team in 1990. It was. Was it 91 when he got injured?
Was it 91? I thought it was 92, but maybe it was 91.
No, it wasn't 92 because
the Bengals
that year.
It had to be 91 then.
Okay, yeah, 91 then, yeah.
Yeah, because he was only with us like about 4 years. If that.
I remember the game.
Was it 92, the year we had Todd Marinovich and Jay Schrader as our quarterback?
He got hurt. I was at work when he got hurt, and I was listening on the radio.
Dude, Jay Schrader's a big dude.
I watched that game. I saw that. That was horrible.
He's fat. He's fat. Jay Schrader is fat now. I saw him on Bakersfield.
Yeah.
But how old is he now? I mean, like, look, what I can appreciate about Jay Schrader is actually
he's younger than me. I can tell you that.
Wasn't he at that Raiders convention you were at, Chris?
Yeah, he was there.
Yeah, he was
Right.
there.
Yeah.
So the fact that and there's only one reason why he's there is because he's still proud to represent the Shield. Okay?
Yeah.
So I can appreciate that, like, he's still getting involved even like decades after he's been removed from our roster. And many people have like lesser fond memories of him as his time during the Raiders than better memories. But at least he's still active and trying to get involved with the Raider community, and still proud of his time here. So I can appreciate that.
He was on stage talking. He know more about the Raiders than you think he would know. For being out football for so long, he was on stage talking about the Raiders, what he seen, what he saw, what he dealt with. So he's involved with the Raiders,
Yeah.
I can appreciate that.
He's in his 60s. He's in his 60s or close to it. So he looked good.
He's a tall bow.
Yeah, he looked younger than me, that's for sure. But yeah, I got his autograph and had him signed for my daughter. Him and Michael Alexander were there.
Do you guys remember the trade that we did for him?
Jay Schrader?
Yeah. Without looking it up.
Oh, I don't remember.
I know we traded. He was with Washington, right? Washington was the team that drafted.
Yeah, he was a Washington quarterback.
Right.
So
Yeah,
I remember, like, you know, we gave up a lot, way too much for him. But it's a quarterback, right? It's a quarterback. So I'll never forget. We gave up an All-Pro left tackle and John Clay, and a second-round draft pick for Schrader. I'll never forget that. Like that was a horrible trade.
But the left tackle we had after in the early 90s when Schrader was here was pretty good, wasn't he? Who was our left tackle then?
John Clay.
Al Davis at his best right there, bro.
Yeah, exactly. That's Al Davis.
Okay, now you're there. Go look it up. John Clay.
No, but who was the left tackle when he was here? I'm saying he was fairly decent.
It was John Clay. So John Clay.
No, I'm saying when Jay Schrader was here, not the guy we traded away from.
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember that. You can look it up. But I remember John Clay in a second round draft pick for Jay Schrader. I didn't want it. I didn't want his autograph at all, dude. Like I steered away. So I'm like, no.
Autographs.
Disrespect for Jay Schrader.
But Jay Schrader had a good arm. He was okay. He was serviceable.
I'd take Schrader over Garoppolo, and I'd take Schrader over Minshew and most of these bums we've had post Rich Gannon. I'd take Jay Schrader.
I'm not going to argue that, but still.
Hey, he was a Raider, man. I got his autograph.
Gannon would rather have Clay back instead of Jay Schrader.
I read John Clay, All-Pro left tackle, yeah, and keep our second round draft pick.
Well, if John Clay was there, I'd have got his autograph too.
Mike, you got all the autographs, dude. Everyone loves you, bro, dude.
Mike,
hey, Rock, if you like Jay Schrader, then you would have loved Todd Marinovich.
Mike got autographs on guys that's walking on the street. They ain't a Raider fan. It's like, hey, I'm gonna have your autograph. He was good. He's all over the place. Mike was.
Man, Dixon's born in 93.
Oh, wait. God said it right. It's like Jim Lachey. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm stretching my memory right now. Jim Lachey.
That's a big difference there. Clay and Lachey is big difference.
Not that far.
Yeah.
You see Rock's comment about Schrader was so white. How did that not raise a red flag? I was just saying, like, if you like Jay Schrader, you would have loved Todd Marinovich. My God.
Oh my God, yeah. The kid was like milk.
God awful.
The skin tone was milk with the red hair.
I did like Todd Marinovich at the time.
That dude was so hyped up. He was so hyped up at USC, bro.
He was at USC. I watched him like.
I think he was.
Yeah, he wasn't all that.
As a freshman. As a freshman at USC, he was.
Yeah, we touched on it earlier.
Gravy didn't win nothing. Didn't win that damn thing. Like, okay, yeah, he was hyped up, but didn't win nothing.
If I'm not mistaken,
all he does, he walks across the street and plays for the Raiders. That's all he did.
I can sympathize with Todd Marinovich. Like if you watch the documentaries about like his struggles and that, and like once he came over to the NFL and the expectation and his trauma that he suffered with his upbringing, being that like he was groomed to be a robo quarterback or whatever they want to call it. Yeah, his dad. You know what I mean? Like it all just came to a head by the time he came into the league. He crumbled. You know what I mean? There wasn't the mental health awareness back then that there is now. So there's that part of me that at least sympathize with that a little bit.
Well,
Dixon, he sucked though.
His dad raised him to be a quarterback from day one. He groomed to be good. Marinovich never had a childhood. He never got a chance to play with the kids out in the street. Never got to be a boy. He never be a child or a boy. His dad, everything was all football. Not do anything a normal kid would do. Of course, as you get older, you're going to like, oh God.
It never works out when that happens.
Yeah, he missed all his life.
Yeah.
So when he got a chance to break away from his dad, first thing he's gonna do, he's gonna go party. He was gonna do things that teenagers do when they were young. So that's what happened.
It didn't seem like football was even his passion. He just was forced to do it.
Well, if your dad's constantly on your case about wake up football, eat football, go to bed football, that's all you know. Your dad is putting that in your head. Then once you see that breakout reason, I can do what I want to do. He just went like, I said, I'm done with football. you can't blame him for what happened to him. You gotta blame his dad. I blame his dad for all that.
Yeah.
Parents
He
that
still has a
I'll
part
tell
to
you
play in
this.
it, but still.
I'll tell you this: if Tom Marinovich was at the Raider event, I'd have got his autograph too because he was a Raider.
Mm.
Yeah. That's the only
Dixon,
one I wouldn't
I
have.
would have done the same with him.
If
you were born in '93. That's the same year my daughter was born in. So you're the same age as. You could be my son.
I would have loved to have met Jay Schrader, being that, like, you know, we now that I've come to know Jay Schrader for better or for worse due to our Tecmo Super Bowl squabbles, you know what I'm saying? Like, when I play with the Raiders, I live and die by Jay Schrader, because if I can make 2 or 3 passes with Schrader, I'll win the game. But usually he's lucky to get like 1 pass.
He wasn't a bad quarterback. I don't know why you put him down. He wasn't a
funny.
Unless you're playing me and Schrader looks like fucking Joe Montana.
The next coming of Joe Montana, right? And then when I play critique, all of a sudden he just turns into freaking the Jay Schrader that we all know.
Yeah.
I will say that dude is a big and tall guy. I thought I was tall, and then I thought Severe was tall, and Jay Schrader's like taller than both of us. So
Yeah,
man,
you're
that's a tall dude.
You're 8'2".
He was a pro player. He was an NFL quarterback, bro. Gonna be a big dude. Did you see how big freaking Chin was? Chin's a big dude. That's a big, swole up guy right there.
I didn't know Chin was that damn big. When I saw him, like, damn, I walked up and like, God damn.
What's up,
that dude's
The
big.
year before that, Diablo was there. Diablo was at Bakersfield, and Chin is bigger than Diablo.
Who's your other favorite linebacker that played alongside Diablo Gravy? He was on our team last year. Who was your other favorite linebacker that played alongside Devon Diablo?
What guy did you say? I can't hear you.
Who is your favorite white linebacker that was on our roster last year?
My favorite, Spillane.
Spillane.
Wow, hallelujah. He actually said his name properly for once. I was hoping you'd say Spillane again.
Low made me say it, man. The low made me rooted in my head.
It was a trap.
It was a trap.
You were too slick for me, Gravy. too slick for me, Gravy. The one time I want you to say it, you don't say it.
Spillane. Oh my god.
Too slick for me. Kudos, Gravy.
He ain't with us no more, man. Roberts.
That was a good try, though.
I was just trying to, as you would like to say, Raider Jeff, busting your balls.
Busting your balls.
Spleen. That's
too slick for me. Spleen.
Spillane. I can just say it's about the same way. Spleen. Spillane. I got it right now. Now that he's not, I would still call him Spillane if he was still with us.
That's why I tried to trap him.
He was doing good shit when I called him Spillane. Now I call him Spillane. I hope he fuck.
I don't call him the right name now. He's not with the Raiders anymore.
Yeah, I'll call him his right name now. He plays for New England. Might not do it good.
Although nobody butchers names like Jack sometimes, though. It's funny.
Oh, Wilkerson?
Oh, I do. I butcher all the names.
He's brutal with them.
Hey, we're talking about Darnay Holmes, right? Darnay Holmes, the flat said he keeps calling the Hardman, Holcomb, all this shit. Me and Chris is like, who are you talking about?
Who you talking about? Yeah, we're like puzzle, like
Hardman. Who the hell is that? You don't know.
I'm going to come to Jack's defense for a second, because you guys are saying he still calls him Wilkerson, and I'll come to your defense, being that, like, I can see why you get it confused, because for the last 2 seasons, we've had a wide receiver called Christian Wilkerson.
Yeah.
And we've got the defensive tackle Christian Wilkins. So it's kind of like with people make this mistake too. They call Jacoby Mayer, and Michael Mayer.
I do that.
I'm
Myers, guilty of that one.
So, like, give my boy Jack a little bit of
space. Yeah, but okay, I understand
that. You, AR. I love you, bro.
He said
that's not the first time, though, AR. That's not the first time he fucks names up.
AR. I was just saying. But when you say we just signed defensive tackle from Miami, Christian Wilkerson. Okay, he's saying that defensive tackle Christian Wilkerson, not their wide receiver.
What I'm saying is like it's like the Michael Mayer effect. You know what I mean? Like, they play different positions, even though it's around the same region. Like, people are still calling Michael Mayer, Michael Myers, and Jacoby Myers.
There's
Jacoby
understand
Mayer.
that.
People still do
Because
that.
they
You know
spelled the
what I
same.
mean? I'm just
Hey,
trying
man,
to
I'm giving him a big hug, bro. Thank you.
But we correct him multiple times. We said not Wilkerson's Wilkins. He kept saying Wilkerson. That's all we said.
Here's one that I can't understand. He
correcting
says
so much.
incorrectly. This is the one that gets me when he says it incorrectly. So you have Pharaoh, who does shows with Severe, the 50-50 show at night and everything. But Jack calls him Pharrell, not
No.
Pharaoh. Pharaoh.
It might be spelled incorrectly, but I'm the one that hooked up.
Spelled it incorrectly.
Wait,
Pharaoh.
pause.
Egyptian
But
Pharaoh.
Jeff,
You're
pause.
calling him Farrell with an L and an F.
All right, Jack has a defense for that.
So,
Go on,
so
Jack.
I have to defend myself on this. I'm the one like when Raider Ray came
him, Jack.
on. My back in the old days, dude. Old days, like me and OG Daniels, like had Raider Ray come on, and then like me and Farrell, like did talked in chats, and I hooked up Farrell with Raider Ray, and they did 107 shows together. I did that. I hooked him up. Go and ask him.
Pharaoh.
That's good enough, but what about his name, though? You say his name wrong. They're not even spelled the same. Pharaoh and Pharaoh.
Well, again, I'm bad at names, so go ask Pharaoh about me and like him talking in chats, like what I do with all you guys. I love talking with all you boys. And then I hooked Raider Ray, came up on the show with me and OG Daniels. Like if you remember Chronicles of Black Hole, and I hooked up Raider Ray with Farrell, and I introduced them, and they did 107 shows together.
Yeah.
So I thought that was pretty cool.
Not even what the fuck we're asking you, but that's all right. That's not it. That's not even what the question was, but that's good. Good job, bro. You got two guys hooked up.
Punch him in the mouth with that one, Jack.
There you go.
You tell him.
Yeah,
it's back in the old days, dude. It's like before, like there was a lot of Raider content creators on there.
Pharrell the singer, yeah.
Yeah, so
put some respect on Jack Kenner's name.
Of, and you still couldn't say him right.
We call him the Kenner.
Pharrell is the
Kenner. The Kenner. The Kenner. That's what it is.
Put some respect on the Kenner's name. The Kenner.
The. You got to say it like the Ohio State. The Kenner. That's what he is.
I'm a Notre Dame guy, so I don't need no the. I'm a Notre Dame guy, so I thought that was pretty cool. It's fun.
Yeah.
Ohio State smacked the fuck out of Notre Dame, so you can the Kenner.
I thought it was so cool. I love my boy Pharaoh.
Pharaoh.
Maybe I'm not saying it right. PH.
You're saying an L in it. It's Pharaoh.
Well, let's come right
Shut
here.
up, Spleen. Gravy.
Let's come right here.
Leave the Kenner alone, Gravy.
Jack, read the comment up on top.
Leave the Kenner alone.
Genty is the next Genty. Yeah, see, look at Rebel said it. It's not Pharrell.
Hey, were you shocked to see how many Genty's jersey they were in Bakersfield? Were you shocked?
I thought there were a lot of Max Crosby jerseys there.
There were a lot of there was a dominant jersey, but there was a lot of Genty jerseys too. I'm like, you guys buying jerseys already. I was kind of shocked by that.
Ooh, Rob say fuck Jacob. Ooh, man.
I'm not. I think it's one of the top sellers right now in the NFL.
Yeah, I think so. Well, is it? Genty jersey the top seller?
I'm positive it's up there.
I for one, look, I'm a Jersey guy. I love the pick of Genty. You know me. I was all aboard in drafting Ashton Genty. With that said, I'm not buying no jerseys until a player does something with the Raiders.
Exactly.
I'm sure he will, and I will get his jersey in time, but do something first.
Navy vet, bro.
And I say the same thing. This is a guy that owns a Robert Gallery jersey, still hanging.
Exactly.
This guy. That's why I don't buy new players' jerseys.
Nope.
Won't do it. I would make an exception for JPJ though.
Who's on stage, Jack? Ellis Alexander's on stage, and I feel sorry for that girl he pointed out. She had an Adams jersey on, and he pointed her out. I said, "Dude, why you do that?" He said, "Even the Adams, that lady, the young lady back there had an Adams jersey on. No, you still a Raider." I'm like, "Damn, Alexander, you shouldn't have did that. That was cold blooded."
Well, someone was giving a woman at the convention.
Alexander, former wide receiver for the Raiders. He was talking about the Raiders, about the history, talking about this stuff. He was talking about Raiders. Once the Raiders, always a Raider.
And he called somebody out for wearing
a girl had a young girl too.
I don't even know who that guy was, but he ain't got no business talking about Devontae Adams, no matter what.
And
Adams
I know he was. He wasn't a big time player.
Say what you will about the way it ended with Devontae Adams, but while he was here, he had two of the most productive seasons at wide receiver, more productive than any of these other guys we've had in the door since Tim Brown and Jerry Rice.
Understandable. But I'm understanding what he did to that girl out there. Like she was there, she was young, probably a teen, and she had Adams jersey, and probably the jersey he had. I don't know, but he pointed her out like
that's harsh.
I was like kind of, wow, dude, come on, you want a big time play for Reds. I remember you. I seen you out there, but you
got to bring out the negative. Why else you got to bring out the negative, Chris?
No, I was saying though, that was wrong. I was thought about that when just thought about the biggest thing. Why would you pick on a girl that's wearing an Adams jersey?
Who was the player you were talking about?
Who's picking on Adams?
He played with Tim Brown in them.
What was his name?
He wasn't playing. He wasn't
what
playing.
was his name?
What I heard,
what was his name?
I heard his autograph.
Hang on, time out, guys. For a guy like me who's never.
I'm not being any negative. I didn't mean a negative.
What's his name?
I want to bring that up. That's kind of bothered me.
What's his name?
About the jerseys.
What's his name?
Chris, what's the player's name?
Jeremiah Alexander.
What's his first name? Sorry,
Jeremiah
Alexander. And when was he a Raider?
Same time Tim Brown was there.
What, in the 90s or the 2000s?
I don't remember actually.
It's got to be late 80s, like early 90s. I don't remember.
He got to be when Tim Brown was there. He said he's always played with Tim Brown.
Tim Brown was there.
No, the early
like in the 90s and the 2000s. So that's what I'm trying to get whittle it down to. So you said he was here before Andre Rison, so that would have been before 2000, right?
Rison? I don't say about Rison. He played with Tim Brown. That's all I know of him.
I thought you said he was here before Andre Rison.
No, I didn't say that. I said he was there with Tim Brown was there. So
Tim Brown was there.
Tim Brown was like 2002. So like then we got to like go backwards.
All right. Well, I'll find it. No, I don't mean anything. I was just thinking about you talking about jersey. Like, was she wearing jersey? There was no problem with that. Why you got pointed out?
What was his name again? What was his first name?
Oh man, skip it.
No, Aaron's going to look it up.
Was it Alexander Wright? Is that who you're talking about?
His last name was Alexander.
Last name was Alexander.
You're not talking about Michael Alexander, are you?
Mike Alexander?
It might have been.
Michael. He was at the Raider event too in Bakersfield.
Well, you got his autograph. What does it say on it?
Yeah, exactly. I don't remember his name. Jeremiah Alexander. Oh no,
It was Michael Alexander.
He was on the stage. It was talking about jersey, so he pointed out like.
All I know is his autograph was $10, bro. So.
Yeah, it was. Oh, it was Alexander Wright, Mike Alexander. He's Alexander Wright, Mike Alexander.
Yeah, he was.
I'd heard of Alexander Wright, but I hadn't heard of Mike Alexander.
Yeah.
Mike Alexander was 89 to 91, I think.
Yeah, it was Mike Alexander.
Where you get Jeremiah from?
I don't remember his first name. I said Jeremiah because it's not right.
God Family and Raiders for Life says it was Alexander Wright.
No, it was Mike Alexander.
That goes back to 92.
And that is jersey 89. It was Mike Alexander.
Mike Alexander was 89 to 91.
What was his stats?
I have no idea. He didn't tell me
He's
that.
not memorable, bro. So
Stats, he didn't play that much. He had 15. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's not
1989.
memorable.
He was eighth round pick in 1988. He has 295 yards, one touchdown. 290 yards, one touchdown.
So that guy's going to be critical of a Devontae Adams.
Yeah,
dude?
exactly. That's what I was saying. Well, you wouldn't have started a team. People barely know you, and you going to talk about a girl winning Devontae Adams. That cringed me. Was about jersey. That kind of what? What?
He had 2 years in the NFL, 1989 with us, and then the 1991, he played 3 games with the Buffalo Bills.
That's it.
So with us in 89, he played in 16 games, started in 0, 15 catches, 295 yards, 1 TD.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I didn't know who he was. I said,
and
what were you a tight end? And he goes, no.
I remember his name, but he wasn't no like.
Yeah, I paid for his autograph, Jack, because he was a Raider.
He ripped everybody off $10 to get his autograph. That's what he did.
Look. Hang on. I can appreciate that he's still passionate about his time as being a Raider, why he was there. You know what I mean? I can appreciate that he made the league, so he like that's more than any of us could do. I mean, he made it
right
in the top percentile of football players. But like for him to call out someone for wearing a Devontae Adams jersey, that doesn't make sense to me, man.
I didn't see that, man.
He didn't downplay a jersey. He would say, "Look, the only they win Devontae Adams jersey. Devontae Adams is still a Raider. Once a Raider, always a Raider. That's all. That's what he said." But the way he did, well, he pointed it out. Of all the massive people that's there, and Jack was there, and Mike was there, all the massive people was there wearing jerseys. He spotted that number 17 jersey out. A young girl too, not even a big girl, a young girl. He spotted it
man,
out.
that's messed up.
And that kind of like what?
I get faded 420's comment there, but my perspective is that like, look, I know the way it ended with Devontae Adams. There's a lot of criticism for, you know what I mean, and maybe deservedly so. All I'm saying is that like Devontae Adams, at the very least, the 2 seasons he was here gave us more production than any other wide receiver we've had in the door since Jerry Rice and Tim Brown.
Yeah,
no doubt.
I agree. Yeah, he did.
And a lot of people that could talk shit on Devontae Adams in this league for the last 10 years.
I was pissed off how he left and everything else went down, all that. And sometimes you can't blame what happened. You know, he getting a quarterback throwing a mess in damn balls. He's trying to make his career last. He's trying to be productive, and you got a guy throwing balls in, we can get him killed. So can you blame him for that?
Right. That's what he's complaining about, man. It's like, you know, these hospital balls. You know, he was getting, you know, mortuary balls thrown at him. You know, it's like fuck.
His boy was.
I'm getting killed out here.
Mike, his best friend was throwing him hospital balls too.
I'm sorry.
But that whole McDaniels era was bringing out the worst out of everyone, right?
But Derek Carr and Devontae Adams had one of their best seasons together with McDaniels.
Yes.
As Raiders.
Derek Carr had one of his best seasons as a Raider.
He had 40 something 100 yards, a bunch of touchdowns.
I don't care what the stats say. You cannot sit there and tell me that one of his best seasons as a Raider was with McDaniels. No friggin' way.
You just said Devontae did.
I'm taking 2015. I'm taking 2016. I'm taking 2019, 2020, and 2021. Derek Carr over the Derek Carr we got when he was with McDaniels.
All I said, those dates are.
I don't care what the stats say.
Those dates are irrelevant from what I said. I said when McDaniels was there, when Devontae played his first year with McDaniels, when they got him, he was with Derek Carr, and they had a great season together. That's the year I'm talking about. I ain't talking about 2000 when Derek Carr was semi-good.
But Derek Carr only had 1 season with Devontae Adams and Josh McDaniels.
That was a good season they had.
Then why did we get rid of him?
Devontae didn't want to be there, and they didn't want to keep Derek Carr. They fucked up.
And Derek Carr didn't play well. He didn't play well. Well, you know,
the first season he did.
He's only had one season with Josh McDaniels.
That was the only. That's the season I'm talking about.
So, sorry, Greg. All I'm saying is that you said it's one of his best seasons as a Raider. What I'm trying to say is I'm taking 2015, 20
together, Alpha Kazi. You didn't hear what I said. Together, they were together. They had a good season. He had one of the best seasons ever. I'm not saying 2016, 2019, 2020. I'm not saying that about Derek Carr. Devontae wasn't there, but only 2 years.
You said, Gravy, specifically, and this is what I'm trying to say, is that you said Derek Carr had one of his best seasons as a Raider when Devontae Adams was here, and that was the one. They were only together for a year, and that's what I'm trying to say is that, like, I don't believe that's the case, and that's what I'm trying. I don't believe that. I think I would take 2015, 20. Yeah, that's me. That maybe that's me, but I'm just speaking out loud. Like I'm taking 2015, 2016, 2019, 2020, and 2021 Derek Carr over 2022 Derek Carr. Or 2023, whatever the year it was.
How many games did he win besides after 2016?
Well, gravy, my brother. You know I'm a Derek Carr fan. So if like the last year Derek Carr with the Raiders, when you get an offensive coordinator, the head coach saying, "Don't change the plays, don't change the plays." What was Derek Carr's one of the best things he could do? Was change the plays. So it's like when you put his arm behind his back and said, "Don't do any of this," and then like I'm going to bench you, and then it's all about like the contract. Like, oh, if you get hurt, we're going to pay you a bunch of money. So I'm sorry, gravy. You know I love you, brother, but I agree with AR. It's like, man, it's like McShitnuts like hamstring our quarterback at that point. And like, I don't even know why we're getting into the conversation of Derek Carr. We should not be getting into the conversation of Derek Carr. It's over. It's done. We're over it now. I'm over it. I'm even over it. As a Derek Carr fan, I'm over it. I just want to move. Yeah, McDummy, McShitnuts, McStupid. I can't keep coach as being a head coach. I want to go on to like, let's go to the 2025 Raiders. I'm over that stuff, dude.
Well, you have to say the same thing about Spleen too.
Oh, dude, Mike. Well, me and Gravy totally 100% agree on Spillane, bro. It's like if you're gonna bring that up, dude, I'm there. It's like that's my first fucking check mark.
That's what we're doing. Podcast. That's what we're doing. We're bringing up other players and stuff. We don't have nothing new to talk about, so we're just.
Well, what year was that? Was that 21 McDaniels? 2021?
No, he was. Carr was only with McDaniels 2022. He was only here one season. Same with Devontae Adams. They were all only together that 2022 season where we pretty much crashed and burned, and then we moved on from Derek Carr.
Yeah, I see Anthony Estrada in the chat, dude.
A year and a half, right?
Salute, bro.
Not even a year and a half.
It was a 2021 season where we got Devontae.
Anthony.
No, 22.
Go in 22.
So McDaniel was here 22 and 23.
We got him.
Yes, and Derek Carr was only here one of those years. Remember, Derek Carr was only here 2022 under McDaniels, and
23 we
already got rid of him before the season started. Remember, we moved on from him. His last game as a Raider was that 22 season where we played the Steelers. That was his last game as a Raider. So 2023, we started afresh. That's when we had Jimmy Garoppolo and Brian Hoyer. And we drafted Aiden O'Connell.
Well, his 23 season was better than the one I was talking about. He had 3,500 yards, 24 touchdowns, 14 picks.
He wasn't a Raider then.
He wasn't a Raider. He was.
In 2022, he had stats. He has stats in Las Vegas. 3,522 yards, 24 touchdowns, and 14 picks.
Not 23.
No, I'm not saying 22.
So you're talking about 2022 specifically.
If he played only 1 year, he played only 1 year, 1.5 years.
With McDaniels. Not even half a year. It was just one season with McDaniels. One season.
So 2022, he was a Las Vegas Raider. I'm seeing it right here. In 2023, he was New Orleans Saints. That was the last year. He had 24 touchdowns and 14 picks.
Was that with the Saints or was that with the Raiders?
That's with the Raiders, 2022.
Okay, but my point is, and it has always been this. Okay, and then like I'm with you, Jack. Like you know, I didn't want to make this about Derek Carr. All I'm trying to say is because Gravy, you said specifically his best year was with the Raiders. One of his best years was that year he played under McDaniels, right? What I'm trying to say is that I don't care what the stats say. You know what I mean? I'm taking 2015, 2016, 2019, 2020, and 2021 Derek Carr over that one season he had with Josh McDaniels and Devontae Adams. The only reason why he might have better stats is because he did have Devontae Adams, but he when it comes to his play, he was definitely at one of his worst points, and why we moved on from him, right?
I don't think we that year. I don't think we 2023. I don't think we should have moved off him.
No, we shouldn't.
Well, again, guys, it's like, you know, when McDaniel says, like, you know, call my play, don't go off the play, just run the play that I'm running, because I'm that type of person. Like, his best ability was, like, you know, I can, like, you know, call a different play off of that play and make it better. So we saw that with the Steelers game, and then after there, it's like, oh, you're gone, dude. You're gone. We're not going to put you in there because, you know, you have an injury contract rule. So it's like, it was a bad move. It was a bad move. That's all I'm going to say is, like, I love Derek Carr, but you know what? I'm over that shit. I'm all about Geno Smith now. Let's talk about, you know, our quarterback of the future. I'm done with the Derek Carr stuff. Because you know what?
That year.
Because, you know, Gravy, you know I will sit there and talk about Derek Carr all day and what I think about him. I'd rather just, like, move on to 2025. I'm done with that stuff now, bro. Let's just
that's what we're doing now. We're going over
we went so much different places. We went so much different places with that. I don't even know what I said.
Yeah.
I just want to go on to 2025.
I don't know why we can't talk about one person.
Talking about McDaniels didn't let him call plays and shit. That's not even what me and AR were talking about.
Yeah. Why can't we talk about one person, but we can talk about another person that's no longer with the
Mike, if you know, when we talk about Derek Carr, when you come over tomorrow night for dinner, man, we can talk about it all night tomorrow night, bro. But I think the show needs, like, you know, move on to, like, you know, better and bigger things than, like, you know, DC, who's not going to be here.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is we've been bringing up other players that are gone too.
Yeah.
Especially Spleen. And
well, I agree with that. You know,
I mean, we talk about that. Why can't we talk about Derek Carr?
Okay, we can. Right. I'll talk about Derek Carr all night long. But
I think we've already argued the case about Derek Carr, so we can move on.
I think we're done with that one.
Everyone on this channel has done the Derek Carr thing like a million times over, right? We've all done this.
You know what? We had Derek Carr for 9 goddamn years. He never took us over the top. So of course we're gonna talk about him. We had a quarterback, the same quarterback, and never took us over the top. Except 1 year, 2 years. Never took us to the top. Never got us to the playoffs but once. Couldn't play in the playoffs. So 9 years of the same quarterback and get to the top. We're gonna talk about it. Okay.
All right. So if we're gonna move on from talking about, hang on. If we're gonna move on from talking about Derek Carr, like, okay, Jack, who should we talk about?
Jamarcus Russell, please.
You know what I'd like to talk about?
No, thank you.
I would like to talk about Mark Gainer. It's honestly like, you know, the one kid, man, after watching him last year in preseason, he impressed. And then we don't have all the linebackers are like middle linebackers. He's like the one off ball or will linebacker that we have left on this roster. I'm like, man, I like Amari Gainer. I really do. UDFA, it's like I'm impressed with the kid.
Well, he's still on the team. He's still on the team, so it means something, right? They cut Bernie, they cut the other guys. Bernay, AR, they cut him. Bernay, they cut him. They cut Mark Gainer, so they must see something in him. So we'll see how it plays out.
Although, like, to that point, though, like, look, I liked what I saw from Amari Gaynor in last year's preseason. He flew off the tape. He was making some plays, but at the same time, he didn't do anything in the regular season. Granted, he's a undrafted free agent. For him to even make the roster is a win. But like, I actually see that as a problem. That's the guy that we're looking forward to and hope for the most, is a guy who's only flashed in one preseason. That's a problem. That is a problem.
Well, AR, I agree, bro. It's like, I've been saying this all off season, like, all the chats. We need more of like, a cover linebacker. We haven't done that. But at the same time, I had good conversations, like, why have we not done that? Why have we not done that? And, Lunatic, like me and CHRIS4 had that conversation.
I was just asking you that, Kenna, and you were arguing with me, dude. I was saying we need to get a guy, and you were arguing with me. Now you're saying,
okay, we got super chat for Jeff. So super chat say, who's the best Raider center of all time?
Oh man.
Oh shit! Here we go.
That's a dig to Jack. That's a dig to Jack. But thanks super chat, Dixon Insider. Thanks a lot.
Well, that's actually an interesting topic. I mean, I was just talking about the litany of centers. I don't know if it was this live or the last live I was on. Like in my time as a Raider fan, and even a little bit before that, that's a position we'd always been blessed with talent up until we had Andre James starting for us. I mean, JPJ, we're hopeful and confident that he can continue the legacy. I mean, before him was Rodney Hudson, Stefan Wisniewski was nice for a minute. We also had Sam Satelli, who I liked. Barrett Robbins was one of the better centers in the league. You know what I'm saying? So like that's just in my short time of Raider fandom that I know of. You know what I'm saying? So there's been a whole bunch of names. I mean, wasn't Jim Otto a center as well?
Yeah.
So
AR,
there's a whole bunch of names.
AR, it's like, wasn't Jim Otto like a center like at one point? No,
here we go.
He's probably the best Raiders player that has ever played the game. So that's why Dixon Insider did this, dude. I mean, who has more Pro Bowls? Who goes on the helmet? Last year with Al Davis. There's not another player.
Question for you, Jack. Question from this guy named 400 Raider Jeff said, "Who is Otto?"
Who is that guy?
Oh,
he wants a piss. Yeah, he wants a piss. Kenna.
He's a wild man.
Jeff already knows, dude. Jeff's my brother. I love my brother Jeff, but F you, Jeff, dude. You know that, dude. Everyone knows when I talk about chats, dude. There's no one that has more Pro Bowls in Raiders history than Jim Otto. There's no one that sits in the booth with Al Davis than Jim Otto. There's not a Raider player. When you call Mr. Raider, like we talked about Tim Brown. I'm a Notre Dame fan, like Mike.
Yeah, you keep saying
Mr.
that.
Raider. But there is no one that is Mr. Raider than Jim Otto.
Ask your question right quick. Be honest, okay? Be honest with me. We're friends. You bought me a drink. We have fun in Bakersfield. That's his question. Who's your favorite college football team?
Me?
Who's your favorite?
Hey, Chris, do you have the power to add people back to the panel because my camera's just bugged out? If
sure,
can you bring me back?
Sure.
So, you guys talked about like Gene Upshaw earlier tonight.
Yeah.
Gene Upshaw is like the same weight as Jim Otto. But Gene Upshaw doesn't have as many Pro Bowls as Jim Otto. And they're about 200.
That was a different time. They played football differently back then.
I know, but I'm like, we're talking about this earlier. It's like, they're about the same weight. But Art Shell was the first 300. If you guys don't know this as a historian, Art Shell was the first 300-pound player that ever played in the NFL.
You mentioned it earlier, yeah.
What happened?
Now my other battery's dying.
Battery's dead?
Yeah, my earbuds. I had to plug the other one in.
What you do, Sacktown? Is you take one
Huh?
earbud out and put on a charger, you still gonna listen to
Yeah,
one.
I have been for a while now. This was starting to
Just go
say
back and
so,
forth.
so I'm gonna wait. But yeah, so I got the other one in the charger right now.
Hey, Sacktown, do you need to bring that computer over to, like, to help my son help you out, like, set it all up from Jeff?
Well, yeah, of course. That's one of the things we're doing besides the barbecue. I'm gonna bring over lots of
What's up,
food,
Jared?
This
and
is, was
I'm bringing.
wasn't Ernest Ladd over 300 pounds, Jack?
Well, the first left tackle was Archell, number 78. What's kind of crazy is, like, everyone in our offensive line now got to be 300 pounds. So we talk about Barham, dude. Super strong,
Barham?
He played left guard, center, right guard, but 290 pounds. But his growth stopped. Like, he was growing, like, every year he put like the 10 pounds more muscle, but he stopped. So it's like, man, I don't want him against Chris Jones because he will get fucking dominated over, which has happened before. And, this Kappa kid, fuck, I don't know about you guys, but I don't even want Kappa, dude. Kappa is like, from Tampa Bay. I don't want Kappa. I want Rodgers.
You don't know what Kappa can do until he plays on the field. You don't know. He played good. Okay, Jack. He played good in Tampa Bay. Brady saw that.
Okay.
Well, wait, Jack. Can somebody talk while you cut them off? Kappa played good at Tampa Bay. That's why Brady brought him in. Okay.
Well, did he play good in Cincinnati?
Jack. Let me finish what I'm going to say first. Kappa had a bad year last year in Cincinnati. Maybe the blocking scheme was not fit for his style of play. We don't know what Kappa going to do. Jeff called him crapper. Okay, he might cut that dominant. We don't know that yet. Give the guy a chance. He don't perform.
You're right. I agree with you, bro. But it's like, if you want Kappa or do you want Rodgers?
I want the best
Rodgers as your right guard.
I want the best offensive we can build. If the Kappa play better than Rodgers, fine. If Rodgers play better than Kappa, fine. We're the best offensive line we can get to block for the goddamn running back and the quarterback, put them on the field. That's all I got to say about that. I can't put anything past Crapper, that Rock called him, until we see him play with the Raiders scheme.
Can I get in there just for a second in regards to Kappa and Rodgers? Like, word through the grapevine is that both of them they're the two guards that are making that I hear a lot of positivity in regards to like what they're doing in training camp, and that much more so than say the likes of Parham or even Meredith. So you may be looking at both of those two guys earning their starting job, like starting on one side or whatever, like whatever it may be. But like, look, Kappa's a signing that I was heavily critical of, but like so far during the course of the offseason with the few things that I hear from camp, there's been a lot of positivity with more so with Kappa than any other interior guy not named Jackson Powers Johnson. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, because how can you pass judgment on guys? He had a bad year last year. You know how many players that had bad year teams to go another team and make be successful? There's a bunch of them. I'm not gonna pass judgment on Kappa. If he goes out there and shit the bed, cut him. But one thing is this: I'm not gonna put anything past last year a bad year. Let's see what we can do this year with the Raiders and their scheme and their blocking scheme. All right,
I like
Jack?
that one by Dixon. I like that one. That's a good one.
All right, so we got a super chat question here from Dixon Sater. Best Raider edge rusher. Thank you for the super chat, brother. Appreciate it.
Well, Mike ready to try it.
That's a big Greg Townsend. He has the most sacks.
Yep. Agreed.
Mike said that.
Totally agreed.
I won't disagree.
I'm going to give a name, though, and maybe it might be biased, but I'm going to fight my case, and I'm going to stand on it.
Jerry Walker.
In terms of pure destruction during his time as a Raider, even though it was short, and he doesn't have the longevity of those other guys, which for me makes those other guys a little bit better in a lot of minds of the Raider fans, I'm going to say Khalil Mack. And here's my points for why I fight for Khalil Mack. Okay, he was only here 4 years, right? 3 of those years he was a Pro Bowler. 2 of those years he was an All-Pro. 1 of those years he was an All-Pro at 2 positions. No other Raider player has done that, and he was the defensive MVP of the league. No other Raider edge rusher has done that. Only one other Raider player in our history has won that award, and that's Lester Hayes. So that's why I'll fight for Khalil Mack. Yes, I know he was only here 4 seasons, but those 4 seasons, I know what my eyes saw, and that was pure destruction of the likes I haven't seen since, not even Max Crosby. And from the Raider games that I've watched, even from the 90s and the early 2000s, I'm taking Khalil Mack.
Not even Jim Otto did that shit.
Dixon, put it in the chat who you pick. I'm curious.
Wait, who said that, dude?
Jack Kenner. Jim Otto only was in 3 Pro Bowls.
Wait. AFL,
and one last thing, that being an All-Pro at 2 different positions, no other player has done that in football.
I will say that about Khalil Mack. It's like, man, I agree. He was explosive. He's way more explosive than Max Crosby. You know, I love Max Crosby because, like, you know, his motor never stops. But Khalil Mack, man, he's taking pick 6, dude, to the house. You know, can I?
It was only 5 yards, dude. It was only 5.
Then you need to go back to, like, you know, to like Howie Long and Greg Townsend, like, you know, that type of stuff. Khalil Mack was.
It was only 5 yards, man. Pick 6. It wasn't that many yards.
Ed, I don't care. He got a pick 6.
It was 5 yards.
I don't care if it's 5 yards. Go to pick 6. Khalil Mack did everything. He can drop back in coverage. Can Max Crosby drop back in coverage and do what Khalil Mack did? I don't think so. So, I mean, Khalil Mack is, you know, AR made a great point, and I'm going to respect that.
Do you realize that Khalil Mack came out of college as a linebacker? Max Crosby didn't come out of college as a linebacker. He came out as a DE. Khalil Mack was a linebacker.
Well, what does Patrick Graham run right now, dude?
Okay, the year I'm saying, Jack. Jack, you hear what I'm saying? Khalil Mack at Buffalo played linebacker that did a lot of blitzing and a lot of sacks. He didn't come out as a defensive end. They made him to a defensive end because he was better at it than a linebacker.
Well, Chris,
Max Crosby didn't come out. Max Crosby didn't come out of Eastern Michigan as a linebacker. He came as a defensive end. He never played drop back coverage. Khalil Mack did play drop back coverage in college.
Well, then you're answering my point.
Although, just to Jack's point there, during his time, yes, when he was drafted, Khalil Mack, he was predominantly a linebacker in run support and tasked with having to, you know, put pressure and sack the quarterback ideally. But like he did pick 6 in college. I know it's not NFL, but he did pick 6 in college where he was trying to rush. It was tasked to rush the passer. The quarterback tried to throw to the running back. I think they were like 30, 40 yards out from their own end zone. And Khalil Mack scrambled towards where the screen pass was going to be, intercepted the ball, and outran the other team's running back and wide receiver and took it to the house. So, you know, it's kind of to in college, I know. But it was one of the things that flew off the tape during his collegiate career that ended up turning into what he would be a first-round draft selection. Yeah.
I'm going to defend both.
Real talk. Tyree Wilson. Oh, yeah. What about this guy? Why is this guy not in the conversation? Tyree Wilson.
Wait a minute. I'm defending both of you. Khalil Mack, when he first went in with the Raiders, we were in a 3-4 defense. So he was actually playing linebacker outside.
Mm-hmm.
It was an outside linebacker.
We went 3-4. We went 3-4 then. That
was
the year
a 3-4 defense. When we got John Gruden.
That's another good one, Matt.
We had Justin Tucker.
When we got John Gruden, he was a defensive end. So that's why he
never played under Gruden.
Nope, he never played under Gruden.
He didn't play.
Gruden traded to the Bears.
He was playing both end and defensive end. That on that defense where he played before Gruden, I said that wrong.
You're thinking about Del Rio.
Different. He would have been solely a defensive end if he would have been here with Gruden.
He was.
We were in a 3-4 before Gruden. He was linebacker, a defensive end, actually a linebacker. He played on the outside.
Yeah, but he
did both.
Yeah,
he did both.
He only did both. He only did both 2015 when Jack. You're thinking about Jack Del Rio. Jack Del Rio was who came in because it was Dennis Allen who drafted him, and we were still running a 4-3 defense then because we still had Justin Tuck and a few other guys on that team. I think
they did. That's why he got both. That's why he got both because Del Rio would mix it up like that.
Yeah.
Real talk. Just moved to Zamir White to edge and watch the magic happen. Well, we were talking about greatest linemen. What about your boy Cody Whitehair? That's Real Talk Raider Nation.
Wait a minute.
Favorite lineman of all time. Don't worry about those other scrubs.
AR,
Cody Whitehair is the truth.
Cody Whitehair, the Hall of Famer. Cody Whitehair, the Hall of Famer, future Hall of Famer.
Yeah, Cody White is he's the lord of the offensive line. Don't worry about those other bums like Gene Upshaw and Steve Wisniewski. Cody Whitehair is the truth. Just ask your boy right here. Real Talk Raider Nation. He knows. He knows.
Oh my God.
What do you mean? Jim Otto's the best player in the Raiders history, so I don't give a fuck what you guys say.
He had more Pro Bowls than everybody.
He's got more Pro Bowls. Come on.
He's only had three.
Who goes on the helmet next to Al Davis?
He was on the helmet because he died, Jack Hitter. That's why.
Hey, look at that comment.
Ooh, don't.
Gene Upshaw's sticker was on there too.
Jack, you're saying that he's had more Pro Bowls than any other player.
He only has three. Tim Brown has 9.
I mean, he made the AFL Pro Bowl, but like in terms of
I'm that old. I am that old.
Rodney Hudson had 3. Mosbar had 3.
I am that old. Well, I remember all of it.
Yeah, back to back Pro Bowls. Rosebar.
I've been wrong so many times tonight.
Yeah, apparently Mac was at his Mac was under John Gruden. I guess that whole trade never happened, right? Crazy.
Yeah.
No. Mac never played with Gruden. Mac said I wanted to leave, and we got those massive draft picks. We got those 3 first-round draft picks, and it's like going to the Bears, and the only one that turned out was Josh Jacobs.
Cooper was involved in that trade. Cooper was involved in that year too. He got rid of Cooper and Mac same year, didn't he?
Yeah, the same year.
Look, Amari checked out after like maybe a couple of games into that 2018 season, and then we traded him away. But just since we're talking about the Khalil Mack trade, something that I've actually been able to kind of keep track of, Damon Arnett. We all know about his time while he was here as a Raider. It was a disaster, right? But he was the other guy we utilized a draft pick as part of that Khalil Mack trade. But I will say, like, as critical as I've been about with Damon, and I stand on everything I said, like his time as a Raider was a disaster, and the decisions he made around that time, absolutely atrocious. But I noticed that the guy's made a comeback in the UFL. Like, he shaved off his head. He's got a different look to him. He looks like he's turned his life around, and I can appreciate that. So I just wanted to bring that up real quick.
Fuck him, AR. Fuck him.
I know, fuck him for his time, but I can always appreciate when somebody starts to mature and turn his life around. And it seems,
of course, when you get cooked on a national football team, that happens. I got to change my lifestyle. So that's what happens.
High five.
Okay. You get fired from a good job because you're an asshole. When they say, shit, I guess I'll be an asshole, so I keep this good job. That's what I'm doing. Well, shit, I got fired from a good job, and I got to do something. So I'm not going to do anything. He should have done in the first damn place.
He saved his ass from going to prison.
Wait.
Jeff told his ass he's going to go to prison. He's going to get fucked by a bunch of bigger dudes. So he said, nah, I ain't going to do that. I'm going to go back to football.
Wait, guys, Jeff wants to talk. So let him talk.
I got my hand raised. Jack, you're going to like this. So let's go back to Otto for a moment. You guys are saying that there's only 3 Pro Bowls listed for Otto, correct? Right?
Yeah, we know he has the All-Star game.
Okay. So here's the official ruling on this. The Pro Football Hall of Fame and the NFL include all-star games in their statistics for the Pro Bowl. So all those all-stars that he had before the merger and they started counting as Pro Bowls or Pro Bowl players, all those all-star ones count as Pro Bowls. So if you go back to Otto, for his all-stars, he had 9 All-Stars plus 3 Pro Bowls. So that's 12 basically Pro Bowls in his career. So
Did Jack know that? Does Jack know that?
Well, that's probably what Jack's point was.
Yeah, that's probably what he was getting at.
Well, he didn't argue. He didn't argue when we told him he had 3 Pro Bowls.
Well, again, I couldn't get a word in edgewise, Gravy. I love you, bro. But
You
still,
lying. You can't get a word in. Come on.
Yeah, you get word on time, Jack. Come on.
dude,
Hey, put some respect on the Kenner's name.
Put your hand to the side.
Lee Kenner, man.
So Jeff, look this up. Who has more Pro Bowls or again, AFC World versus the NFL versus Jim Otto? Tell me one player. Let me ask you guys this. You guys are all intelligent. I love you guys. Who has more than Jim Otto? Tell me one player that has more than Jim Otto out of any of you guys right now.
Andre James.
Who?
Teddy Whitehead.
Who? Is there anyone that's got more accolades than him? No. So that's why he's Mr. Raider. So we call Tim Brown Mr. Raider, who I'm a Notre Dame fan. I call him another Mr. Raider, but he's number 2 Mr. Raider. Please tell me one player in the Raiders history has got more accolades than that.
What about
I'm here. Church.
Sam Brown.
Church. No, it's already said Tim Brown.
9 decorated.
Have that. Tim Brown doesn't have that.
If Tim Brown played in the '60s like Jim Otto did, he probably would have had 10 fucking All-Stars.
But that's not what I asked. That's
All right,
not my question.
Do you want the answer?
Yep.
Okay. So who has more than Otto? He's an owner of our team.
Tom Brady.
Well, Tom Brady, dude, I don't want to talk about Tom Brady.
Well, you want the answer?
Well, somebody who has more. He's telling you who has more.
Okay. Well, okay.
Well, hang on. To Jack's defense, did you mean it specifically as Raiders?
Let me rephrase the question. That played for our Raiders.
Right.
Oh,
you didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. You got
I knew what you meant, Jack.
Put
some respect on his name.
Oh my God. Now it's tough.
I'll give it up to him. Yeah, Jim Otto was a great player.
I know all you boys are looking it up right now. All the guys are looking it up. You can't find one.
All right.
Where's Ruffle when you need him?
He
Ruffle back. Wake Waffle up. Rake him up, AR.
We need Ruffle's chat GPT AI.
Can't argue with that. None of you guys can argue with that. AFL, NFL. That's where I go back. I'm an old school guy, dude.
Yeah.
And I saw the stuff way back in the day. And that's what I love about a kid like JPJ. Man, JPJ is cool.
Okay.
He's gonna be a stud. He's gonna be there, man.
Can I answer your question now? Finally.
Absolutely.
Because I got an answer for you. So Otto has 12. There is one player that has more than him.
Gene Upshaw?
That was a Raider.
Gene Upshaw?
Nope.
Vargas?
It's offensive.
Willie Brown? Offensive?
Nope.
It's an offensive player.
Offensive.
Marcus Allen?
Nope.
Dude, I'm dying to hear this.
Not Art Shell.
Nope.
Steve Wisniewski?
Nope.
I'll
give you
George
a hint.
Blanda?
He's got 13.
Fred Biletnikoff?
He played from 85 to 2004.
Wait, pause. Don't say it yet, Jeff.
Steve Wisniewski?
Nope.
No.
85.
To when? 2000 and Jerry Rice?
Yep.
Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice.
Mozart?
Yeah, Raider Pete said it in the Raider Pete said it in the He
Yep.
got it first. It was Jerry Rice.
And you can't say that he didn't
No,
play with us for
Jerry
a
Rice
while.
is like, no.
What do you mean?
But
no?
how many of those
1, 2,
was
3,
with the
4,
Raiders?
5 years
How many-
with us. He was
So he played
5 years
good time.
with us,
Yeah.
and
Definitely a Raider.
He won a
Shit, it's
1 year
got to be
guy.
Tim Brown then.
Who was it? Who was it?
Right.
Tim Brown, Jerry Rice.
Right.
No.
But I guess with Jack, what you would be trying to, what you was, I guess what Jack would be trying to say is like winning
Jack
Pro
is
Bowls
right.
as
Jack
Raiders.
is right for one.
I get it.
Jack is right for
Yeah,
one.
Jack is right as far as like a full-time only played for the
Full-time
Raiders.
already,
It's him only. Jerry Rice got it in 2002 to
Sorry.
lead the Super Bowl as a Raider. All his other ones came as a 49er.
Jack, you win the grand prize tonight, man. You are right. You win the prize.
So
Jim Otto jersey.
All right, so Otto has 12. Let's find the next Raider after him, and
It's gonna be our show or Gino Shaw.
How many
I'm
did
all the
Howie
way
Long
down
have?
to I'm all the way down to 10 Pro Bowls, and there's still no Raider listed.
Tim
I mean,
Brown.
there is.
I apologize to the
Hold
chat.
on. There
I
is.
got 56 chat in my fucking inbox right now. I apologize to everyone. Like I can't answer all of it.
Howie Long at 8.
Yeah.
Howie Long at 8.
Yep.
How many does Steve Wisniewski have?
It doesn't say.
7.
It only goes up to. It goes.
I'm gonna
only
have a
only
look.
up
Oh,
to
I got
10.
it.
Eight out of 7.
How many did he have?
Yeah, 8. Wisniewski had 8.
How about Lincoln
8?
Kennedy?
That's close. Like, he was put up for the Pro Bowl again. So I don't understand why he's not a Pro Bowl. Like, he's not Hall of Fame player. It kills me.
Because he's a Raider, that's why. They don't like the Raiders.
Lincoln Kennedy. He played at Atlanta.
Lincoln Kennedy had 3. He had
No,
3.
that's right. He did play Atlanta. Yeah. He was
Did he have any? Did he have any at Atlanta? I don't know.
Who, Lincoln Kennedy? He. What was his? No, his best years was as Raiders. He was an All-Pro in 2002, 3-time Pro Bowler 2002.
Okay.
So offensive lineman alone, okay. There's one guy ahead of him. Actually, no, there's 2.
Gene Upshaw?
Nope. One.
Say, Jeff.
So Bruce Matthews has 14,
and
he played for one team his entire career, and that was the Houston, and then obviously Tennessee Titans.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about as Raiders specifically.
No, I'm just looking. That's an offensive. Yep.
Offensive lineman.
Was he a tackle or guard? I think Matthew was the guard, right? Left
He
guard.
play them all. He played all of them.
Played both. He played both guard and tackle.
Everything. Matthews was everything.
Matthew was an ultimate beast.
The other one is Will Shields at right guard, and he has 12. So he's tied. Yep, he's tied with Otto.
Can I ask you guys? Sorry, go ahead.
Number 1 overall is Tom Brady with 15, and then Gonzalez, Peyton Manning, Bruce Matthews, and Merlin Olsen all have 14.
Wow.
Merle Olsen's the only guy that says you sell flowers on TV, FTD.
Yeah.
That Merle Olsen? Okay.
And then
can I ask you? Sorry, go ahead.
Real quick, one more second.
My
and
bad,
then
my
there's 3 with 13. That's Drew Brees, Jerry Rice, and Reggie White. And then where Otto falls at number 12. Okay, go ahead.
You got the super chat, so you're live. You want to run with it?
Oh my God. So Dixon Slider super chat. Raiders stock QB, running back, tight end, wide receiver, defense, all time. Oh good God, we'll be here all night.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
We can make a whole show of that.
It'll be a 12-hour show.
Didn't you do that in weeks on
That's
Saturdays?
good. Yeah,
You broke all those down.
We can do that tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night.
Doing all that shit for a $1.99 cider shoot. Buggy better put some on that.
Join me and Jeff tomorrow night on the last podcast.
That's a lot of information. That's a lot
Join
of
us.
knowledge and information. From Buck 99.
I can give an answer for that.
Let me say right quick, guys. Hold up. Okay, join us, me and Jeff tomorrow on the last podcast, and we can do that show with Dixon Cyrus saying we can do that show tomorrow night on the last podcast. Tomorrow, 6 p.m. Pacific.
Well, you need 2 shows, probably 2 shows, because that's a long laundry list. I want to be on that show too. That's a long laundry list, like
though.
Yeah,
offense and then defense.
Let AR talk for a sec.
Can I just quickly answer that for the offensive side specifically for those 5 positions you just so QB, running back, tight end, and 2 wide receivers. At the top of my dome, quarterback Ken Stabler, running back for me, Bo Jackson, tight end. Who's that? That white tight end with was it Dave Casper?
Dave Casper.
Mustache.
Todd Christensen.
Todd Christensen. Yeah.
Either him or Todd Christensen. And wide receiver Tim Brown and Fred Militnikoff.
Nice.
Good choice. Awesome.
Just how fast he does that.
Just the top of my dome.
Is how fast he does that, Jack?
I can't do it.
You don't take 2 weeks.
I would substitute Blitnikoff. I would take out Blitnikoff and I would put Cliff Branch, because growing up as a kid, Blitnikoff was like on his way out as getting an older guy, and I saw Cliff Branch. Man, that changed the whole NFL. That's Tyree Wilson. Man, he changed the whole NFL.
Tyree Wilson, huh? Wait,
Tyree Wilson ain't changing no NFL. What's wrong with
Tyree
you?
Wilson?
I'm sorry. Tyreek. Sorry for the name change.
Okay.
But it changed the whole NFL with him being in there, got 3 Super Bowls for the Raiders, and man, he changed the whole NFL. It's like he could burn anybody.
Well,
but at the same time, I'll say this. I met the guy. He bought me a beer. I met the guy in person.
This is why
here
we can't
go.
do this for you, Jack.
I'm sorry.
You know what?
That was Al Davis style.
I'm a historian.
Throw it deep.
I'm sorry. I apologize, Jack. I apologize.
I'm a
I got
historian
these
of
awesome
the game.
earbuds.
I'm a historian of the game. So getting to meet the guy live, in person, and him buying me a beer, it's like, he changed the game. It took him 3 years. So when, people talk about the players that we have that suck, like, okay, I'll say Tyree Wilson is not good in my mind. But it took him 3 years to get the game. It's Mark Davis's roommate when he was in the NFL. So Mark Davis and Cliff Branch were roommates. So it took him 3 years, and then he got it. Once he got it, he got it. So it takes a player's time. So I hope the players get it. When you're coming into the league, it's totally different than it was then than now. But I hope they just fucking get it and they show up. But Cliff Branch is a Hall of Fame jacket player. So it's like, I hope other players kind of get that stuff coming into year 3. So I will never cut a rookie. You never cut a rookie because their contracts are a lot cheaper than all the other contracts coming out.
Well, yeah, Jack, that's the one thing that I'm excited about is new regime. Because the last few years, they ain't bringing any competition in. They got, he's starting next year. He started this year, he started next year. This year, there's only a few players on this roster that jobs are actually safe. A few. There's some positions right now, like you started last year, don't mean you're going to start this year. Because they brought in players like, you better than the player we brought in, you're not starting. That's why I'm excited to see what's going to happen this coming up the season. You got people battling out for positions now. Instead of having, we're paying this guy the most money, so he's going to start. There's none of that no more. I think that's out the window. What you say? What say you, AR?
Sorry, about what?
I'm
Sorry,
saying that this regime right now is bringing in players to compete for every position. Besides, there are a few positions on this team that's pretty much they're going to start, but a lot of other positions are still up in the air.
Right.
Before, the old regimes didn't bring in people to compete. It's like, well, we're paying you this much money, you're starting. I don't think it's that way again this year. I think it's going to be a lot different.
Right. Well, I get what you're trying to say, but like it's if I'm going to be honest, it's no different from every other season where every there's positions on the board across the board which is open for competition. I mean, this year's no different.
But they didn't bring anybody to compete for certain positions. They didn't bring anybody in these last few regimes. Not count Telesco. I'm gonna let that slide before Telesco. They didn't bring anybody really in. Who did they bring in? They bring a quarterback in to compete with Carr? No. They bring in
quarterback's one position, right?
Yeah. Did they bring anybody to compete on the offensive line? No. It's always the same thing. It's always they bring these big guys. They can compete because right now, like they're saying, like Rogers and Kappa is battling out for the guard position. They didn't have that. I didn't see it. Well, I didn't see it. I don't know if they had it or not, but I didn't see it. It's like the same players who started last year is going to start this year.
Chris, they brought in 2 third-round draft picks. So
okay,
I'm
I know that. I'm saying. I know this regime did. I'm talking about who they bring in to battle Parm. Nobody. Nobody's battle. Well, Cody Whitehair. Oh, give me a break. Or anybody else.
Well, we did draft in competition last year for the right tackle position.
I said before Telesco. I don't count Telesco because
are you talking about during the McDaniels era?
McDaniels and all that stuff. Yeah, before Telesco, he did bring Glaze and all that stuff. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Well, they drafted Michael Mayer to try and solidify that tight end spot. I mean, that hasn't worked out. I mean, how many times did we try to draft in the interior and none of those worked out? All I'm saying, Chris, is that like this happens every year. Like you're saying that that the previous regimes didn't bring in competition to be able to battle it out and solidify a spot. And I'm just saying, like they didn't come up with an unequivocal winner for the position, but there were roster battles that were there before last season and the year before where they attempted to bring players in the door to provide competition. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, I get that. Of course, you bring in players they're gonna compete in with, but I'm saying that the quality of the competition to me was like, okay, got this guy, but to me, it wasn't. To me, in my opinion, watching football for as long as I have been watching football, to me, the guys they brought in, like, you really think this guy can compete to get that job? No, he can be a backup and anything like that, but to me, it didn't seem like they were bringing the guys to compete for certain positions they need to get better at. You follow what I'm saying?
Who are you talking about?
All positions. There's no specific player. I'm not pinpointing any position. I'll say all players.
I don't know. I'm sorry. All I'm saying is that, like, there's part of me that kind of gets what you're saying, but like previous regimes to mix results, like it was no different from any other year where they brought in players.
Basically, I'm saying that's what I'm saying. They didn't draft anybody to compete with they're going to get a sub position. I didn't hear anything about somebody competing with Parham or anybody like that.
Hang on. I will give you a name for that.
Okay, good.
And Real Talk is going to appreciate that because this is his player. This is his is if there was a prototype for an offensive lineman in the history of Raider football, and that would be that name there, Cody Whitehead, the Lord of the offensive line.
My God!
There's a name.
Oh my!
Bam!
Oh, I forgot about the future Hall of Famer Cody Whitehead.
The future Hall of Famer
805.
Cody Whitehead. Pull up, bring out the Brinks truck, grab all the money, and re-sign that guy to whatever contract he wants. Bring him back into the fold.
MVP incoming. MVP incoming.
So I'm just saying what I seen because the draft picks and all that stuff, even some free agents, like, what are you guys doing? To me, this regime now is doing something I haven't seen in a while. That's what I'm trying to make a point of. They're actually being guys. Because like you said, even Rodgers and Kappa are fighting for a job. Rodgers is a rookie. Kappa's a vet. And they're kind of going head to head right now for the guard position, where the side they're gonna put them on. You know, but nobody mentioned Parham. Nope. Is Kappa.
Why would we mention Parham? Cody Whitehair.
Because they ain't been anybody to try the last 2 years. They ain't trying to be anybody to get that spot.
Yeah, Cody Whitehair. Come on now.
The man.
I need some Vegemite right now.
For the right price.
Okay. AR 805, you guys are right. I stand corrected. Cody Whitehair is the Hall of Famer, future Hall of Famer.
Yeah, don't worry about Upshaw, Wisniewski, and all those other guys. Forget about them. Cody Whitehair is the truth.
Well, okay, here go list right here. Where's that list at? Here you go. Bars, Whitehair, Pete, Ryden. Yeah,
The gods of shit.
AR, dude, AR, you know I love you, brother. I love you so much, bro. We've been going back for years. But really, you like Cody Whitehair?
Of course I do. What's there not to like? I mean, this guy is he's the lord of the offensive line. He needs to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. We need to break
Let me speak, goddammit. Okay, so let me. AR, I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question. Because it's between me and you, bro. We're friends. So,
and everybody else in the chat.
Cody Whitehair is going to beat out who? Who's Cody Whitehair going to beat out at a guard position?
Do you really think he was serious? Do you really think he was serious?
Hang on, let me answer the question.
I know, right?
No. I love AR so much, dude.
I want to answer this question. I want to ask. Look, you could have Gene Upshaw and Steve Wisniewski in their Raider primes as part of our roster, and Cody Whitehair would beat every single one of them. Is, like I said, the Lord of the linemen.
Oh my God, dude!
Of the Raider land.
Goal of two.
No, he's saying Cody Whitehair is going to be a Hall of Famer, man. He's going to be a Hall of Famer, man.
Yeah, the Hall of Famer.
Jack, he's kidding, man. He's kidding.
Jack.
I know, but
I'm fucking with you.
Bro, I'm like,
with checking in with us. We appreciate you, Gravy. Thank you.
Baby.
It's a bit of an inside joke. Of course, I don't think that.
It's a joke. They don't take him serious. Cody Whitehair.
Yeah, and he's got Leatherwood in there too, man. Leatherwood Hall of Famer. Yeah. That's the guy, right?
Leatherface. I call him Leatherface.
He only played 2 seasons. He can't be Hall of Famer, so you got to play at least 3.
Oh yeah, he can be. Yeah, Leatherwood Hall of Famer.
Hey, just to that comment there, I, when they were doing a live the other day, I was listening in while I was driving around for work, and I heard of Real Talk's disdain for Cody Whitehair, so I sent them a super chat to his channel specifically, which was the official first donation towards getting a Cody Whitehair jersey for
Is that what I'm about?
His favorite Raider of all time.
Once a Raider, always a Raider.
Yeah, the Lord of the linemen, like I said.
There you go. He's a picture out there.
Lord of the linemen. I like that. Lord of the linemen.
The Lord of the linemen.
Fucking AR, man.
Jack was taking it seriously. You were just joking. Jack.
I know, man.
I did for a half second. I'm like, what the fuck?
Hey, Jack, your camera's off if you don't know.
It's off?
Yeah, your camera's off.
Yeah.
What?
No, it's never too late. The Dixon
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, hell no.
Oh, shit. No, now it's off. I'm sorry.
Thanks,
Now it's
Carla.
off.
Appreciate it.
I am super pretty.
If you like us, Carla, join Shooby Jack. If you Carly like us, me and Jeff show, we do Fridays and Saturday nights. Subscribe to us notifications.
Dude, I love all your shows, and I love all the other Raider contractors like shows.
Oh shit!
Man.
Breaking news.
Oh shit! Stop the
Alright,
press!
breaking
Stop
news,
the press!
breaking news,
Stop the press! Stop the press!
Raiders re-signed Cody Whitehair. Hell yeah! I was like,
No, I don't like Cody Whitehair. And I
ah.
don't like Andre Pete either. So both some guys, I'm glad they're kicking cans. But I love
Super
all
Bowl,
the
here we
Raiders
come.
YouTube
That's
content
it.
creators.
Hey, AR. We're going 19-1 and 1 Super Bowl. That's what we're gonna do.
19-1. Yeah, I like that. I like
I
that.
said 20-0, but I said we're gonna lose one game. Probably to the
We're going
Giants.
20-0. What are you talking about?
No, we're gonna lose one game to the Giants. We're
not going to lose one game. No way. The Lord of the Line is going to pave the way all the way to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
with
it's
no
going to lead the way
roadblocks.
for ALC 12. You know that.
Yeah, they're gonna line up on Cody's back, and he's gonna take him through it.
Right there.
No, what's gonna happen is that Geno Smith is gonna tweak a little bone. He's gonna be off for a couple of games. And ALC is gonna break his finger. He'll be off for another couple of games. And then Cam Miller can't get the ball done, so they're gonna bring back Brian Hoyer.
Did you say Geno? Did you say Geno Smith is going to fumble the ball?
No, Geno Smith got a little tweaking his pinky toe on his pinky toe. ALC gonna break his pinky finger, and then Cam Miller is gonna have a nosebleed, and then they're gonna re-sign Brian Hoyer.
You know what's going to happen when
Brian Hoyer's gonna take a Super Bowl. Brian
Geno
Hoyer,
Smith
he's gonna run.
When Geno Smith fumbles the ball, probably even on the 1 yard line, Cody Whitehair is going to pick that bitch up. He's going to stiff arm bulldoze through every single player that's coming after him. He's going to take that bitch 100 yards for a touchdown.
Oh, I can see that happening
in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I'd see that coming.
Yeah,
in the wrong direction too. So we got another super chat from Dixon Sider. Appreciate you, brother. You're on a roll tonight.
Yeah,
Says top 5 Raider head coaches.
Well, you know one is.
I got no explanation. I got a list. McDaniels.
Time out. Time out. Nope, time out. Time out. Time out. Just name names, no explanations for the names, so we can make this a quickie. So go ahead, AI. You can go first.
Top 5?
McDaniels, Dennis Allen.
What?
Art Shell, Lane Kiffin. Yeah, those are the names that stand up for me.
That's down over here.
You throwing Dennis Allen in there too?
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
You got to put Mike Waite in there.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah,
well, what about Bill Callahan? Come on, man! Look what he did for us in the Super Bowl.
That's
ran the same fucking plays.
He'd be he would be the top one out of those names.
He'd be a one. He'd be a honorable mention.
But McDaniels would be the top up by a bullet. No explanations. McDaniels number 1.
We had a bullet.
All right, well, we asked, and that's what he's got.
I got to jump in for 1 second. Robert Pena. I don't know how we can connect again. It's like you took out your Instagram. Robert Pena is my brother. I've known him for like 7 years. So we need to reconnect, bro. So who you know, who I know, let's make it happen, bro. I love you, man.
That's the promo?
No, Robert Pena, dude. Robert Pena is a great guy, dude. He lives in Colorado and represents the Raiders.
The question was top 5 coaches in Raider history. So I don't know where was he a head coach?
In all seriousness, do you guys want to answer? I'll take it back.
I'll go first. Yeah, I'm gonna go Al Davis, John Madden, Tom Flores, Art Shell, and I'm gonna go Pete Carroll.
You talking about Art Shell first round, right?
First one. Art Shell.
First time around, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. You got to put.
Was he that great as a head coach though? Like that first time? I mean, that roster was pretty. That roster was decent, but from word through the grapevine, he wasn't a good head coach.
The first round, he was a good head coach.
That team was
decent. Talking about Art Shell.
Yeah.
No, we're talking about Art Shell.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm going Robert Pena, greatest head coach ever.
Raider Pete said, "I just read off the same list as him."
Yeah.
Welcome. So Raiders Rebel says Madden, Flores, Jack Del Rio, Gruden, Pete Carroll.
Yeah, I can go with that too.
That's good.
I could go with that.
Yeah, I was thinking Al Davis, John Madden, of course, Tom Flores, of course, uh, and then just for Roth, Afakasi, I'm gonna throw in Dennis Allen, and then
Yeah.
there we go,
Callahan. Bill
and
Callahan.
then of course Pete Carroll.
Don't forget Bill Callahan.
Yeah, it's easy. I agree with Jeff, dude. Make it easy. I agree with
number
Jeff.
one overall should definitely be Mike White, though. I mean, he was an awesome head coach.
Oh, dude, he thought that.
He did what he could, what he has. So.
When was he head coach?
Oh God, what year was that? That was
not Mike White.
that was after Art Shell.
That was 90 something.
Yeah, that was after Art Shell's first tenure.
Yeah,
95, 97? We were
96.
fairly decent 95.
It was like
we were
a
decent
really
those
short
years.
stint.
Yeah, he didn't last long though.
No, it was a short stint.
Carlos says, I'm from Canada, just watched hockey. Florida kick on his ass tonight. Oh, welcome to the channel.
Awesome.
Nice.
Hockey is great in person, man. I love watching hockey in person, man. That's awesome.
Robert Pena.
He left you his email in there, Jack. Make sure you copy that and save it.
He didn't leave his email on the chat, did he?
Yeah,
Yep.
he did.
It's right here.
Oh, man. That's dangerous, man.
No, it's not. You always get the
You shouldn't do that.
Hey, man.
The emails are not
Me
phone.
and Robert Pena go way back, bro. Like
Jack,
years.
Well, yeah, you, but I'm just saying, throw that in the chat.
Hey, Jack, let me tell you something. Emails are like phone numbers. Well, phone numbers too, same way. But emails, you can always delete the email and get rid of it. So,
yeah, that's true.
One links incoming to your email. Sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, AR knows this, like, me, like, Robert Pena, like, Robert Lyons, and, like, Auntie Six. We had, like, a connection, like, on Instagram for a while. So it's good to, like, reconnect with Robert Pena.
Yeah.
So
he doesn't have an IG account or something, or
no, he cut it off. So AR knows this. So it's like we used to do like like a group chat back then.
Excuse me, Jack. My AR question. Did Auntie Sis get a channel start yet, or does he have it yet?
No, he's still just kicking it with me. He has a YouTube channel, but like he hasn't posted any content yet. He may start streaming later down the line, but we'll see. He still just kicks it on my side of the fence. But I see Raider Pete says Mike White's stint was 95-96. Well, from recollection, when I've gone back and watched Raider football, we weren't too bad those years.
No,
we were winning 8-9 games. I mean, we weren't playoff great teams, but like you know what I'm saying? Like I know 1995 we were rolling until Ostetler went down and we had to roll with Evans, the backup quarterback.
We always had to go to Evans. It seemed like
back then.
Right. Mike, not Mike Evans.
Vince
Evans.
Vince Evans. That's it. Vince Evans. Mike Evans is the wide receiver.
Yeah, Vince Evans.
Real talk. Too bad Jim Otto didn't come back to be a head coach.
Oh my God, I forgot about this.
You had another amazing speech from Jack.
Oh shit.
You needed to put Joe Bugle in that list of bad coaches too. I forgot he was the one that took over for Mike White.
Oh yeah.
He was horrible.
Who was that?
97.
Joe Bugle. Oh,
I forgot he was a coach for us. Damn.
Me too.
That's how bad he was.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Gruden came in after Bugle was fired.
No, he wasn't fired. He was humiliated. I remember that. He fired him on his day off.
That was pretty bad.
Have you guys ever listened to? I know Jack has, because we were around during that time when former player, shout out to, and a friend of mine and ours, Stu Schwaggett. He was more consistent with his content creating and coming out and talking about his time during the Raiders. He had a lot to say about Art Shell's coaching stint, and they were not positive at all. And a very interesting insight from a former player. It's true.
Yeah,
he was a badass too, man. 31, number 31, Stuart Schweiger. Love the guy.
Man, AR, like like I don't think like most of these guys know this. I just go on the show like a lot of time and go on lives like I doing this right now. I've been on this live like a ton of times, but I got kicked off twice because we talk about once a Raider, always a Raider. Like watching him back in the early days in 2000s with Stu, and it's like Docs, and then it's like I didn't like Randy Moss. I didn't like Randy Moss on our team. And just like, and then so I talked stuff about Randy Moss. So as being his host, I was his host at the time. I got kicked off for that shit. And then it's like, also like, who was the guy like, God damn.
Excuse me a minute, Jack.
It was a defensive tackle. The defensive tackle from Tampa Bay.
Jack,
Jack,
hold that thought for a second. I just looked up the Raider coaching history. You said Joe Bugle. I forgot his coach. You know what his record was with the Raiders 1 year?
Mm-hmm.
It was 4-12. Joe Bugle.
Was that 97?
I'm not talking about coaches. I'm talking about.
I know I am, Jack. Excuse me for a second. I want to break that thing right quick. Hold up. He said Joe Bugle. I forgot he was the head coach, and I will see what year it was. 97. He was 4-12 for 1 year. Okay, Jack. Hold on a second. Thank you. That's what I wanted to say. Now you continue. Thank you, Jack.
Candy, how you doing, Candy?
The defense was rated the worst in the league that year, 97.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jack. Go ahead. Say.
I think Jack was talking about because he was trying to talk about how he was on Stuart Schwaggett's lives and that. He was talking about how he had some choice words to say about Moss and Warren Sapp, but Stu Schwaggett was teammates as well as friends with those guys, and he would come out and when he was doing his podcast, he was saying say what you will from a fan's perspective, but in terms of teammates and being Raiders, they were great locker room guys while they were part of the team. So that was very interesting to hear.
Okay, so Chris, stop. Stop. Yes, I do the Stuart Swagger show with him lives and go on his show. Like before, like most people had shows, yes, I would do that stuff with them. And it's like, I got kicked off twice, but I'd bring back every single time. Back in the old days, when there's not that many shows, not like today. There's a fucking 100 million fucking Raider fan doing shows. So I did that stuff with Stu, but he got mad because, I talked about Randy Moss. He didn't like that. And Warren Sapp. So for me, it was like, man, if you're coming here for a contract and you're not coming here to play, you're coming for a contract and not trying to earn your money, then I got mad about it. But he's a player, so I like him because he's a player. And I saw him play in the Oakland Coliseum. Man, he played hard as a safety. As a third-round pick from Purdue, I liked him. We do shows together. I go on his stuff. I don't want any shows, right? I don't want any shows. I've always said this for fucking 100 million years. I don't want any shows. I just want to be a Raider fan. Yes, I've done his shows. Yes, I did get kicked off twice on his show because I said Randy Moss is not a Raider. And I told you the story about, Porter coming over to our team riding a bike early tonight. So Stu got mad at me a couple times, but he always brought me back on. So there it is with the kids. So for you kids that like YouTube history, there it is.
Are you done, Jack?
I've got one question for you, Jack.
Are you done, Jack? Can I talk now?
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done with that. It's like seriously. Once you're a Raider, you're always a Raider. You're not always a Raider. FEB is not a Raider. Randy Moss is not a Raider. And the guy from Tampa Bay, the fifth tackle, is not a Raider in my mind. So
Who'd you say it wasn't FUB?
But Antonio Brown.
Oh,
He was never a
FA.
Raider anyway. He wasn't even long enough to be a Raider. What are you talking about?
Can I ask a question? Do you have your Raider Hall pass? I mean, I've got one. Chris has got one, and so does Jeff.
What's the Hall pass?
Leonard.
Lanyard.
See?
Yeah, we're the Leonard crew.
I got nothing hanging up at mine now.
Dixon, funny, bro. He finally came on the Wild West show last night for the first time. Even the Chargers host, like, kind of sketchy on him.
Oh, you done, Jack? Oh, we can talk? Okay, cool. Anyway.
Well, Joanna, thank you for the super sticker. Appreciate you.
Anyway.
Dixon, on a scale of 1 to 10, how gay is Piano Man?
What the hell?
10. 11.
Yeah. I wouldn't expect anything better from you, Mike.
Jesus.
I figured. Oh, Dixon, thanks, brother.
That's crazy.
Oh, real talk. Cody Wayhair is not a Raider.
And what was my rebuttal?
Go ahead. Do it.
Yeah. No, I just left 3 different comments.
Yeah, yes, he is.
Exclamation mark. The Lord of the Linemen. Put some respect on his name.
Joanna says 11. Why do you keep calling me Jack? You're putting Jeff. I think Stu kicked you off because your explanation why you didn't like Randy Moss was too long. It's Jack, not Jeff.
Yeah.
I didn't get kicked off. I got put in time
Dude,
out.
I did all those shows like
Mitchell Rance's show. That's
not
different.
Jeff.
Oh, you got kicked off for that. That was funny.
Not once, but twice.
That was funny. Twice? That was funny.
Twice.
And you weren't even making a comment. You were just agreeing with the comment. Well, if you don't like what I say, Jeff, you can kick off the show. You ain't never come back. Waller is a Raider.
I'd have to respectfully disagree with that one, Rock.
Yeah, Waller was a Raider.
Waller was a Raider.
Yeah, he's a Raider.
Jimmy. It's not Randy Moss. It's not Warren Sapp.
She said she in love with Jimmy. Well, yeah, he's a pretty boy. Anytime you go to Vegas, man, the Bunny Ranch give you a free pass, or anytime you want to come back, there's something about that.
So, Chris, did you get any free passes from Jimmy G?
Huh?
Get those free passes, like the Bunny Ranch.
Well, what I get a free pass to the Bunny Ranch? I don't get it. Jag, what are you trying to say?
I like Robert's comment.
I don't need to pay for something I get for free. So, no.
Can you say tomato?
Oh, me? Tomato.
Well, it was for both you and Jeff and Jack.
Tomato.
Tomato.
What's a
tomato?
What's a
Did you say tomato?
What's a tomato?
Tomato.
What is a tomato? Oh my god!
It's a tomato. I'll give you a tomato.
Waller made it. Hang on. Waller made a Raider diss track.
His dad's just let me know that. He always said, my dad's a diss track.
Rock, are you sure? I never heard Waller's make a diss track. I mean, the guy is still active in going to events and rocking the Raider colors. So,
yeah,
are you sure you're not mistaken on that one? I've never heard such a song.
Have you heard?
No, but he said that Waller made a diss track towards the Raider diss track. I mean, I never heard of that being the case.
Have you seen the video he put out in front of Allegiant?
It was a diss track.
I didn't really pay attention to it. I don't know if
he did a rap video in front of Allegiant. And it was actually
it was a diss track.
It actually wasn't. I agree. It wasn't that
It
bad.
wasn't too bad. I will take as some of his songs are kind of cringy, but like at least with Waller's rap, it's more about positivity than that. And I will take Waller's rap over the likes of Damon Arnett and all these other cats we've had in
Thank
the
you,
door
Candy.
that did rap songs in that. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hey, AR, I have a question for you. It's like, you know,
deleted it.
so no, I gotta like it's personal. So AR, it's like I know we talked behind the scenes before. So Robert said like he deleted his like Instagram. So are you still in contact with him on a personal level? If so, I need to pass my personal information to you to pass to Robert.
I'm sorry, you're asking a guy who's based 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, whatever it may be across the ocean to get a hold of some guy who so any
Robert
outlets
Pena.
I have are the same ones you have.
No, Robert Pena. Like when we
yes,
did,
I
like,
know that. I know, and that's to my point. You're asking me to get a hold of a guy, who's based 10,000 miles across the ocean, to get a hold of a guy who has the same outlets to get a hold of that you do.
Yeah, he's a different like basically it's tomorrow for him. It's still like what, Friday?
To answer your question, Jack, no, I've only got his email.
Well, when we had like that conversation, me, you, Robert, like, you know, Robert Lyons and others, like, you know, it's like, you know, Robert said like, you know, he deleted his Instagram. That was my connection. But I love Robert Pena. Robert Pena is my brother. So it's like I'm trying to connect again. So
I have the same outlets as you, man. No, to answer your question short and sweet, no, I don't.
Okay.
I only see him in the chat feeds, and I
have
only see him.
According to Payne, he lives across the street from you, so I don't see the problem.
Yeah. We both live in the outback. We both use outhouses for toilets, and our toilet flushes the wrong way.
That's that Coolio effect.
So what was it she wanted me to say? Roof? Well, get on the roof. That's another way we say it around here. Roof. Or creek.
Or like a dog? Roof.
Creek. The roof.
All right. Then I'm going to say this. Robert Pena, my name is Jack Kenna. Hit me up on Facebook or Instagram. So, love you, bro.
But, Jeff, you still answer the question. What the fuck is a tomato?
It's a tomato.
I still what that is.
It's a tomato. We don't say tomatoes or tomatoes. Tomato. It's a tomato.
You said tomato. What the hell?
Just like we park the car. We don't park the car. We park the car.
We'll look it up.
Park the car. Look it up.
The car.
So
that's East Coast slang. Car versus car.
I'm going up to the Ivy School in Boston called Harvard. Going to Harvard.
Well, Jeff, you actually say car very similar to how we say it here in Australia.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, AR. I'm sorry. I'm just also go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just like chowder. It's not chowder. We pronounce it chowder. Like AH. Yeah, chowder. Like I'm gonna go.
I love
red chowder.
I love chowder.
I'm gonna go to the Kahaba and get some chowder.
Yeah.
There's your answer. There's the tomato.
It's like tomato.
Tomato. That's what it is. Tomato. It's a tomato.
And like, you know, East Coast goes cement versus cement.
Can you say no doubt about it? No doubt about it, eh?
Jeff, I stand corrected. You're right. That is tomato.
See? Told you.
Oh my god. Okay, I gotta go. This is getting too crazy. Oh my god.
Tired giddiness.
Oh well, we don't almost 7 hours, so man.
Is it? Oh shit, yeah, huh? It's one of the longer ones we've had in a while.
It's been fun. I love me some Jack Kenna. So the Kenna.
The Kenna.
The
my boy Chris.
The Kenna. You get your own podcast. This is called The Kenneth. We're gonna talk about everything Jack won't talk about. It's his show. So The Kenneth.
I like that, but I won't do my own show because I don't have any ambitions like to have a show.
Okay,
I don't.
Jack.
I don't. I don't
come in and
want.
take
I
over
don't
other
want
people's.
likes.
You're taking them
Okay,
too
Jack.
seriously,
I
man.
tell you what, I'll
I just
create
want
the
to be a
Duck.
friend.
I'll
You're just
create the
taking them.
Duck show, and I'll be the host. I'll be the co-host, and you come in when you want. Just a Duck Kenneth show, and I'll just say, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Kenneth show. He might be here, and he might not. And you just
Can I get an intro for that? For my, I'm officially announcing a new show right here. I just had an epiphany. So, me and your boy Real Talk. I don't know if he's in here, but I'm going to announce it anyway. I've just brainstormed this idea. So, me and Real Talk, we're going to come out and have a live show together. We're going to want you, Chris, to announce it just like you did just now. I'm going to dub it the White and White Connection, right? So that's Zamir White and Cody Whitehair, the greatest duo in the history of Raiders football. And we're just going to do 2-3 hours homage to those two. So Cody Whitehair and Zamir White. If you want to stay tuned for all your Cody Whitehair and Zamir White news and takes, then tune in to me and Real Talk. So yeah, go ahead, Chris. Please.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Zamir White and Cody Whitehair, greatest players in Raider history, with your host, Avocado Raider.
Nice.
And who else? Real Talk.
And Real Talk too will join us.
We got an interesting topic tonight. We're going to bring up Tyree Wilson.
Oh yeah,
definitely. With
White
special
hair
guest
and
appearance
Wilson
by Tyree Wilson, the Raiders' #1 defensive end, the future Hall of Famer.
Can you butcher defensive the way you just did just then if you're going to announce the show again?
The defensive Hall of Famer, Tyree Wilson.
No, you said it like...
Yeah, because I don't want to really say out loud because it's not true. I hate lying.
that was probably me that said that.
Hey, Robert, I sent on Instagram, I gave you Jack's email address. I know Jack won't be able to figure it out.
Hey, well. What time is it?
What's up, Joseph? Well, hush, hush, puppies. I do see some Raiders with good vibes. Going, stay classy, guys. Cheers from Guam. What's up, man? Yeah, he was in here last
Shout
night.
out to Guam.
Oh my God.
Appreciate
Poor sucker, man.
Mike's having flashbacks.
You haven't, is he in the military? Is he stationed in Guam?
Probably.
You can ask that.
I think. I forget.
Dixon.
No, super chat.
Well, that what you also say? Come on now.
Gayest fan bases in the NFL.
Oh my God, $2.
I'll give you my #1 by a bullet that's here in Australia. It's the Johnny Come Lately, all of a sudden chief fan base that they got here.
I was going to say that.
Vomit.
Oh my God.
I'm going.
Me and Jack can agree on this. It's an Iron fans, right?
I'm going Patriots.
Jack? Did his phone die?
I'm still here. So it's like
Niners fan, right? Niners.
Oh, Chris, man,
Yeah. Have a good
Chris,
night, brother.
you and I growing up in Northern California, man. I don't want the Niners to win shit, dude.
I grew up in SoCal, and everybody down here is either a Cowboy fan, Rams fan, or Cowboy or Niners fan. So that's all I heard. That's all I heard. I got tired of hearing that crap.
Yeah, dude. It's like Niner fans. Oh,
yeah. Here in Australia, it's like I said, the all of a sudden Johnny Come Lately Chiefs fan base that they've got here in the last few years.
I bet.
Enough to make me want to puke. Oh God.
The bandwagoners, huh?
hey, Robert Pena, my brother. Like
He's
you
gone.
said,
He
you
left.
left.
He left for the night.
Oh man.
He sent you his email, didn't he?
Well, I'm hoping it's like, Robert Pena is like, I've known him for like, 6 years. So it's like, like he dropped off Instagram. So it's like with, we did like, me and
He's still on
AR.
Instagram. He probably just blocked you.
He's still on, yeah.
He didn't block me, dude. Like, no. Robert Pena is my brother, dude. So it's like, me and AR, like, and a couple other guys, we do like, talking behind chats, like, years ago. So I hope Robert Pena is still out there. I still love that brother, dude. I love that brother. So.
Are you talking about that same group chat where we were talking shit about those other Reddit content creators like Jeff and Chris?
Yeah, right.
Oh, wait, oops, sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
Was that you? You got like, 1,000 views? I saw that. Man, that was nice.
It'll be the second most viewed content outside of the official announcement of the White and White Hair podcast.
Dude, that's where there's like hundreds of people coming into that shit.
Hundreds of thousands.
Oh man, I do love me some Robert Pena, dude. He's a good boy, dude. I love Robert.
Not here
Pena.
anymore. You can stop. You can stop pushing him. He's not here.
Yeah, he's going.
No, I'm not trying to push him, but he said it like he dropped his Instagram. So
I'll say it again. He's on Instagram. I just sent him your email.
He's on there.
All right, cool.
Which means he probably blocked you.
No,
but he is on.
That will never happen, Jeff. That will never happen.
Well, apparently he did because he ain't found it. Hey, Sacktown Mike is still here. Matt Sack ain't said a word in a while. What happened?
He just did as he got up when Jack said that. He goes, "Oh God!" He got up. I heard him say it.
Dude, Sacktown's coming to my house tomorrow for fucking dinner.
He's gonna poison my food.
Probably. You better be careful. You bring someone.
Yeah, I'm gonna poison that shit.
You're gonna record it?
Yeah, for safety reasons.
Hey, Mike, I'm thinking about doing some ribs. What do you think about ribs?
Well, you already said you're gonna do ribs. I'm sorry, I'm talking on the thing. You said you were doing ribs. You said you had this secret, recipe. I won't say it. You told me what it was, but I won't say it on the air.
Oh, it's gonna be fucking badass, bro.
Yeah.
Probably a bottle of Sweet Baby Ray's.
No, it's gonna be boiled ribs, a ton of barbecue sauce on it. I know what that is.
Yeah, it will be Sweet Baby Ray's, like on the barbecue sauce, but the cooking's gonna be cool.
All right, gang,
I'm gonna bring some food too, so I'm gonna bring.
Yeah, thanks for being on here.
You play tomorrow, Sunday. You guys play Sunday or Saturday?
It's today. Sunday morning.
All
Sunday morning, we're doing it.
I'll see you.
Yeah, Sunday morning at 8:45.
After we're done here, I'm going to talk to you for a little bit, and I want to tell you some of the things I'm bringing, and then some food I'm bringing, and you can give me some ideas on what would be better. After this show, I have to talk for just a few minutes, not an all-night call like we normally do.
Yeah, dude. We stay up like 4 or 5 in the morning every single time.
You guys gonna need a 5-hour conversation on the phone?
We do, dude.
Yeah.
I know.
It goes crazy.
All right, Dar. Take care, bro.
All right, gang. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow for you? Yeah, it is officially now tomorrow for you. So Sunday morning, 8:45 Pacific, 10:45 Central, 11:45 Eastern. So come over to my side of the fence. We're gonna have some fun. All right, take care, gang.
Awesome. Take it.
All right.
Take care, Chris. Kenna, and everybody else in the chat. All right, peace.
All right, it's time to kick Jack, Kenna, and Satok can stay.
Okay.
Yeah, Jack left already. Jack's already gone.
He left on his own. I think he thought the show was over. He's probably going to call me in a minute.
Oh, yeah, his phone died. Yeah.
Yeah, like last week while you were on a show, he kept calling.
Anyway, just to make sure that you guys like what you saw and heard, everything that you like. Please subscribe to Jeff. He's over there to my right or left. I don't know. Please subscribe to me, CHRIS4RAIDERS. Sack that is I have a YouTube channel, but Just hit him up when you see him. Anything, Jeff? I think we're gonna call it a night.
Yeah, I'm ready to call it a night. We're just 7 minutes shy of 7 hours tonight. It's still a good long show.
Yeah, that's a good long show. Hey, guess what?
Bye, Mike.
Guess how many hours I got now.
I don't know how many.
I said guess, damn it.
I didn't want them. Hours what? Total?
You know,
Or just
you
for
hours.
tonight?
Viewing hours.
Total?
Mm-hmm.
What were you at last time?
700. Last one I told you was 700.
You're at 1,000.
Just about. I'm 30 away.
Nice. You will be after this show. Check it
Hey,
after the show's done.
Carl, thanks for coming in. I like what you said. Please subscribe to both our channels. I'm trying to build my channel up. I'm new to this, so I would appreciate it.
Thanks for tuning in, caller. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Oh, Mike's coming.
It's always nice to see ladies come into our channel and talk. It's always nice.
Yeah. Speaking of one, Mike's back.
Is it?
Huh?
I know you left. I wasn't even paying attention.
No, he just came back.
Just guys, I got something to say.
Rock. I still got content. Hold up.
Wait a minute.
Almost back from my beer run.
How far you had to run? Oh, you can't run. It's sorry, yeah, well, you know.
Dixon.
All right.
Yeah, it's a sausage fest. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? But
Well, caller, if you want Raiders talk and other sports, other football team talk, this is definitely we're here. We'll be here tomorrow night, same time, starting at 9:00.
Yeah, tomorrow we're gonna talk about that list that Dixon Sider gave us. We'll talk about that amongst other things.
Yeah, we'll talk about anything and everything. We'll do another show just like this tomorrow night, a pull-up show.
Yeah, what's up, Mike? This is about ready to call it.
Jack Kenna was calling me, and I told him I'm still on live, so it cut me off. I knew he was going to do that. I knew he was going to do that when he left. I said, "Watch, he's going to call me." And sure enough, he did.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, I'm not surprised. He couldn't wait. The second he disconnected from the show, he was already dialing your number. You know.
I know. I don't know why I left the show. I was like,
no, one might just you like up and leave. That's not your character. You just say something.
No.
Like, that's not your character.
I think he thought we were checking out. So.
Dude, these are like the extra. These are like the extra big Cheez-Its. Look at the size of these things.
Oh, look at
the big ones, the cracker sizes.
I love Cheez-Its. Cheez-Its are a crutch of mine too.
You remember Nidbits?
The Italian 4-cheese one is awesome.
You remember the cheese thing called Nidbits? I think it was called Nidbits and Nidbits.
Oh yeah.
Round. They don't even make those no more, do they?
I don't think so.
I haven't seen them. Super chat.
Jeff, you're getting a lot of super chats tonight. That's awesome.
Oh, no shit. Yeah, I appreciate this, guys. Yeah, Dixon Sider says, nice to have women here other than Piano Man.
You know what?
Well, when I was cut off, you guys mentioned a woman in the chat. Who's the woman that's in the chat?
We had two of them, Joanna and Carla.
Yeah, Carla. Let's go in here.
Oh, okay.
What, my head like a milk dud? Yeah, it does. You're not lying about that. Thanks for telling the truth. You're like a chocolate milk dud.
Carla, what time is it where you are right now? I don't know if you're East Coast or...
Me?
For me, it's...
No, we know where you are.
Okay.
I'm 7 minutes to 4 in the morning here.
Try and make that 7 hours exact so we can get out of here.
I can't even read.
It won't be the longest show we done, but it's getting up there.
No, longest one was what, 9 hours?
9 hours, 9.5 hours.
Yeah, I was on another show earlier for a little over 2 hours, and then I jumped over to Jeff's show, to see if, I could chat it up with you guys.
Hey, Carl, there's my link for my YouTube channel. Please help me out. Subscribe to me. Everybody who
Yeah,
have to subscribe.
you guys weren't on that long tonight, huh?
No, I know it's just a little over 2 hours, but like you, Nadman's further, you know, 3 hours ahead. So, and he's been working his ass off with this new job. So
Yeah,
Oh,
Mr.
crispy.
Mr. Lobster.
he
He's like
was
a
he was
lobster.
he was tired. Yeah, because fucking, I'm gonna
Thank
join.
you.
See if I
Appreciate
can
that.
join Jeff's
Yeah.
show.
It's up to me too, Colin. Don't forget.
Oh, I don't have your link. Damn it. Who's your moderator right now? Or do you have one in here?
I got it.
Okay. Thank you,
But
Carla.
somebody pop in with the bad chat.
No,
Oh,
no.
Oh, she did. Thank you. Appreciate it.
We got some awesome moderators. So
oh
somebody come
yeah,
in there,
yeah,
we gotta pop
yeah.
them out. So
No, Jeff and you both have your armies, so
okay, Mike, you got 45 seconds now. We're closing it up.
45 seconds. Hey man, hey Jeff,
Yes,
thanks
sir.
for letting me
No
on
problem.
on the
You know
show.
what?
You're always welcome, Mike. You know that.
Rebel,
Chris,
Rebel,
you're
hold on, Rebel.
awesome.
I got to talk to Jeff about that. I don't know why, because people say the same thing. I never get your notification. I never shows on my feed. I got to find out what I'm doing wrong. Jeff can help me out with that later. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I apologize.
That's okay. I was just going to give a salute out to Jeff for having me on the show. And it's always great talking with both you. Chris, Toucan Crew. We we
Toucan Crew.
we stick together, man. Through
Always.
thick and thin, man. So pleasure being on the show with you guys. I really
I love
appreciate it.
having you on here. You know
Man,
that.
Mike, it's
Like I
always a
said,
pleasure having
you're
you on,
always
man.
welcome.
Especially a new earbuds and a mic, man.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Hear your beautiful voice with those
Oh
headphones.
yes.
So much easier.
Well, you sure
Yeah,
heard
like I
me
said,
singing earlier. I was singing earlier.
like I
So
said, I'm getting,
Okay, I'm good with that.
nobody wants to hear that here. So
I'm jealous now. You got a good voice. I'm jealous.
oh no, my singing voice is not good.
Well, we'll be on tomorrow night, Mike. So I'll send you the link in Instagram tomorrow again too.
Okay.
Dix Insider, facts. Neotan, facts.
So everybody that's in here, check in tomorrow, same time, 9 o'clock Eastern time, 6 o'clock Pacific. Chris and I will be back. We'll be on the Raiders Last Call podcast. We're gonna do a similar thing we did tonight. We're doing up a pull-up show.
Yeah.
Nice.
We'll open it up like we normally do. So
The pull-up shows are great, man. I love the
we're
pull-up
taking,
shows
yeah,
you
that's
do.
so much fun.
They're fun.
We're taking a break from our normal Saturday night format of going through Raider history and just having a good old time and fun with the chat, just like we always do.
Good night,
We've got
Insider.
an
Thanks
awesome group of people that follow us. So
Dix
good night,
Insider,
guys.
thanks for the supers,
Thanks.
man. To my buddy
Yeah,
Jeff
thanks
there.
for all those
Appreciate it.
supers. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys.
So, Chris, you got anything you want to add?
Nothing. I can't wait till tomorrow night to see what happens. Because our show's format changes from minute to minute. We don't know what we're gonna talk about.
Yeah. Well, on that note, everybody, thank you very much for tonight, for tuning in, spending your 7 hours with us. We're at 7 hours and 1 minute now. So, everybody, it's Sunday morning, Dixon. It'll be Sunday morning. So, everybody have a good night.
Good
We'll
night,
see you
guys.
all Saturday
Good
evening.
night.
Stay safe and go Raiders.
Go Raiders.
Go Raiders. Hey, we're getting that down.
Uh-huh.
We're getting that down. You say go Raiders, and me and Chris say it at the same time. Go Raiders.